get underway. Good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for the budget estimates. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for the 2022-23 for the portfolios of Home Affairs and the Attorney-General and other related documents. These are budget estimates proceedings, and the outcomes to be heard during today's estimates are from the Home Affairs portfolio. The committee has set Friday the 20th of May 2022 as the date by which answers to questions on notice are to be returned. The committee has also decided that written questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by 5 p.m. on Friday the 15th of April 2022. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has copies of the rules. The Senate by resolution in 1999 endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement which meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest which could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. Mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent mode. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted safely in a COVID-safe manner. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. In order to comply with COVID safety requirements, senators and the Secretariat may use their electronic devices to communicate with one another during the hearing. We ask witnesses forbearance to do so and apologise in advance for any discourtesy. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones. Now, before I welcome our witnesses today, I would just like to make a few very brief remarks about the Deputy Chair of this committee, Senator Kim Carr. As many of you would know, Senator Carr is retiring, and I want to acknowledge his very substantial work as the Deputy Chair of this committee. Obviously, he has made quite an incredible contribution as a senator over many years, as a Victorian Labor senator, but I particularly just want to make a brief comment in relation to his hard work, his commitment, his dedication to this committee. We have established a good relationship, Kim and I, a good working relationship, Kim and I, in the way that this committee has run. As with any committee, we always have our challenges, but I will miss Senator Carr. He has been a real stalwart of this committee. He has done some very fine work, and I want to wish him all the very best. If anyone else wants to make any responses, I might give the call to Senator Keneally first.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of Labor senators, may I first of all thank you for your acknowledgement of our colleague, Senator Carr, and join with you in your acknowledgement of his contribution to this committee and indeed throughout his career to the Senate committee process. I think all senators can reflect upon Senator Carr's career and understand and learn how to best make use of the forms of the Senate. He's a fine senator. He is a friend to many of us here in this room, and he will be missed. There will, of course, be opportunities I'm sure, in coming days to reflect on his career. And of course, the Senate did so yesterday in a motion. I would say, however, to any public servants listening, do not breathe too easily, because Senator Carr is not here this week only because he has a slight illness, and there are some indications that should we have estimates next week, he will be here in fine form.
Thank you very much, Senator Keneally. Senator Scarr, you wanted to make a comment?
If we've got a moment.
Yeah, just a brief moment,
yeah,
yes.
Look, I endorse everything Senator Keneally said, and I just want to put on the record what a profound positive impression he makes, especially on relatively new senators. So his intellectual rigour, his forensic preparation, his respect for the institutions of this place, simply outstanding. And he has left I mean, he's still alive. I don't want to sound like he's passed away. I'm getting a bit maudlin. But he has made a profound positive impression, not just on this place, but on the people in this place, including myself.
Thanks very much, Senator Scarr. Senator Van?
Yes, I'll echo those to those of us that came in 2019 and to walk into our first estimates and see Senator Carr in full flight was awe-inspiring, but also inspired certainly myself, and I know some of my colleagues, to learn from that, to take the lessons and to be better senators based off the work he did, how well prepared he was, and as was said before, how forensic he was in his investigation. So he will be missed in this place, and I thank him also for his service.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. It is now my pleasure to call officers from the Australian Federal Police. Commissioner, good morning, and also Mr Bozzullo, good morning to you as well. We are, of course, commencing our program with the Australian Federal Police. I will be asking senators to ask questions in 10-minute blocks. We are going to need to keep as close to the program as we possibly can. And Commissioner, good morning, welcome, and would you like to make an opening statement?
Thanks, Chair, and yes, I would. It's not too long. Good morning, Chair and Senators. The budget handed down in March provides much needed investment in the Australian Federal Police to help keep Australians safe and protect our way of life. And transnational serious and organised crime threatens our national security, our economy and the lives of our loved ones. Make no mistake, we have an enduring battle with outlawed motorcycle gangs, Mexican cartels, Italian organised crime and those who target Australia from offshore. And the number of convicted terrorist offenders who pose a threat to the community on release from prison continues to grow. The tools and resources required by the AFP to protect the community from devastating harm needs to grow with it. And we will receive $142.2 million over 4 years to enhance the AFP's specialist operational intelligence, collection and criminal asset confiscation capabilities. And this investment in our capabilities will enable us to utilise legislation such as the Surveillance Legislation Identify and Disrupt Act to combat organised crime threat both here and abroad. And the government's investment sends a clear message that Australia is not a safe haven for unlawful activity. And I'm also personally very excited that work will shortly commence on the first National Policing Museum to be established here in Canberra, funded solely through the confiscated proceeds of criminal activity. And the $4.4 million will allow us to work with our state and territory partners to showcase Australia's policing history at the local, national and international level, and it will commemorate the service of our officers and promote an understanding of the work we do, support our collective crime prevention efforts, and also build community trust and confidence in police. Last week, the Minister for Home Affairs and I officially opened the AFP-led Joint Policing Cybercrime Coordination Centre, known as the JPC3. This new hub, housed within our Sydney headquarters, will enable state and territory law enforcement, Commonwealth agencies and the private sector to coordinate Australian policing responses to high-volume cybercrime. And the JPC3 will significantly bolster the AFP's capability and capacity to respond to cybercrime threats as part of the $89 million provided under Australia's Cyber Security Strategy 2020, and help us to work even more closely than ever before with the Australian Cyber Security Centre. Since the early 2000s, the AFP has investigated, prevented and disrupted terrorism in an ever-evolving threat environment. We have seen complex coordinated attack planning shift towards lower tech threats that are more quickly executed but just as devastating. We've seen growth and change in motivations and groups, and we have adapted our joint agency approach accordingly. And I'm grateful for the continual review by successive parliaments of our legislative framework to ensure that as the environment evolves and police adapt to changes, our powers do as well. We are now firmly in a new phase. Not only are we actively investigating a range of religiously and ideologically motivated threats, we are also dealing with the increasing cohort of terrorists convicted over the past 2 decades, who are now eligible for release from prison. And we are watching also the world events with interest. Recent attacks in New Zealand and the UK were carried out by convicted terrorists who were recently released from prison. And in Australia, since 2019, 14 convicted terrorists have already finished serving their sentence, and a further 54 terrorists are due for release in the next 2 decades. 18 of those will be in the next 4 years. There are still 30 individuals before the courts, and more still who are subject to our active investigations. We are steadfast, though, in our commitment to keeping Australians safe, and the AFP will continue to work with our partners to deliver the high-risk terrorist offender framework, with just over $25 million funding provided for the AFP, including implementation of the new extended supervision order scheme. The budget has provided an additional $19.8 million funding to consult with states and territories to establish a new National Convicted Terrorist Offender Register, which will require new legislation and will be administered by the AFP. Terrorism is a borderless crime, but so is human trafficking, which is likely to increase as borders reopen. We are particularly concerned the pandemic increased human trafficking and modern slavery risks for individuals in vulnerable circumstances, including financial hardship, family violence, and those who fell out of touch with their communities during school and workplace closures. For the first time in Victoria, the AFP laid a charge last month for an exit trafficking offence, and the alleged conduct which occurred in 2014 involved a man who deceived a woman into travelling to Sudan so he could cancel her visa so she could not return to Australia. If convicted, he faces a maximum sentence of 12 years imprisonment. And our partnerships with industry and non-government organisations are critical, and together we are committed to enhancing the awareness and warning signs and risk factors to shine a light on this criminality. As you may recall, our last appearance before this committee focused on ongoing effort to ensure the safety and security of parliamentarians and the integrity of the federal election itself in this very unique year. We take these tasks incredibly seriously, and we are working with state and territory policing partners and across the Commonwealth to ensure appropriate security arrangements are in place. In the past fortnight, we have charged further individuals who allegedly harassed and threatened a parliamentarian online, and with more that are under current active investigation. And yesterday afternoon, we announced the AFP will set up a major incident coordination centre with specialised investigative task force to help ensure the security of high office holders and parliamentarians during the federal 2022 election. The task force sends a strong message to the community that the AFP is dedicated to protecting democracy, protecting high office holders, and will not hesitate to identify and arrest those who break the law. And our task force will work hand in glove with the Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force led by the Australian Electoral Commission, and we are also embedded within that task force to ensure seamless information sharing and timely action. Finally, I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the committee and Parliament for the tragic loss of Senator Kimberley Kitching on 10th of March, and also acknowledge the work of the Deputy Chair of this committee, Senator Carr. I now welcome your questions.
Commissioner, thank you so much. And before we go to Senators' questions, I'd like to welcome Senator the Honourable Amanda Stoker, representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Minister for Emergency Management and National Recovery and Resilience, and the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Minister. I now give the call to... before I give the call to Senator Keneally, I just want to thank you very much for your words in relation to the late Senator Kitching and Senator Carr, and we made some condolence remarks in our last public hearing of this committee in relation to Senator Kitching, but thank you very much, Commissioner. Senator Keneally.
Thank you, Chair, and I echo the Chair's appreciation, particularly on behalf of Labor senators. It's been a very difficult few weeks with the loss of our colleague. I'd also, before I get to the set of questions, I'd like to ask, particularly in relation to the Solomon Islands and the AFP's relationship with the police force there, just put on record appreciation for the work the AFP are doing in preparation for the upcoming federal election and in providing enhanced security arrangements for members and senators. Commissioner, it might be useful if you could briefly explain how members and senators will be informed of the ways in which they can make use of the task force should they have concerns, and also the ways in which candidates who are not members of Parliament but are seeking to become members of Parliament, who may also face a heightened security environment as we come into the federal election.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Given that there's, we believe, around about 3,000 candidates, so that's within our intelligence, obviously, and also our remit to make sure all of those candidates are protected, and also there's federal legislation around these matters as well, as you're aware. What I would like to do is introduce Assistant Commissioner Fiona Drennan, who's in charge of our protection arm and has not had much sleep since the beginning of this year, and is being tasked with looking after all of the parliamentarians and candidates and providing that overlay, and we'll be able to explain some of our structures and processes.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Fiona Caroline Drennan, and I'm Assistant Commissioner responsible for the Specialist Protective Command within the AFP. In relation to the federal election campaign, we've been working very closely with our Commonwealth partners and also state and territory police that are our partners engaged in providing protective security arrangements for parliamentarians and also for the candidates in the federal election campaign. In relation to providing advice to the participants for the campaign period with regards to their security, we've done a range of actions. For the candidates, we've engaged with the Australian Electoral Commission and we're providing advisory advice in relation to security and particularly the points of contact for law enforcement, including the Australian Federal Police's Incident Coordination Centre that will be activated for the campaign period. That is on a restricted portal for candidates that is with the AEC, so that information will be made directly available to them. With regards to parliamentarians, and that since late last year, there's been a range of strategies that we've adopted to enhance the engagement between the AFP and parliamentarians and their electoral officers and staff, and that to facilitate the reporting of matters in relation to ministers and senators' security. So we've been through our security protection and diplomatic liaison teams that are around the capital cities, and that we've been engaging with the electoral officers and staff and ministers and senators directly, and that to talk about the points of contact with the AFP and to really encourage the staff and yourselves to report matters that are of a security concern. So any matters that relate to threatening, menacing, harassment, and that it's important that the AFP is aware of it. It's important that we understand what activities ministers and parliamentarians are going to, and that gives us the opportunity to be able to do a well-informed, robust threat assessment in relation to that, and to look at what type of security controls would be applicable, and to work with our partners to make sure that occurs. I have written out to all of the parliamentarians this week in relation to the federal election, and again outlined in my letter exactly what the points of contact are for the AFP through the campaign period, and just reiterated the messages that if we are advised of activities, then we will use our processes, our engagement across partners for all of our intelligence to assess their security, and we'll provide that advice back so that parliamentarians, candidates can go to the events with the assurance of the security.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Drennan. I appreciate that, and I'm sure all members of Parliament and candidates do as well. And indeed, the public, members of the public who will interact with them. Thank you. If I may now, Commissioner, turn to some questions in relation to the Solomon Islands. Last week, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Solomon Islands announced that Beijing and Honiara had signed a Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in Police Affairs and Law Enforcement. Was the AFP briefed by its Solomon Islands counterparts ahead of this agreement being signed?
We, given the fact that under the, I'll try and backtrack a little bit here, Senator, and that'll give you some context. So under the treaty arrangement that we have with the Solomon Islands and the Solomon Islands International Assistance Force that's there on the ground, which includes, other countries like Fiji and Papua New Guinea, the Deputy Commissioner, our commander of our partnership program, they become the Deputy Commissioner of the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force. So they fulfil a dual role. So under that, of course, we get access to that particular information. We're aware of that occurring in relation to the training, the proposed training, and those officers obviously did turn up at the airport in uniform. So we were well aware there was going to be a training proposal from the MPS from China, and those officers turning up obviously was confirming that. The sovereignty of the Solomon Islands is it's a sovereign nation, and so the police commissioner there is able to do whatever they need to do in accordance with their own government policies and objectives. So. However, we not obviously, but we have engaged with the MPS about the training as well, just to, as we normally would in any situation, to make sure we're examining things like the rule of law, the way that we have trained the Solomon Islands police force, that it's complementary and doesn't necessarily run counter to how we've trained those specialised units. And given that this training is on not on our weapons. That's obviously a different style of training, but we are engaged on that front just to make sure that it complements our training, not runs counter to it.
Senator Kennedy, sorry to interrupt. Just to the cameraman here this morning, just a reminder, shooting faces is fine, but not any documents on the table, if you can just bear that in mind. Thank you. Senator Keneally.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So if I understand your answer correctly, the AFP did have some prior understanding that an MOU was being contemplated or prepared between the MPS and the Solomon Islands Police. Did the AFP provide that advice back to the Australian government?
Yeah, I've got to be careful here because there's a difference between the security treaty. If you're talking about that, that's a different conversation. This is just the intent to deliver training in country. That's a different.
I'm referring to the
document.
MOU on cooperation in police affairs and law enforcement
Okay.
between Beijing and Honiara.
Yeah, so we constantly are connected to the DFAT in regards to this and communicate with them regularly.
1 minute, Senator Keneally.
Well, I flag I may have some additional questions in another block. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Senator Keneally. Senator.
Oh, no, sorry, if I can just, I do have one follow-up on that
All right,
particular
thank you.
question.
Senator Keneally.
Thank you. So, was the AFP involved in any Australian government efforts to dissuade this MOU from going ahead?
What I can say is I spoke personally to the Commissioner in the Solomon Islands, who was more concerned with the appropriate standards being met and the guidelines with their own way of training their own officers, given that it's a specialist unit that was to be trained. So we engaged at that level and provided support and advice to the Royal Solomon Islands Police Commissioner. But at the end of the day, he answers to the government of Solomon Islands and takes his orders at times from his minister. So he formed his own views, but we provided advice that our preference would be, of course, that stay with our particular training. And if there was going to be other training from other countries, and we would say this no matter what country it was, just to make sure that it fits with complements our training, doesn't run counter to that. So you don't want police officers trained on two different methods on how to, say, for example, engage a hostile individual who's armed. We take into account rule of law and we've been in the Solomon Islands a long time, over 20 years, so we have knowledge of that environment there. So we were very strong in our views just to make sure that that the training is delivered in our view would be that does not run counter to our training.
Thank
Senator
you.
Keneally, we will need to go to other senators, but we will return
will
to you for another
follow
block.
that up. Thank you.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kershaw, could you give us perhaps your thoughts in relation to the practical impact of some of the measures that are contained in the budget, was announced this week, insofar as they relate to the AFP? What do those measures mean in relation to your officers being resourced to do the things they need to do to discharge the functions of the AFP?
So we're very pleased with the fact that, and I do have to thank the Secretary. Normally I wouldn't reference him, but I will.
I'm sure he won't mind.
The Secretary's been very passionate and very supportive and Home Affairs in the surveillance legislation amendments, and those powers for us, the budget actually reflects that we'll be able to develop that specialist capability to be able to deploy those powers, and we've already started in that environment. I have to be careful what I say because there's secrecy provisions within
Perhaps
that
if you
legislation.
could just explain for people who might be listening
So
in
there's
those
three.
powers.
Yeah, okay. So
Yep.
there's three warrants which we are able to access. One is a network activity warrant, which has a oversight from the IGIS, which we have had our first visit already on that because we have used those powers. That enables us to map out criminal networks and then use that intelligence to gain a better understanding of encrypted communications, for example, other methods that they're using as far as their transport of drugs and other criminal acts. The other power is a data disruption warrant, meaning we can do a whole range of things with people who have obviously mobile phones, applications, computer networks and so on, where we can use that to disrupt those individuals, but also to use that to say what we would call bump you perhaps into our environment, where we're able to then understand what's exactly going on. And this is all linked to criminal offences. And then the other power is what we call a hostile account takeover. As you're aware, in the child protection area, often predators refuse to hand over their identity, which means you don't get access to all of their networks and all of their victims. So for us to be able to do that in a hostile way, we've deployed that already. It's very, very useful for us in that environment in particular, given the fact that you've got vulnerable children, you've got still victims to identify and other offenders. So they're unique. Having just returned from the US and sharing those powers, they were fairly envious from a law enforcement point of view that Australia is leading the way in these areas.
So that's an important point to note. We're actually, as a jurisdiction, we're actually leading the way in terms of providing powers
yes,
which allow you to do your job in the face of changing technology and different techniques.
Very much so, and I can say that because not only did I go to the US, I was off to, I went to Asianapol as well and was able to gather that we're well and truly ahead when it comes to targeting criminality online and also mapping criminal networks who, as you know now, are based not just here in Australia but everywhere globally. So for us, they wanted to know more about how we're using those powers, and that they are looking to Australia now as saying we're actually leading from that point of view. So for us, it's the budget then backs that up with us being able to populate specialised teams, improve our technical capability. We have a saying, we have to stay a step ahead and also outsmart crime, which I'm pleased to say we have been and we will. We have other covert operations now that are utilising these powers, and already we're discovering things that we wouldn't have been able to discover without these powers. So we're very grateful of the government and Parliament in passing those powers.
Okay. There's been an allocation of funding in relation to assets confiscation, the proceeds of crime. What does that mean, that allocation over the next 4 years? What does that mean practically in terms of the AFP continuing to pursue its efforts in that regard, which we should note have been very successful to date?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that. Probably a bit of an old saying in policing is, you hit them where it hurts. We know that the back pocket and their funds is really where it hurts. There's 3 areas that we attack when we come to organised crime. That's their logistical arms, their finance and their communication. And with our CACT, I'm probably bragging a little bit here, Senator, but I will say this. We have the best capability in Australia when it comes to criminal assets.
I don't think it's bragging, Commissioner. I think you're drawing attention to and highlighting.
Thank you.
I also don't think it's a controversial proposition, Commissioner.
You're providing a reasonable representation of the practical reality.
Yes, so I think my state counterparts may think it is, but anyway.
We did provide you an opportunity,
yes,
Commissioner.
I know. It's probably proof is in the results. So in the last 2 years, we've now hit $500 million in assets restrained. $500 million. And that is one of the things that in this particular field, you need a team of specialists, and we have a significant team who have stayed with us all these years for a long time, and they are subject matter experts, very good at finding the assets, very good at finding how the money laundering is occurring, and then going after those. So For us, with the increase or the uplift to the CAC is one well deserved because they're absolutely flat out, and they're finding more and more. And the more you invest in this area, the more that goes back to the taxpayer. That's 500 million that's in the pipeline right now. Compared to previous years, we were probably tracking at around 50 million a year. I think where I set a KPI when I took on this role of in 5 years, I wanted 600 million. They've exceeded
What's
that.
125 million a year.
125 million a year. They've done almost 250, so they're well ahead. But I said to them, "You're not slowing down when you hit to 600. We may do a stretch target to $1 billion."
Nice round figure.
Yeah, and I think they'll hit that. What's probably interesting for us is that that environment is getting more complex with cryptocurrency. So we're having to. This will help us with identifying where the money and the flows, and in the Australian system at least too, where we can work with AUSTRAC, Home Affairs, our other partner agencies, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and Australian Border Force, on dealing with hitting them where it hurts. And as you know, if you take away their finances, they find it hard to do their logistics operations and mount their criminal activities. So it's a real, we've always said it's a specialist area that we'll never let go of, and they're a really committed bunch of people, and they've become, I think, world leading. And when we give these stats to our counterparts, and recently I had a meeting with Interpol Secretary General Jürgen Stock and talked to him about our assets, he was pretty amazed at the work that we're doing and also the powers that we have.
Yeah. I just want to, if I've got time, Chair, just move.
Just one more minute.
Okay. You talked in your opening statement about since 2019, 14 convicted terrorists have already finished serving their sentence, and there's 54 due for release in the next 2 decades, including 18 in the next 4 years. What does the budget enable you to do in terms of establishing a register to keep track of those people, given the precedents that have occurred offshore?
Yeah, again, working with Home Affairs, we're working at how do we, what we are finding is that these people are presenting as an enduring threat. So they're not like other criminality in the sense that they can be reformed and so on. What we're finding is in the absence of any evidence that anyone can present to me, they don't tend to change their beliefs. So this is a real issue for us. And then the youth side of it, we're seeing more and more young people be radicalised, which is a real concern for us. And that's another area that I think what this funding will be able to do for us is to treat that risk, because you've seen those 2 attacks in New Zealand and in the UK were convicted terrorist offenders out who finished their sentence and then they're out and about. They do present a serious threat to the community. So we have to spend a lot of time and effort. If you look at, I won't say the name, but one recent released offender, we were required with the state police to deploy close to 300 police over a period of 2 weeks. And at a serious cost to the Australian taxpayer of about 3.8 million over 1 year on one individual. And the reason we do that is because we know that they present an enduring threat to the community.
300 police in relation to one individual.
Yep.
Senator Scarr, your
you.
time
Thank
is
you,
now
Chair.
at a conclusion, and I will now give the call to Senator McKim.
Thanks. Good morning, Commissioner. I just wanted to explore the way the AFP responded to contact regarding a person who's been credibly accused of war crimes in Sri Lanka. This is Mr. Jagath Jayasuriya. Could you just firstly confirm that the AFP was contacted on 24 June 2019 and advised that Mr. Jayasuriya was in Australia in May and June of 2019, and there is a real prospect that he could be returning?
Thanks, Senator. I would like to hand over to Deputy Commissioner Ian McCartney.
Thanks, Commissioner. Senator, Deputy Commissioner Ian McCartney, Investigations.
Thank you.
We were informed on that date, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And what was your response to that information?
We assessed that information at the time.
And did you communicate back to the people who advised you of those matters?
Listen, Senator, we've subsequently written back to them. It's an issue that we're not going to shy away from. There was an administrative oversight in terms of how that matter was handled. That it caused a delay in terms of the assessment and the response back to the complainant in relation to the matter. I think it's important to note, and it's important to be clear, that whilst there was a delay and whilst there was an administrative oversight, this wouldn't have changed the decision that, in our view, the Sri Lankan Domestic Commission of Inquiry into War Crimes is the most appropriate body to assess this sort of allegation. And I think we've explained at length in terms of the practices that we've put in place. This goes back to 2019. Since that date, and since the review that was undertaken by the Commissioner, the establishment of the Sensitive Investigations Oversight Board, to ensure that we're appropriately addressing these sorts of matters, Senator.
All right, thanks. Could you just explain for the committee, please, the nature of the administrative oversight that occurred?
It was assessed and it was assigned to a member that went on long-term personal leave, and it wasn't properly recorded in the system, Senator. It was a mistake on our behalf.
Okay, and how long did that member go on personal leave for?
I haven't got that detail. I'm happy to take that on notice, but for an extended period of time, Senator.
And then when did the fact that this error had occurred come to the AFP's attention?
Well, it came to the attention of the Counter-Terrorism and Counter-Terrorism and Sensitive Investigations Command in late 2020, early 21, in terms of this issue, and the matter was assessed during the period of 2021.
All right, do you have any specific dates?
I haven't got the specific dates, but happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Mr Jayasuriya appeared publicly on at least 2 occasions in Melbourne in October and November 2019. Was the AFP aware that those public appearances were occurring?
I haven't got that information, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Was it the fact that human rights groups wrote to the AFP seeking an update on your investigations, was that what triggered the AFP becoming aware that there had been an error?
That's correct.
That's correct. And that was in August last year?
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. Thank you. So this was the ACIJ, just to be clear, that we're referring to, the group that wrote to you?
I believe so, Senator, yes.
Yeah. Thanks. Do you reckon you owe them an apology for failing in the way that you did?
Listen, as I said, it's administrative error. We haven't shied away from the fact we've made an error in relation to this matter. I mean, we've been full and transparent, not just to this committee, Senator, but also back to the original complainant. But again, it's important to note it wouldn't have changed the ultimate decision in relation to this matter. These are allegations of criminality that have happened solely in Sri Lanka, and again, and in terms of the correspondence we sent back to the complainant or the person who referred that information, we advised that the appropriate body to assess, review and investigate this matter was in Sri Lanka.
Okay, so can I just ask then, and I know you didn't make an apology, which is obviously a matter for you, but can I ask then, are you suggesting that you don't have jurisdiction to investigate those allegations?
Very complex area of law, Senator, and we've been involved in a number of these matters.
Sorry to interrupt. I think it's a key question. Under the principle of universal jurisdiction, does the AFP have jurisdiction to investigate complaints like those and those specific complaints?
My advice is potentially we may. It's complex, but it's one that we'd need to seek advice from the Attorney General's Department, and ultimately, if we were to take any action in relation to this matter, we'd need approval from the Attorney General, Senator.
All right, did you seek that advice?
There was advice sought and correspondence and engagement with the Attorney General's Department, but I haven't got the full detail of that in
All
front
right,
of
can
me.
I ask you to take on notice the provision of as many details as you can, including dates and content?
I will.
Thank you. Can you at least today advise the committee of the nature of the response from the AGD? Did they respond that you did have jurisdiction? Did they respond with advice that you should investigate?
Yes, Senator, as a matter of completeness, I haven't got that information in front of me, but we'll take that on notice and provide that back to you.
All right, thank you. Can I ask whether does the AFP have any role in providing advice to or liaising with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in regards to DFAT considering implementing sanctions under people under the Magnitsky Act?
Oh, we do, Senator.
You do? Okay. Has DFAT contacted the AFP in relation to Mr Jayasuriya and the potential of sanctions against him?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
All right, thank you. How many times has DFAT contacted AFP asking in regards to potential sanctions?
I think there's been a lot of contact recently on the back of what's been occurring in Ukraine, but again, we'd have to go back through our records to provide a complete an overall response to you, Senator.
Thank you. Take that on notice.
Of course.
Thank you. And could you also, I'm sure you'll have to take this on notice as well, but could you also please take on notice whether you're able to provide, obviously you won't provide details of the individuals, but could you, if possible, provide a country of origin breakdown of individuals that DFAT has been in touch with regarding potential sanctions?
We'll have a look at it, Senator. Obviously there's some sensitivities, but we'll have a look at it and provide that back if we can.
Thank you. And can I also ask if any other Australian agencies, including potentially AUSTRAC or any of our security agencies, are considering seizing assets from foreign nationals? Is that something the AFP has a role in? I mean, I presume you might even be the organisation that seizes assets?
We can, depending on what legislation is going to be utilised. There's assets can be frozen under the Sanctions Act, under the DFAT Act. I think it's fair to say, particularly, and I go back to the issues that are upon us in relation to Ukraine, there's a range of whole-of-government meetings involving Home Affairs, AUSTRAC, AFP, AGD and other relevant agencies. It's a whole-of-government response in terms of these sorts of issues.
Sure, thank you, and that's exactly where I was going with these questions. So we've seen around the world the seizure of super yachts from Russian oligarchs and various other assets from Russian oligarchs over recent weeks. Is the AFP involved in any proceedings along those lines in terms of seizing Australian-based assets of Russian oligarchs?
We've been involved in investigations and inquiries, but Senator, just to provide some context, I think it's fair to say in terms of Russian money that's sent out from Russia, Australia isn't the number one destination. I think the UK, London and New York and the US. It's not to say there hasn't been, and there is. I think it's fair to say that those inquiries and investigations are continuing as part of that very much whole-of-government approach. It's a very proactive look at these issues.
Be fair to say, though, that because Tranche 2 of the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing reforms have not been progressed more than 15 years after they were first promised, that in fact Russian oligarchs could be invested into, for example, Australian real estate at significant levels, and you'd have no idea that that was the case. That'd be a fair comment, wouldn't it?
Oh, listen, I think...
Well, the simple fact is real estate agents and a number of other people don't have to, there's no mandatory reporting requirement on them because Tranche 2 hasn't been implemented. So we're one of only 3 countries in the world that has not progressed those reforms in any meaningful way. That is a massive hole in your capacity to understand whether Russian oligarchs, for example, have invested in Australian real estate. I mean, that's not an unfair comment, is it?
Senator, Tranche 2 hasn't been enacted, but I've appeared before a range of committees on this issue. There's a range of other compliance regimes in place to capture this sort of illicit funds coming into the country. We have taken action in relation to Russian funds that we alleged was illicit entering into Australia a number of years ago, and we took proceeds of crime actions. So there is intelligence and information that we have at our hand based on the current compliance regime.
But to date, you've seized no assets from Russian oligarchs post Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Is that true?
We haven't, when I say we, the AFP hasn't taken any action under the proceeds of crime legislation, Senator.
Senator McKim, thank you. Your time has concluded. We can return to you if required. Senator Rennick is seeking the call for a couple of minutes. Senator Rennick.
Yeah, hi guys, how you going? Look, I've just got a question there for Mr Kershaw. I want to refer to a question that was put to you in the last set of estimates by my colleague Senator Antic, where he asked about the crowd size. I think on February the 19th, the date was when there was a rally here in Canberra, and you gave an estimate of the crowd size as about 10,000 people. I went and measured the area between Old Parliament House and New Parliament House, and I got about a length of about 420 metres by a width of about 160 metres. There's a bit of an air bridge in the middle, so I calculated that area is about 60,000 square metres. Now, I was there on the day, and I would, compare it to something like a mosh pit, and I would have thought there'd be at least 3 or 4 people per square metre there. So let's just say 2.5. That means there would have been about 150,000 people there. My question to you is that you're saying that there was one person there in every 6 square metres. How is it that we can have confidence in you in estimating crowd size when you were so far off in your estimates of the crowd size on that day?
I guess it's a matter of opinion, Senator.
Well, it's not. It's area. I mean, I've mapped it out. It's not an opinion.
Sure.
It's
so I rely on my intelligence. I've probably got additional, which is coming from the sky as well, and we're able to map out from the sky as well, and we took pictures, and my intelligence arm did the estimate, and I trust their judgment, and it is an estimate. I think between 10,000 and 150,000, there's only about, I think, 300,000 in the whole of Canberra. I would dispute that there was 150,000 there, most definitely.
Most of those people weren't from Canberra, and you're going to stand by saying there was one person every 6 square metres.
There was not 150,000 there.
Well, I've got photos of the day.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can go on the large number. I'm going on the area size.
Yeah.
Is 60,000 square metres. So it comes down to you're saying there's one person per 6 square metres. I'm happy to say maybe there's 2 people per square metre.
Sure.
But it was chockers.
Yeah.
And there were people outside that. I'm just taking the simple square. So I struggle to see how you can stand by and say it was 1 in 6 square metres, one person every 6 square metres.
Well, you'll probably continue to struggle then, Senator, because I'm going to stick to my figure. I'm not changing that.
Okay, well, I'll give you another number. In 1985, the biggest protest in Canberra was by the farmers protesting against the Hawke government reforms of that era. They were in front of the old Parliament House, and they were only one half of the size of. So there was no new Parliament House then; it was still being built. And that Sydney Morning Herald quoted that as being 45 to 50,000 people there that day, and that was in half the area of the size that the people were there on February the 19th. So are you saying the Sydney Morning Herald was wrong back in 1985 as well?
No, I was just
Senator Rennick, I just remind.
12
Sorry, Commissioner. Senator Rennick, I just remind you that we need to confine our questions to the operations and financial expenditure of the agency. So if you could just bear that in mind, perhaps you might want to reframe your question.
Well, it goes to the cost of these things as well.
Yeah, and look.
Do you have anything that you want to add to your?
The only thing
earlier
I'd like
answer,
to add is we also mapped out their campsites. How many people went out to Epic? How many of those people we identified out the front of Parliament House who went to Epic? So we were able to actually estimate pretty accurately.
Well, a lot of people came down on the day and didn't stay at Epic, I should point out. But anyway, look, I'll leave it at that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you.
Senator Rennick, thank you very much. Senator Keneally.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I could go back to the questions I was asking in regard to the Solomon Islands. You said that the AFP had advised DFAT about the coming MOU between Honiara and Beijing in relation to police cooperation on police affairs. When did that happen?
I'd have to take that unnoticed, Senator, the exact time.
It was before the MOU was signed, though?
I'd have to check. I mean, we're regularly discussing, but I do would like to say that, you know, that it is a sovereign nation, so it would be something that we would, it may not be documented, it may be that I'll have to go back and ask if there was a verbal conversation, not necessarily in writing, so I'll find out.
Thank you. It would be useful because your prior evidence was that you'd had advised DFAT, so it would be useful to
Sure,
understand
yes,
the form
I guess I'm
and-
just
and the
letting you know that
time.
it may take us a little bit of time just to get back that answer, because there may not be anything in writing, but we'll find out.
Thank you. What does the AFP understand is included in this policing MOU? For instance, will China be providing lethal aid to the Solomon Islands police
I
security
haven't had a look at
forces?
that, and I haven't seen the document.
You said previously the AFP officer in the Solomon Islands is a deputy commissioner of the
So we'd
Solomon
have to-
Islands Police
we-
Force, yes?
Yes, and we'd have to be very careful here because they have to perform two roles.
Yep.
Obviously, if they're wearing their deputy commissioner hat, they couldn't go outside of that versus then the commander role there. So I'll have to take that one on notice
So you haven't
as far as
seen-
getting that information for you.
Right, so you haven't
Yeah.
seen that MOU?
I haven't personally seen it.
Has anyone in the AFP seen it?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Do you have any understanding yet how this MOU would affect AFP operations in the Solomon Islands?
As I said, we and I directed our commander to engage with the MPS on this, just to make sure that, again, any of the training delivered there, and this is not unusual for us to do this, it's a standard practice, even when we're working in the UN environment, everyone makes sure there's a standard when it comes to rule of law, democratic policing, and how you're teaching your officers in whatever tactics they are, whether it's an investigation or a tactical, what we would call use of force training. And we know that our doctrine is tried and tested before courts and is, you know, safest for the community. So, yeah, we reinforced those issues and was reassured that it would be so.
So you received a reassurance from the Solomon Islands Police that...
Well, the Solomon Islands Police
what?
Commissioner's view, and I'm talking, you know, his view, was that as long as it fitted within what they were looking for, then they were comfortable. At the same time, they're their own police force. They can go and do whatever they want. We can provide advice and support, but they're independent and, you know, have different masters. So, but we certainly put our position forward.
Well, I think that is the kind of point we're trying to understand is, you know, is another nation seeking to become a master of their police force and in other ways?
It probably, for us, we're having to navigate through pretty challenging landscape there. We are concerned, of course, and that's why we want the best way to make sure that any training delivered is done with the same principles that we have. So we will continue to reinforce that.
You mentioned earlier you would give that advice no matter what MOU, if an MOU is being signed with any particular country, not just with China. Are you aware, has the Solomon Islands previously had an MOU with another country similar to this?
I'd have to take that on notice, but going back over the years, that it's not unusual, but what we sort of do as a policing community, because all of us are members of Interpol and other worldwide groups, we do normally talk to each other because, of course, you don't want to be competitive, you don't want to run counter to each other's standards and practices. So, as I said, we're experienced in that world as to how you work with different donors, different countries, providing different training. And we will highlight when we think that that's maybe not fit for purpose for that country.
Right. And if I take it from your testimony today, you've highlighted your concerns to the Solomon Islands.
Yes.
Right. Are those concerns, do they relate to China's access to equipment or tactics, techniques, and procedures that Australia has shared with its Solomon Islands counterparts?
Yeah, so for example, and this is publicly available now, the Chinese assault rifles are not what we are supplying, of course, to the Solomon Islands. We're supplying a Daniels Defence Mark IV, M4, which is what we use here in Australia, and you see those officers at the airports with those long arms. So we would prefer that they stick to that. It doesn't, again, though, you do have, again, other countries' police forces be multi-trained on different weapons. But for us, we would prefer that weapon, given that we deliver that training under that framework. However, it's within the rights of the Solomon Islands Police Commissioner to choose to go down another path and or say, well, there's additional capability there that they want to gain and use that particular weapon. But for us, we want to maintain our partner of choice. We want to make sure that our equipment is tried and tested in that environment, and be the preferred partner when it comes to rolling out assault rifles in the Solomons, given the fact that we have the history, Senator, of what happened with Ramsey 1, version 1, and way back in the day, we know that we took a lot of weapons. There was a lot of issues there, as you know, tensions, and between the different communities. So, and we want to prevent that as well.
I note you took on notice the question about other MOUs, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a, as I understand it, the first of its kind in terms of an agreement between the Chinese MPS and the Solomon Islands Police Force. It does, you're nodding, so it seems to be that is the case.
Yes, I'm prepared to sort of, that we've discovered.
Right, that you're aware of.
Yes.
Are you starting to contemplate how a deeper policing and law enforcement cooperation between Beijing and Honiara might affect the AFP's engagement in operations in the Solomon Islands?
Yes. So to give you a practical example, we just signed a refreshed agreement, partnership agreement with the Royal Papua New Guinean Police, and I hosted them last week in Sydney. Again, we go back a long way. We have what we call boots on the ground in those two countries. It's very important to us. I think it goes beyond just sort of country to country, if I can make this comment, Senator. It's a lot of, we've had thousands of officers be deployed over the years to these countries. They're actually connected to them deeply, to those communities. So from a policing point of view, we have a lot of history, and we want to maintain that and try and traverse the politics, and police-to-police diplomacy, I think, can play a role in making sure that those commissioners and those police forces, are going back to what we're all after, which is to serve their community using democratic policing and the rule of law, and that's really important for us. So no matter where we are, we reinforce that as long as you're enforcing the rule of law and coming back to democratic principles of policing, and it's back to the Peelian principles way back from the UK, then and we're very much attached where we have those connections into those police forces. We don't want to see them go back to where their communities are lawless and people are getting harmed unnecessarily and so on. So it is a little bit personal for our police officers who are deeply connected to those communities, and also our role, we are talking to our other Pacific partners, Senator, through the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police. And there's also a defence program run, which is the Joint Heads of Pacific Security, run by General Campbell, which is a great initiative that he invites myself and Michael Outram along to those get-togethers. So there's different forums that we are encouraging, what they say is for the Pacific, by the Pacific. And we see that as very important, that unless you understand those environments, it's very difficult to deliver training if you're from outside of that environment. It's not to say you can't do it, but we are the experts when it comes to working with our Pacific sisters and brothers.
I have one more question on this.
Okay, thank you.
Chair. Commissioner, several times you've mentioned democratic policing and the rule of law, and you know, I think we can all quite clearly acknowledge that the MPS brings a very different approach to policing that does not support those aims. You've mentioned as well police diplomacy, which I think is a very apt term. You know, there has been some alarm since the announcement of both this MOU and the foreshadowing of a stronger cooperation between China and the Solomon Islands of a much more expansive military agreement. The concern being that this is a step backwards for our Pacific step up as a country. And what I'm seeking to understand, are there any additional resources in this budget for those police diplomacy efforts? Are you contemplating increasing the AFP presence in the Solomon Islands in light of this development?
Within our budgetary framework, you know, our sustainable funding model, which was settled in the last budget, that's allowed us to be able to deploy our resources more flexibly and have a significant presence there. One of the things we've also done, Senator, is have New South Wales Police be deployed for the first time with us. That's important too, because we're uniting the state police and their capability across to the Solomon Islands. I think for us, we want to make sure we maintain that position of the preferred partner, the partner of choice. We've been there a long time. We've had, it is a little bit personal. We did lose an officer of ours, Adam Dunning, and I met with his family recently, and I presented the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands with a plaque and photos of the family receiving some posthumous medals that the RSIPF Commissioner had made recently to cement the fact that we have what we would call in policing, you know, we've lost one of our own over there. So we're not about to let other countries come in and try and change that whole framework. It works. The community crime has dropped there. The police force are more professional than ever before, and we want to maintain that position at being the partner of choice in the region. Very difficult, very challenging for us, but we know that we have those relationships, and rivers do run deep in this area. It's a tough time for a lot of our Pacific Island police forces and what they're having to go through, not just with COVID, but with some of these other geopolitical challenges.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Senator Keneally. Senator Van has a couple of questions. We'll then go to Senator Ciccone. But Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about the fire at the Old Parliament House. The right person. Obviously, Commissioner, most Australians were rightly disgusted by the fire that inflicted considerable damage on the Old Parliament House, a predecessor to where we are right now. Can you please run through the work of, I believe it's called Operation Pike Task Force, since the incident?
Senator, Deputy Commissioner Ian McCartney, I think it was an interesting period of time over Christmas. Between the 26th and the 29th of December, there was significant protest activity occurring at Old Parliament House. And on the 30th of December of 2021, the protest activity escalated and the door of Old Parliament House was set alight. Normally the responsibility for ACT policing in terms of their jurisdictional remit, but given the significance of the venue and the significance of the action, a joint task force was formed by between ACT Policing and the wider AFP. The reason for that was to provide additional support in terms of technical support, forensic support, given the priority of this investigation. It's a matter that we took with, we treated as an extreme priority given the events. And the work that's occurred jointly between the AFP out of the Counterterrorism and Sensitive Investigations Command and ACT Policing resulted in the arrest of 4 individuals. And they have been in charge for their alleged role in the fire in relation to that incident, Senator.
Thank you. In respecting this matter is before the courts, can you comment on the suggestion at the time that this was simply a smoking ceremony gone wrong? And can you comment on the other allegation that police pepper spray accelerated the fire?
Senator, Commissioner, before you answer, Deputy Commissioner, sorry, before you answer that, I just, and rightly, Senator Van has prefaced his question by making it clear that this matter is before the courts. So I would just ask you to exercise great care in the way in which you answer your question, please.
Thank you, Senator. On your second point, our position is we deny that occurred in terms of accelerating the fire. On the first point, I think I'll go back to you prefacing the question that it's before the court, Senator, and I think 4 people have been charged, and we just need to see those matters play out before the court process.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. What activity has been carried out to prevent further damage to this wonderful historic building and other public buildings under your care?
Well, I think it's under not just my care, but the Protection Command and under the Commissioner's direction.
I mean, AFP collectively.
Yeah, there's been a range of protest activity from that day. It's been very much rolling, including protest activity last night. Operation Hawker is the overarching AFP operation that's been put in place. It's led by Protection Command, but given the significant activity and protest activity, resources have been drawn in from all of our offices around Australia. From the Commissioner's perspective, and I know I speak on behalf of him, he sees this as a key priority for the AFP at the minute. So it's a full court press in terms of providing security to venues such as Old Parliament House, this venue, but importantly, as the Commissioner Drennan has noted, the safety and security of members of Parliament.
Thank you, and that's very much appreciated. Does the AFP consider it helpful when an elected member of this place of Parliament appears to endorse and celebrate violent and destructive behaviour like this?
I'm not too sure which comments you're referring to, Senator.
Okay, I'll leave it there then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner, could I talk or take you through the portfolio budget statements? You talked about an increase in funding in terms of the transnational crime, and on page 115 of the Home Affairs portfolio budget statements, there's a table there, table 2.1.1, budget expenses for outcome 1, which I believe is relevant for the transnational crime. My reading of the table could be incorrect, but help me if I've misread this, but it seems to me that the forward estimates, 115, page 115, Senator Scarr. But it seems to me that the forward estimates are somewhat flat, and to be honest, the funding seems to decrease, in fact, over the forwards, dropping from $850 million right down to $779 million. Could you explain to me, I think you made some reference earlier to an increase. I'm just curious as to where this increase is coming from.
Thanks, Senator. If I could, I'll have our Chief Operating Officer, Charlotte Tresler, answer your question.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. So, Ms. Charlotte Tresler, Chief Operating Officer. Apologies, I don't have the exact page that you have in front of you, but if I could confirm that you're talking about Program 1.1, Federal Policing Investigations, and the profile of funding over the 4 years.
Do we have a spare portfolio budget statements document
Apologies,
for the witness? I think the Secretary will provide. I think it's probably better that you have a document in front of you.
I should have had that with me.
The department doesn't have one, or we've got one here. It is budget estimates after all. So these things happen. I'm only teasing.
No, it's thoroughly deserved.
It's all right. I do.
Sorry, thank
with a
you.
very large smile.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
Yeah, so in relation to the profile, there are a few movements which I can talk through. So you'll see the funding in 2022-23 does increase due to the transnational serious organised crime, fight crime measure that you spoke about. The reason for the decrease between 2022-23 and 23-24 actually relates to our high-risk terrorism offenders funding. So we received some additional funding in the portfolio additional estimate statement. It was for a further 1 year for around $25 million. That drops off in 23-24.
And then 24-25, 25-26,
So
further
20,
decrease.
yeah, so between 23-24 and 24-25, apologies, that's getting confusing. We also have some funding for the OSI dropping off as well.
So I guess my early question to the Commissioner was, when we talk about increase, is the increase only relevant to the 22-23?
So in terms of the fight crime measure itself, we did get funding over 4 years, and I can talk you through the profile for that. So for the AFP, in 2022-23, we received an additional $16.7 million in departmental expense, as well as $29.2 in capital funding. In 23-24, we receive an extra $29.2 million, and that extends to 24-25 and 25-26. So we have increased our funding for that measure across the 4 years.
But even though the measure that it's the one that's on that page says department total, clearly shows that it's reducing over the forwards.
Yeah, and
So
that's...
I guess
yeah.
what I'm interested to know is, does that mean that the funding has come at the expense of other areas of the AFP within Outcome 1?
So no, that's not the case. So we did receive an additional year's funding for our high-risk terrorism offenders regime implementation. The reason we only had an additional further 1 year was that it was to give us some time to observe the impact of our new extended supervision order scheme. So we received an additional funding for HATO. That terminates in that financial year, and we will be going back to government to assess whether or not that funding needs to continue.
How often do you go to government on these matters? Do you regularly speak to them about the funding, or is it an annual?
Yeah, so we participate in the budget process. So we would imagine there'll be a MyEFO process as well as another budget process post-election, and we would be talking with whichever side of government around what we're seeing in this space and whether or not the funding needs to continue.
So how much is the funding
if I could add, Senator, the AFP coordinates with the department, because obviously it's a single submission from the Minister. As the Chief Operating Officer has said, this government's made a decision to see how the practical implementation of extended supervision and other relevant controls work, but the government has made it very clear that they are expecting, should they be re-elected, and the same would apply if Labor forms government, because we need to deal with the pipeline of convicts as they come out of their sentences. So I've got every confidence that either side of politics would be seized of that importance. It's just a function of seeing how it works practically and then coming back with supplementary additional funding, which would then see that dip that you have identified in the forward estimates filled.
So how much is the high-risk terrorist funding in 23-24?
So the additional funding that we received was $25.6 million. There is other funding that's embedded within the base funding of the AFP, the funding model that the Commissioner mentioned before, but certainly the additional funding was that 25.6.
So it doesn't stop in 23-24?
So that particular measure ceases, but we do have funding that sits within our usual base funding, within our funding model, that would continue to go against this crime type.
Okay, so how will you make up the gap?
So what?
So,
yeah.
Sorry?
So noting the comments of the Secretary, we would be looking to, sort of see how the scheme is progressing and whether or not we require that funding to be extended beyond that financial year.
All right, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. Senator Keneally, do you have any further questions?
I do not. for the AFP. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Scarr, you have a couple more questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. Commissioner, in terms of ASL positions, what does the future look like, given the budget that was brought down this week? Boots on the ground.
Yeah, so we do go up by, and I might get the Chief Operating Officer to answer that, but for 22-23, we go up by plus 200 ASL from 7240, which is that's our cap, to 7440. But I may have the COO answer this.
Yeah, so that's absolutely correct, Commissioner. So our ASL has increased with this budget, primarily due to the high-risk terrorism offenders measure that we were just discussing. That's around 110 ASL. The register, so that has also been talked about earlier in this hearing, 7.5 ASL. Fight crime, 45.1 ASL, and some other operational requirements as well make up the balance.
Okay, so when we talk about the register and the steps which are being taken by the AFP in relation to and you referred to this in your opening statement, the 14 convicted terrorists already finished serving their sentence, further 54 terrorists due for release in the next 2 decades, 18 of those in the next 4 years. There's actually quite a large contingent of ASL positions which are dedicated to implementing that register and doing everything that's required to keep Australians safe, essentially. Is that a fair representation?
Yes, it is, and knowing that pipeline will grow, because as we arrest and charge and people go to prison, there'll be more that then come out. So part of the national register is, at the moment, the onus, as an example, if you're a convicted pedophile, you go on a state register, which then some of them go on for life. We actually don't have that in the terrorist regime, and that's what we are looking at with Home Affairs, who are working on that policy. It actually is a reverse onus, meaning the individuals have to report rather than us having to apply all the time through judicial processes to get orders to place on those individuals once they finish their prison sentence. For example, in some states you can be on the child sex offender register for the rest of your life, and you're declared a dangerous sex offender. We believe the enduring threat of terrorists is no different, and that is something that we're working with, as I said, with Home Affairs and the government and our minister on this.
Okay, and this involves consultation with the states, the state police forces, in terms of implementation of the register and presumably drawing on resources as you need to.
It will be
in terms of practical actions that might be required.
Yes, and a lot of the states have their own equivalents to our sort of what we call our high-risk terrorist offenders area. The other states have similar structures and again have their own definition of what that looks like as far as their high-risk offenders. And so, yeah, we will be working through the various forms with Home Affairs in relation to then what falls out of that.
And is there also interaction with our foreign partners in relation to this area as well?
Yeah, we're not alone. It's an issue that you've seen New Zealand, even though they had a fully armed team on that particular individual, he was still being able to cause some carnage and harm, serious harm. So we're all discussing it through, whether it be the Five Eyes Forum is probably the main one we go through. We seem to have the same issues from a Five Eyes point of view, but our European colleagues as well, and some of our other policing. It is an issue for policing globally about how you look at what we call the enduring threat of these particular individuals.
I just want to, if I can, Chair, I just want to change tack quickly to talk about the Pacific. So I had the benefit of living and working in Papua New Guinea for over 2 years. So I saw firsthand the interaction between different agencies of the Australian government and the agencies of Papua New Guinea. But more in particular, I just want to come back to the point you made, which I think was very, very important. The positive impact in terms of deepening people-to-people relationships, the positive impact of the fact that we've had, or you've had, hundreds and hundreds of AFP personnel having lived and worked in those communities in the Pacific. That's of crucial importance, isn't it, in terms of our Pacific step up, that you've got those people-to-people relationships.
That's right, and that's something that goes back a long way. And, even if you look at some of the communities, they'll have their sons, daughters, cousins come to school in Australia. There's, even if you look in Timor, there's a very close connection there with the Darwin community, and a lot of police who served up there still stay in contact with the police force on the ground there. And that police-to-police family is quite large, and especially in the Pacific. And we actually have, through funding, we were able to establish the Pacific faculty at the Australian Institute of Police Management in Manly. And that's another facility. Unfortunately, COVID's got in the way.
Yeah.
That's a facility that we will train the middle management and above of our Pacific police. And there's no other police force in our region that has that capability to be able to bring them to that central point. They're staying at an institute which is world class, and then learning, the modern methods of leadership when it comes to policing. And I just hosted the Papua New Guinean Deputy Commissioner, the Commissioner, and an Assistant Commissioner, and it was really quite heartening that they felt like they were home, because they'd done their early training at the RPM and they've become now senior officers, and we're connected to them for their whole careers.
And actually, you've just stolen my next question. You've answered my next question before I asked it, in terms of that people-to-people relationship. It's occurred right through their careers. So I would have thought, speaking in general terms, it would be very, very difficult for any other country to replicate the reality, the practical reality of the depth of bond between the AFP and police forces in our Pacific region. Is that a fair comment?
Very much so, and that's my point as far as our connection to the Pacific, and we understand the Pacific. Australia is very, very well respected, and we know how to operate, and that police diplomacy is critical, but also those relationships are, and they're the ones that are holding, in my view, is we have to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Pacific sisters and brothers. And, when I spoke to the Deputy Commissioner in Papua New Guinea, she was fondly remembering what she learnt, the people that she's still connected to in our police force and in state police forces here in Australia, and very proud of the fact that, she's a graduate of the AIPM, which is a big thing.
Yeah, and that relationship, that people-to-people relationship, extends beyond just the police force, but the fact that the communities in our Pacific family who themselves have interacted with officers at the AFP over many years, so that they have trust in terms of their interactions with the officers of the AFP, and the officers who serve there have an understanding of the community and cultural sensitivities in relation to those jurisdictions. And again, that's almost impossible for any other foreign power to attempt to replicate.
Yes, and it does go back to my comment about the rules of law and being impartial. They know that we teach that, we show that to the communities. The communities, my experience in those countries, very respectful of Australian police, because we do something too in the Pacific that a lot of other police forces don't know how to do this, and that is you need to listen first before you act. So you listen and you sit down and you take your time and work out how you can help that police force. What are some of the challenges they face, and where do we play a role? I think Australia and New Zealand, because I must mention them as well, are very good at this, at understanding Pacific Island nations' challenges and how we can help them out. And I've said that from the beginning to all the police commissioners out there. We're there to support them and help them in times of need, but also help train, develop their officers, and it's one big family.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Senator Scarr, thank you so much. Commissioner, that concludes the committee's examination of the Australian Federal Police. We thank you very much for your time, for your evidence this morning, and for your work for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We will now suspend for morning tea. The committee is now in session, and it's my pleasure to call officers from the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. Director General, welcome. Would you like to make an opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And so good morning. Mike Burgess, Director General Security. Australia's security environment remains complex, challenging and changing. Espionage and foreign interference has now supplanted terrorism as the most serious security threat facing Australia. This threat is pervasive, multifaceted, and if left unchecked, can do serious damage to our sovereignty, values and national interests. Threat to life will always be a priority for ASIO and our partners. The terrorism threat level remains probable. There are ideologically and religiously motivated violent extremists who have both the intent and capability to do us harm. The most likely terrorist attack scenario in Australia over the next 12 months will be a lone actor or a small group attack. The number of domestic terrorist attacks in Australia since 2014 was recently revised upwards from 9 to 11 to include 2 separate incidents that occurred last year. The 2 additional attacks, one that was determined to be religiously motivated and the other ideologically motivated, were subsequently recategorised following lengthy investigations. The nature of these incidents further reflects the complexity of countering terrorism, where the motivation for an act of violence may not be immediately apparent. As these incidents are now before the courts, I will not comment further on them. We're also seeing a rise in specific issue-motivated violence driven by a wide range of grievances, including anti-government sentiments, conspiracy theories and opposition to COVID restrictions and vaccinations. This again highlights the complex, challenging and changing security environment. As you would expect, I'm conscious of the threats as we head towards a federal election. ASIO's assessment is that it is highly unlikely the election will attract planned violent protest. Having said that, the opposition to COVID measures, belief in conspiracy theories and other emotive-specific issue grievances are likely to persist, and there is a risk of spontaneous or opportunist acts of violence at otherwise peaceful protests. Provocative or disruptive activity is also possible. ASIO will continue to work with our law enforcement agencies and other partners to ensure security threats are identified and mitigated. I'd like to briefly take this opportunity to acknowledge Ms Heather Cook, who recently retired from the role of ASIO's Deputy Director General of Intelligence and Service Delivery. Mr Chris Toole has now commenced in this role. As you know, I take transparency and accountability very seriously, and Senate estimates is an important mechanism in this regards. I will always protect our people, sources and capabilities. We need to be able to do things our adversaries think are impossible. And exposing certain secrets can put our people, partnerships and operations at risk. However, I firmly believe a vibrant liberal democracy requires a security service that is transparent and trusted. So I thank you for the opportunity for these questions.
Director General, thank you so much. I'm now going to go to questions from senators and give the call to Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director General. Let me add my thanks to Ms Cook for her service to ASIO and the country. She was very helpful to the Intelligence and Security Committee, and also very much welcome Mr Teal's appointment. He's been a very helpful witness for the committee as well in the past. Director General, in your current role as in ASIO, you have been very outspoken about the importance of protecting critical infrastructure. And in your previous role as Director General of ASD, you were in particular outspoken about the importance of protecting our communications networks, especially our 5G network. In your own words, could you explain why it was that you were concerned that high-risk vendors such as Huawei and ZTE should not be involved in the rollout of Australia's 5G network?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your comments. In terms of high-risk vendors, I think the best way I can answer that is if you look at the example of 5G and why it's important and why an understanding of the risk that certain vendors pose to that critical infrastructure. So 5G is an excellent example because in its fullest form, it will be at the top of our country's critical infrastructure list. 5G is not simply faster data to your mobile phone and therefore we can all enjoy streaming services. It is also, and more importantly, more higher device density, which means more things can be connected within a square kilometre, and actually lower signal latency, which machines talking to machines will be more prevalent in that space. Ultimately, that means 5G will connect everything and enable everything. And if 5G was not available, or we couldn't be assured of its integrity, actually that would be a serious problem because society would be impacted through the impacts to 5G being lost to us. Therefore, the vendors at play, as part of security risk understanding, is absolutely critical. So it is recognised that there are vendors who fall in a category that either are designed and come from countries that are problematic for us, subject to rules of law that would mean them cooperating with a country, and that would give them a free kick and an advantage to basically flick the switch at a time or moment of their choosing, which could disrupt the whole or elements of our society. And that's why high-risk vendors and understanding who they are and taking steps for them to not be in our critical infrastructure is critically important.
And just to be clear, Huawei is one of those high-risk vendors in your view, isn't it?
They are.
Have you seen anything in the last couple of years that gives you any reason to think that the Australian government's decision to exclude Huawei from our 5G network in 2018 was the wrong decision?
No, from my point of view, that decision is still very sound given the geopolitical circumstances we find ourselves in and the importance of critical infrastructure to our country.
And indeed, since Australia made that decision, a number of other countries have followed our lead and made a similar decision for their systems.
That's correct.
A number of arguments have been advanced in the public debate about why Australia got that decision wrong, why we should revisit it, why we should reverse it, and again allow Huawei to be involved in our 5G rollout. One of those arguments was that Australia excluded Huawei because of the, and I quote, ethnic origin of the company, and in addition that our threat assessment in relation to Huawei came down to nothing more than the nationality of the company, that it was ideologically driven, that it was consisted of innuendo, that there was a complete lack of evidence to justify the decision. What do you make of arguments like that?
Well, I kind of, from my point of view, we never look at a ethnicity or a country. It's the behaviours of a government that we're concerned about. So when I talk about companies that would be designed and come out of certain jurisdictions, it's the government of that country that is the problem, not the people of that country. So therefore I would disagree with that view.
I'll come back to those specific quotes in a moment. ASIO is not the agency responsible for the enforcement of the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme, but I wanted to ask you, as a general matter of principle, how important is it in your view that Australians who are obliged to register on the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme uphold those requirements and do so?
From my point of view, it was absolutely critical because remember the context of the espionage and foreign interference legislation and the foreign influence interference transparency scheme is actually, there's the sunlight bit, transparency is the best approach, and if you're in that category you should register because it brings it into the open and that's welcome in our country. If you're not there and you should be, that's a problem. What my agency focuses on is those who are conducting or preparing for acts of espionage or foreign interference, and that's where we'll focus, but at that end, transparency is the best policy.
And how would you regard attempts to avoid those legal obligations or construct an artifice that tries to exempt someone who shouldn't be exempt from those obligations?
Well, actually, it depends on the understanding of the person and the motivation of the person, because, again, in our great country, people have a right to share a view of why they don't believe they're subject to something, and that's a matter for them. Sometimes that might just be purely naive. Other times it might be they know the truth, but their value system is not the same as most other Australians. But I can't really comment on specifics, but in generalities, that's where I'd have a view.
Yeah, I understand that. The quotes that I put to you earlier were from an article published on Michael West Media in April 2020. They were authored by Nick Xenophon and Mark Davis of Xenophon Davis. You may or may not wish to comment on my observations from here, but I'll give you the opportunity to do
Senator Patterson,
so.
do you have a copy that you could distribute?
I do.
Director General, would you require a copy of that particular article in order to answer this question?
Thank you for checking, Chair. No, because I won't comment on particular individual
All right,
cases.
thank
I don't
you.
think it's
Thanks,
right
Chair.
for me to do
What I
so.
might do for the assistance of all members of the committee is to provide it for tabling for the committee.
Thank you, Senator Patterson.
So, yeah, as I said, Mr Burgess, you may or may not wish to comment on these observations that I'm about to make, but at the end of doing so, I'll give you the opportunity to do so if you wish. So those quotes that I put you to were by Nick Xenophon, an article for Michael West Media in 2020. It is of concern to me that Mr Xenophon is now running for the Senate again, having represented Huawei's interests in Australia. And it appears to me that he has evaded his obligations under the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme. He has said that he doesn't believe he's required to register because he's acting as a legal advisor to Huawei. But in their own statement when they announced his appointment as a strategic counsel for Huawei, Huawei Australia said that working with our existing corporate affairs team, Xenophon Davis will help us challenge false and misleading statements made about Huawei by entities with strong vested interests and will also help provide a more fact-based conversation in the national media. In his defence, Mr Xenophon has said that he did not engage at all with Canberra in his representations. I'll read a direct quote from In Daily yesterday. "We were not lobbyists for them. We didn't engage with Canberra at all. We advised them on their legal options in defending themselves." Now, despite his claim that they did not engage with Canberra at all, in fact, Xenophon Davis made a submission to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on behalf of Huawei on 27 November 2020. Last time I checked, the PJCS is in Canberra, and I would regard that as engagement with Canberra. In an article published in The Guardian yesterday, Mr Xenophon said he had not worked for Huawei for more than 18 months. That would imply that he ceased his cooperation with Huawei in August 2020 or earlier, but in fact, as I noted, they were making submissions on behalf of Huawei as late as 27 November 2020. Mr Xenophon, despite saying he engaged in legal representation for Huawei, there is no evidence that any public litigation has been launched by Xenophon Davis on behalf of Huawei. And in fact, the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme requires that communications activities for the purposes of political or government influence require them to be registered. Ms Burgess, I know you won't want to comment on a candidate for public office, and I would not expect you to do so. But is it not the case that someone who has acted on behalf of a company which has been banned from Australia's 5G network because it's a risk to national security should be completely transparent about their engagements with that company, particularly if they're standing for public office to be elected to represent the people of South Australia in the Senate?
Senator, you're correct. I won't comment on an individual case. I don't think that's right for me to do so.
Fair enough. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Patterson, thank you so much. Senator Keneally.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Director General, for being here. Just to pick up very briefly upon Senator Patterson's comments, I appreciate you won't be commenting on the individuals of a case, but I think it's important to make clear here that the decision to ban Huawei from the 5G network taken in 2018, of course, was preceded by a decision to ban Huawei from the NBN taken by the Rudd and then Gillard governments in 2010 and 2012, and there is a bipartisan support for that position. If I could also very briefly extend both to you, Director General, and your agency, as well as to Minister Karen Andrews' office, the support provided in the consideration of the Critical Infrastructure Bill, both through my role as Shadow Minister for Home Affairs and my role on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. It was incredibly useful and resulted in the bipartisan support through the PJCIS for that bill and the support in the Parliament yesterday. I indulge myself in the committee in making these comments because I was unable to make a speech in the Parliament, and unfortunately the leadership of the government in the Senate did not allow me to even table my speech in which I would have expressed that appreciation both to the Minister and to the agencies. So I'd like to take the opportunity to do that here. If I can quickly turn then to a series of questions regarding really the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its disinformation campaigns on ideologically extremist movements. And it relates to some of the matters raised in your opening statement around conspiracy theories in particular. Has Russia's invasion of Ukraine and with it the accompanying disinformation campaign had a discernible effect on the groups or individuals that ASIO monitors?
Senator, firstly, thank you for your previous remarks, in particular on my agency, and that was very much a part of a broader team effort across government agencies. But thank you, I will make sure my staff know that. With regards to where we sit on the terrorism threat, there is no doubt nationalist and racist violent extremists may well be inspired by some of the elements playing out in Eastern Europe. They may well be inspired by some of the misinformation and propaganda that is flying around, but it doesn't have a material impact on what we consider already concerning and serious matters of people who hold these views. So it's a factor, but it's not changing that environment. As I previously said, issue motivated violent extremists, in particular nationalists and racist violent extremists, that's about half of our major problem at the moment. That's significantly increased from 5 or 6 years ago. That continues to be an issue, and again, the terrorist threat remains at probable, and the most likely attack could come from either ideology, and we saw that with those 2 attacks that are now being counted last year.
Is ASIO aware of any Australian individuals or groups who've sought to travel to Ukraine for purposes that ASIO would consider of a security concern?
We are watching that closely. I think it's fair to say there's a small number who express an interest. The challenge is to understand whether that's just talk and what is their intent to actually act on that, and we continue to focus heavily on that with our partners in the portfolio.
Yes, I have noted in my own observations some commentary on social media platforms that has sought to encourage people to Australian people to do just that. Might Russia's invasion of Ukraine have consequences for global extremist trends and capabilities in the way that wars in Syria and Afghanistan have?
I think it's fair to say that yes, global events do resonate through violent extremist cohorts globally and can have an impact globally. Again, come back to where we currently see the threats to Australia and Australians, both here onshore and overseas. It's not materially changing our environment at this point in time, but that's something that's under constant review because the very nature of terrorism and violent extremism, things can change quickly, and we and our partner agencies continue to focus heavily on that.
Okay. With many social and traditional media platforms proactively taking down Russian state media and disinformation, what role, do you have a view on what role Telegram plays in Australia in providing access to extremist and disinformation content?
It's one of those, what we refer to as it's an application that sits, that's enable people to connect and share good things or hateful things. And unfortunately, it is, yes, one platform that is being used a lot by violent extremists, but not just violent extremists. So whether or not they have a role or not, that's a matter for them and for others in the government to talk about.
This might be a question that is asked later to Home Affairs, but just in terms of, I know that Home Affairs, through their counterterrorism work as well, does work with platforms in terms of asking them to take content down. Have there been any requests to Telegram to remove content, either coming from ASIO or perhaps if Mr. Pizzullo wants to indicate in relation to Home Affairs?
So, Senator, from my point of view, we don't focus on having the content taken down. We're looking at identifying who is behind that content and whether it represents a threat to Australia.
Yeah. So a question I might put on notice to you, Mr. Pizzullo. For some weeks now, there has been, and we've seen them as we come into the Parliament here, a committed group of protesters who seem to have a largely anti-vaccination message here in Canberra. Now, I note in your threat assessment, and I do have to again congratulate you on your determination to have these annual threat assessments. I think they're an important part of transparency and accountability, as well as an important role in keeping Australians safe. You said there, in that threat assessment, you said there was a small sector within this movement who have promoted violence and thus attracted ASIO's interest. Can you update us on any trends that you've identified, that ASIO has identified in the Australian anti-mandate conspiracy space?
I think what I've already said is probably where we still sit. There is a small number of individuals who think that violence is an appropriate vector or thing to do in their cause, but it is a small number. And again, I would say it's not, in terms of what's driving that, yes, COVID is one thing. It's as you said, the vaccine mandates, the exclusion. They feel like they're being excluded from society or treated differently. Beyond that, there are other ideologies that do play into that. Sometimes you do get a mix, but this is just really those specific issue grievances and where you have individuals, and again, small number, who think violence is actually appropriate.
You mentioned conspiracy theories in your opening statement. It seems that conspiracy theories have really, as you've said previously, spread during COVID, online. What I think has surprised many is how embedded QAnon-inspired themes and theories are. Have you noticed that seems to me to be the case? Has ASIO noticed an increasing overlap between the QAnon conspiracy theories and the types of protests that we're seeing in Australia?
Yeah, Senator, our focus is obviously on conspiracy theories or individuals with theories or other ideologies or specific grievances that go to violence. So at this point in time, I would say QAnon is not high in our focus there, but having said that, you might have someone who believes in certain conspiracy theories but also is driven to violence, and it may not be because of that, it may just be something about their psychological makeup. And again, that's why we kind of look for those who are indicating that violence is appropriate, and that's the ones we'll focus on. So QAnon is by itself is just, their theories are hard to understand and comprehend, but some people they unfortunately do resonate with. That's not so much our focus, it's where they talk about violence or are planning acts of violence.
I appreciate, and we've had this discussion previously, that ASIO really does deal with the pointy end of countering extremism, that is when it seeks to turn violent, and that there are other steps prior with policing and counter-terrorism efforts and community engagement and disrupting radicalisation that occurs through, for example, the work done by the Department of Home Affairs. So I appreciate that answer. I suppose my question is motivated by understanding perhaps the pathways that might take a person towards a radicalisation towards violence. And it does seem, from what I've observed, that QAnon is playing, and those types of conspiracy theories are playing a larger role in this space.
There is certainly a larger role, but that word is interesting, isn't it? So it's a factor. There's something odd going on. Part of COVID kind of has allowed people online, you get dragged down a rabbit hole that can be very unhelpful. You're not receiving the moderation that interaction with fellow human beings gives you in the real world, as opposed to there's something different about interacting with fellow humans in cyberspace. That so there's multiple factors at play here, certainly. So yes, it's a factor, but is it a dominant one? Not so sure, but we've not yet drawn a line under that, and I'm sure that'll be subject to much more research. And it's not just a security agency thing, it's a society thing in terms of what's happening in the world, where we allow this, the downside of an online world, I'd suggest, actually is it's allowing people to say things they wouldn't say to people in their front of their face. That's something I think we all have to stare into.
Thank you. Chair, just for your time management purposes, I feel like I have 2 more questions, and I don't then have another block of questions, so if I could be indulged to finish this block.
Absolutely, Senator
That would
Keneally.
assist, I think, the committee as a whole. My next question isn't referencing any particular individual, and I want to make that clear, but it's more an observation that we are seeing the spread of conspiracy theories and the use of certain social media platforms such as Telegram, where we are also seeing people who have political roles in our society engaging with that, which is, if I can be so blunt as to say, a new development in my judgment about the role that some people in political positions of responsibility, even elected members of parliament, are engaging in spaces that we have not seen previously. So I'm more trying to understand, you have previously said, for example, that if a member of parliament in ASIO's assessment had there was a risk of foreign interference, that you would seek to speak to the leader of the party to raise that. Do you take a similar approach where, in providing advice to political leaders, where there are potential security consequences of a person facilitating or endorsing the spread of conspiracy theories?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I would. It does actually depend, and whether I go straight to the leader of the party or the politician themselves. I may well go straight to the politician themselves, because just because they're engaging in certain things doesn't mean to say they actually believe in violence. And because obviously we look for the violence, but we also look around things that may well give permission to others for violence. And obviously, whilst that's not entirely my role, if I saw something that we judged was unhelpful, I may well go directly to the politician and explain my concerns to allow them to freely do whatever they need to do in that role, but just share with them a perspective, not in a heavy-handed kind of way, but just maybe in a helpful kind of way. If it was more problematic, I think, yes, I would go straight to the leader of the party and just suggest, I think that's unhelpful, but again, that's a matter for the party and, in our system, the individual themselves.
Thank you. My last question is, actually, I will leave my last question because in my judgment it's probably better directed to the Department of Home Affairs. So I will come back to it at that point. Thank you, Director General, for your answers today.
Thank you very much, Senator Keneally. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Director General, I do want to pursue the line of questioning which Senator Patterson pursued a little bit further, and I am conscious I don't want to put you in a position where you need to comment on a particular case, but I think there are some general principles which we can discuss, and I'm interested in your views on elements of that. The first is that it is, I would have thought, totally incorrect and counterproductive for anyone, whatever their position in this country, to assert that the national security decisions taken by this country, the decisions made by officers working within ASIO, are based on the nationality or ethnicity of individuals, whether as individuals or coming together as shareholders and incorporating a company. Is that would you agree with that proposition?
Well, from my point of view, it's a little bit offensive when someone suggests that of myself or my agency, because I know my people well, and we don't operate that way. Of course, we do live in a wonderfully vibrant liberal democracy where actually people are entitled to have their own views, and perceptions sometimes may not be reality, but that's their perception. So I don't want to be too critical, but I'm entitled to have a view of how that makes me feel, or how my staff might feel when that happens.
Well, and that's the opportunity I wanted to give you to
Sure.
be frank, Director General, because I mean I must say when I hear statements like that decisions are being made in relation to national security on the basis of ethnicity or nationality, I'm offended on behalf of the members of your agency who are making those decisions and attempting to keep us safe in our beds at night, because it seems to me to be extraordinarily unhelpful and not respectful to your officers. Would you agree with that proposition?
Well, it's unhelpful, but we get over it because we focus on doing our job. I appreciate you pointing that out. You'd appreciate in my position, I'm a statutory agency head, but I don't engage in the political debate because actually that's not my job. We're required by law to stay apolitical, but I do appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you. Then in relation to purported demarcations between the public and the private, when you're talking about any country where it does not have a system based on rule of law as we have in our country and as many of our international partners have, especially from a security perspective, isn't it correct to say that you can't really draw artificial lines between the public and the private, because in some jurisdictions, under some systems, the public, as it operates, the public sector as it operates, as some governments operate in some systems of government, they simply don't respect the boundaries between the public and the private as we would respect them in our country. Is that a fair comment?
Absolutely fair comment.
And lastly, just in relation to this line of questioning and obligations all of us have as Australian citizens with respect to the activities we undertake in terms of representing foreign companies or foreign interests, I would have thought that the relevant tests as to disclosure, what you need to do in terms of making sure your name's on the relevant register, should be based on objectively on what you're actually doing, as opposed to whether or not you've been engaged as a lawyer. So you need to look beyond the formalities, if you like, in terms of the engagement to the actual substance of what the relevant professional or person is doing in practice. And the relevant test should be based on the objective analysis of the activities which are actually being undertaken, as opposed to the formal structures around the engagement. Is that a fair comment?
That's absolutely a fair comment. It's the kind of highlight of the principle of transparency. Make it about what you actually do.
Correct. Assistant Minister, you seem ready to... I'm interested in your thoughts from a policy perspective in that regard as well.
For it to be meaningful, substance must trump form.
Substance must trump form. Excellent. All right, thank you very much.
Chair, if I may, just a quick supplementary to the Director General.
Thank you very much, Senator Scarr. Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair. Just to go a bit further from what Senator Scarr was saying, is it fair to say that some nation states actually have a policy doctrine of joining civil and military together, and that they must serve both?
Definitely fair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. Director General, I just wanted to ask you some questions in relation to the threat of foreign interference in the context of the university sector. And your annual report outlines this threat, and there's been a lot of debate about the impact of foreign interference in our universities. Can you please provide an update as to the vulnerabilities in our universities in this context?
Certainly, Chair. The vulnerabilities there are actually, there are some unique ones to universities, but it's the same across all sectors, in fact. But let me break that down for you. But I should also start with, through the work led by the Department of Home Affairs with the universities, these risks are well understood, and actually what to do about them is well being managed by guidelines actually co-developed between government and the university sector. So I commend the department and the universities for that excellent work that my agency served by giving some advice to. It can take many forms. There's for the small element of university sectors where intellectual property needs to be protected, intellectual property can be targeted. That's critically important for our nation, that needs to be protected is protected. So that's one element of foreign interference. Another one would be universities are well known and should be congratulated for being environments where people are free to say and do what they want to do and have their views and not be, be challenged intellectually, but not in a threatening or coercive way. So any interference in that freedom is potentially foreign interference if it's being directed by the dark hand of a state undeclared to those involved. That's another element of foreign interference. Going back to the intellectual property coming through research, it may well be, given that university sector, an important part of that is global collaboration, that sometimes that collaboration with other universities, which should continue, but there are elements of that which are, again, it's not declared from another nation state's perspective what's really behind that collaboration. And again, comes back to the principle in all these things. If you want to make a protest or counter-protest, which you're entitled to do, be open about why. And if you're interested in intellectual property, well, don't be. And that's kind of the main areas where it sits.
Director General, do you have any concerns about foreign interference currently in any of our country's research institutions, including at the CSIRO?
So I obviously don't talk about specific investigations that we're doing, but it is broad, but it's broad across that sector. Won't comment specifically, but where we see it, it works well with the universities and they know what they're doing these days. So actually they're in a much better position to identify and manage that risk, and where they need the help of my agency, we're able to give it to them quite effectively.
And what about in relation to Australia's other research institutions?
So other research institutions, Defence Science or CSIRO, yes, they would be targets of foreign interference, in fact espionage, and again, they're well placed in knowing how to handle them, and ultimately my agency's job is to identify that through our own sources and methods, and where we find it, I can assure you we deal with that effectively. Of course, we're not an all-seeing, all-knowing security service. Security is a shared responsibility, and then I go back to university guidelines on foreign interference and the work that we do with other departments across public and private institutions to ensure they're better able to identify and manage these risks that are facing our country.
Could I also ask you to update the committee on the work of the UFIT steering group, the University Foreign Interference Task Force steering group?
The Chair, I think actually that's best done through Home Affairs. They have the lead on that. My agency is part of that. Again, I'd highlight though, I think that's a very effective mechanism because it's done in partnership with the universities, because security is very much a shared responsibility, and they've stepped up to and responding well to the management of that threat.
All right, thank you very much, Director General. If senators don't have any other questions, and that appears to be the case, I'd like to thank you very much for your time and for your evidence today and for your great work on behalf of the country. Thanks, Director General.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
It's now my pleasure to call officers from the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and the Australian Institute of Criminology. And just to note for those who are listening, we have moved forward a bit in the program. So if everyone could just keep a bit of an eye on the pace of our program schedule today and adjust their plans accordingly.
Cracking pace.
Of course, we're not complaining.
I'm sorry, Minister.
Of course, we're not complaining about that.
Mr Phelan, good morning and welcome. Do you have an opening statement?
No. Mike Phelan, CEO of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. No, Senator Chair. I'm happy just to answer straight questions.
All right, we will now go to questions from senators.
I flag, while we appreciate greatly the work done by the ACIC, as we indicated to the chair, we don't have any questions for the hearing today, and in the interest of time, any questions we'd be happy to put on notice.
Thank you,
But thank them for the incredible work they've done this year, particularly in cracking down on organised crime and illegal drug importation.
Thank you, Senator.
And if I may also, Chair, just take a moment as we approach the election and as a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I thank the ACIC for their classified and unclassified briefings to our committee, which have aided us with some fairly technical and important pieces of legislation.
Thank you, Senator, and I'll pass those words on to my staff if they're not listening.
Well, I'm highly concerned if they're not listening.
Yes, they should be. I'm a little bit short-staffed today. A few COVID issues. I'm here on my own today. So.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Senator Keneally. Senator Scarr.
Thank you. Mr Phelan, I'm interested in your thoughts following the budget, which was brought down this week in terms of the measures taken with respect to the ACIC and what it means in practical terms for your agency.
Certainly, thank you, Senator. Obviously, we're very appreciative of the funding that was granted in the budget 2 nights ago now. So, what that's enabled us to do is secure some of our funding for the next 2 years at least for some of the major initiatives that the organisation is facing, some of our core business. So, enhancing the AFP's examinations capability, which since the last time I appeared at estimates, we've hired 3 full-time new examiners. So we've gone from 1 full-time and 2 part-timers to now 4 full-timers and 2 part-timers. So we cover 1 in each of the jurisdictions. That is an extremely valuable resource given that we are effectively a standing Royal Commission in relation to serious and organised crime. And our
just in relation to that, I'm just interested to know, in general terms, the background of the examiners. Where do they come from? What's their background? Because it's a special skill set that's required, I would have thought.
Under the Act, each one of those individuals, men or women, have to have a minimum of 5 years of practice admitted to practice as a solicitor or barrister in an Australian jurisdiction. But it actually has its genesis way back, believe it or not, in the late 70s, early 80s, when this organisation was born out of the Costigan Royal Commission into the Ship Painters and Dockers Union and organised crime, and the need that the government of the day, and indeed all subsequent governments, have seen for an organisation that has standing coercive powers, where we're able to by a summons that fits within the determinations set by the board, which are set out every couple of years, to be able to bring in witnesses before the committee, before the commission, to ask them any questions where they must answer those questions, and they must answer them truthfully, and it's a criminal offence to not do that. It's an extremely powerful tool. It's a tool that doesn't exist in any of our other Five Eyes law enforcement partners throughout the world, and they're quite envious of it. But equal to that, we are very cognisant of the checks and balances that sit around that and the way in which that information can be used. And so therefore we go through a very rigorous process to have those examiners come on board, and they will critically look at all applications put before them to summon someone before the Commission as it is.
Okay. So presumably the minimum is 5 years.
That's right. But our recent recruits, I say that, they're very experienced. One has come from the bar in Melbourne, having served a number of years in the Australian Federal Police, and then as an investigator, undercover officer, etc., and then went to the bar in Victoria for over a dozen years. We have another new examiner who's worked in Queensland in a coercive organisation before, and another person has a very extensive background who in white-collar crime, who's based in Western Australia. So these are not geographic positions, they are thematic in a sense. So I expect my examiners to be travelling around the country depending on the type of criminal activity that we are investigating and or examining at that particular point in time.
Okay.
So,
How does the budget assist the discharge of your obligations, that of the agency, in particular in relation to the National Crime Intelligence System and progressing that?
Okay. So what the budget did was provide some extra money to the organisation, which was foreshadowed a while ago that was required, to bring on the late adopters in the process, which is the...
I like that term, late adopters.
Well, we had early adopters, mid adopters, late adopters. So we couldn't bring on all policing jurisdictions at one go.
Yep.
It's logistically impossible given the federated system under which we work and that everybody has different systems. It would have been a nightmare and something. So the Department of Home Affairs is building NSIS for us, so the National Criminal Intelligence System, so NSIS. The money that's provided in the budget is to bring on the late adopters, which are the AFP, South Australia Police, Tasmanian Police, Northern Territory, to bring those on board, and then which will finish out towards the end of the year. Also pay for sustainment funding until we can partition off the old systems, which will go into NSIS, and therefore those running costs for all of the out years do not need to be funded because they come out of recurrent expenditure or the opportunity cost from systems that I'll be pulling down that are going into NSIS.
Okay, so
and for the first, sorry.
So just taking on that point about partitioning. So in essence, you're almost running parallel systems until you can safely.
I have to, yes.
And until you can safely partition off the old systems, and you've got the confidence moving forward, everything's integrated and working well. Is that correct?
Indeed, these systems are used 24/7 by law enforcement throughout the country. So I can't just switch one off and have another one on. So because they've all got different ways in which they interact with the system, some need to be kept for a little bit longer, and some jurisdictions, their systems are just a little bit older than others, require a bit more work. Some of the systems are very new and require just plug and play. So every one of them is different, and that's why it's been such a long process. But we are in production, so that's the important thing. It actually is up and running now, and those early adopters are using the system.
So this is it seems to me, maybe you're being somewhat too humble in relation to the significance of this. This is a real milestone, isn't it? That this funding's going to allow everyone to come on board, and we've now got a line of sight to the new system, fully integrated, working. So we're all adopters.
This is one of the most complex complex computer system programs that law enforcement has endeavoured my whole time I've been in law enforcement. And the Department of Home Affairs are the ones that are building this for us, and to be quite frank, they're doing, gratuitously, they're doing a fantastic job at bringing together the disparate systems that currently exist out there. Okay. Oh.
I was waiting for you to interrupt there, Mr. Pizzullo, but...
Anyway, his department is doing a great job in terms of building this. Our client satisfaction with each of the partners. Now, it's important to note who sits on the steering committee. We have deputy commissioners from each of the police jurisdictions and board agencies that sit on the steering committee. That is very high-powered in terms of making sure that the requirements are being met for the system as it goes forward. So we are building a Commodore here, we're not building a Rolls-Royce, so we are building a system that will meet the minimum requirements for law enforcement to have access to each other's information. Now, it does seem a bit of a no-brainer that in 2022-23 that the Victoria Police should be able to access information in New South Wales systems. That's what they are able to do and will be able to do completely. Same right across the country. Rather than putting a request in for information, their officers will have access to the information in real time as it exists in each of the jurisdictions, with the appropriate caveats that have been put on it by the initiating agency that puts information into the system.
So, Mr. Pizzullo, this is a really significant milestone, and I'm interested in your views in terms of the degree of complication. I can barely get my head around it given the federated system we have, but if I can take the opportunity to congratulate all of your officers who've been involved in it. But from your perspective, this was an extremely complicated project which now is achieving this significant milestone. Is that correct?
It is, Senator, complicated largely as a function of the, and I say this without judgment, but it is the case that across many public agencies, and no different from the private sector, that over several decades, different architectures, different systems, different software applications have emerged. There was a large, across both government and the private sector, decentralisation and disaggregation of how IT was done for many years. Typically, vendors got the benefit of the premium because everything because everything had to be, and Mr. Phelan's touched on this, everything had to be sort of slightly tweaked or arranged in particularly different ways. So the increasingly the technology is now available to put functionality over the top of disparate systems. You use, without getting too technical about it, use API interfaces to then draw out the data that might come from one police force, which is, on an architecture is quite different from another police force. But when that information is fused together, to use a simple parlance of a sort of a Google search function for police, what the police are experiencing isn't the complication in the back end, which is regrettably, and I don't mean just in relation to this area, if you went to a bank, if you went to any large organisation that have...
Stock exchange,
indeed, who are moving to a very revolutionary transformation through blockchain, back ends, as they're called, are very messy. They're like the old engine rooms of boiler rooms. The technicians down there know how it works, and occasionally they need to hit something with a wrench. But up on top, the functionality that the general duties police officer, the investigator, sees is, I don't want to advocate a brand, but let's say it's a Google type function. And what we've tried to do is to try to make it as simple for that operational officer to not have to be too technically proficient, and to be able to search for relationships, entities, patterns as simply as possible, in the same way that you and I can use our search functions on our devices without being computer science specialists. So that in short is what we've attempted to do, and it's progressing rather well.
Excellent. My final question, Mr. Phelan, if I could, and I asked this question of the Commissioner of the AFP, in terms of ASL, in terms of positions, boots on the ground, if I can put it that way, what does the latest budget mean in terms of increasing or maintaining your employees, number of employees, officers?
Okay. There is certainly a net increase to us in staff, so net increase of probably about 65 staff over the next couple of years, which is not insignificant. It's about 10%.
10%?
So 10% of my total ASL. And most of it, by far, goes to the front line. So it's in terms of brand new data analytics capability. So whilst there are some funding there for data analytical tools, which are purchased from vendors, COTS products, it still needs people to do the analysis, and it needs the data scientists to work for that. So this budget provided for positions in relation to that. The budget also provided for some of my positions overseas, to fund the 3 positions that I have overseas. Also providing positions for the NSIS staff to work on NSIS. Now that will only be till it gets built over the next, so they won't be ongoing, and there's no need for them to be ongoing. And there's also extra staff over and above what I currently have to fund the support mechanisms for the examiner's capability. And when I mean support, I mean analytical support. So not what we would think about backroom support. It is actually frontline analysts who are looking in real time with the information that's coming from the examinations, write their reports and get them out to state and territory authorities right then and there, rather than having to wait weeks for things to be analysed, put products. So, and we've seen that work really well with a couple of particular operations, which unfortunately I can't talk about, but with the value of the real time is what's appreciated by our partners most of all.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Scarr. Mr. Phelan, I've just got a couple of brief questions on the National Wastewater Drug Monitoring Program. Could you just give the committee an update of how that is going and the latest results?
Okay, thank you, Chair. The latest report was issued in mid-March, so That was taken, that obviously it has 56 sites around the country, caters for approximately 54% of the Australian population, which means it's a pretty good sample, right across cities and regional areas right across Australia. What that showed and the analysis for the latest report, the samples were taken in August of last year. That's how long it takes to do it. So it's during the middle of some major lockdowns, but also importantly for law enforcement, post-Operation Ironside, and some rather heavy operational activity both here and overseas that clearly affected the Australian jurisdiction. What that data showed us across the 4 major drug types that are a threat to our country, and I leave cannabis out of that, but I don't in any way diminish the threat, but the most money is derived from ice, cocaine, heroin and MDMA. Right across the board, across those commodities, we saw a 23% drop in the amount of illicit drugs used across that period from August to August. So August 2020.
That's a very significant decline. What do you attribute that decline to?
We attribute it to 2 factors. One is the general supply chain issues that are faced with international trade as a whole, so the pandemic, the difficulties of getting commodities into Australia, but and also combining that with law enforcement activity as well, right across the board, because what the choked up supply chains gave opportunities for law enforcement to greater exploit those choke points within the supply chain. And
so how do they do that? Can you just explain how that
Great
occurred?
detections by Border Force, for example, at the border. So with less trade coming through, their intelligence and the algorithms they put through their targeting packages would enable them to hone down some of their capability to do that. Simply the amount of ships and traffic that was travelling to and from Australia and overseas makes it easier, less people, so less routes are available. So the airstream non-cargo was basically a attack vector into Australia that was not available. So therefore there were more choke points. It was either air cargo or sea cargo, the vast majority. So it gave law enforcement greater opportunity. One thing that was important to note though, from the wastewater analysis and what we did, the analysis right across the other reports that we do that monitor pricing and seizure data, is that the market as a whole though stayed relatively stable. So in other words, the amount of money spent on particularly ice pre-pandemic was the same that was spent today, even though it was a 21% reduction in ice in the amount used. So the economic modelling held up. Prices went up, both at the wholesale level and the retail level, but the amount of usage went down.
It's sounding a bit like these illegal products, the way you're talking about wholesale and retail.
Well, that's true, Senator. It's true. It is a market. It is a market that operates in the illicit regime. But
obviously a very dangerous market.
Dangerous market, and the business model is the same. So they need logistics from supply chain all the way through to get it into Australia, because out of those 4 commodities that I talked about, they all have an importation aspect to them. 100% of heroin, 100% of cocaine, nearly 95% of MDMA, 70% of ice comes into Australia, imported. The 30% that's domestically produced, out of that, nearly 100% of the precursors have to come from overseas as well. So that's why the international supply chains are so important to Australia. We are a net consumer of organised crime, and it is our demand that drives a lot of this and our high prices. So the economic modelling, unfortunately, did hold up. So what happens is, along the demand curve at certain price points, some individuals no longer feel the need to take ice because it's too expensive and it's not available, whereas others who need to take it, who are addicted, etc., are prepared to pay the higher prices. And that's how come the model stands up. It's no different than any other commodity, whether it be petrol or milk.
Are you confident that you will see a continuing trajectory of decreased use of these dangerous drugs?
Unfortunately, no. We saw an uptick in October, so one of the sampling areas looked after October, and we're already seeing a forward trajectory up towards the levels that we saw pre-pandemic, now that normal supply chains open up. Haven't seen it quite yet, but and prices are starting to stabilise back to normalised levels. And that's because we are a demand-driven, it is a demand-driven business, unfortunately.
So as a result of the pandemic, is there any recommendations or changes in approach that you are considering to see what can be done to drive down the importation of illegal drugs?
Yeah, well, my approach, I've been on the public record for the best part of 15 years now saying exactly the same thing, that we need to continue to choke the supply chains. So law enforcement needs to continue to do what it's doing, and the investment in law enforcement has to, with what we do with the border in particular. But also if we really want to have any real effect in terms of the amount of cash that is being spent on drugs, which is in excess of $10 billion a year at the retail level by mums and dads, that we need to reduce demand. So demand reduction strategies are important for any government in this country, whether state or federal, if we want to have any meaningful approach towards tackling the drug harms at the end of the day through the opportunity cost of over $10 billion being wasted on drugs.
Thanks, Mr Phelan. There being no other questions from other senators, I want to thank you very much for your time, for your evidence today, and for all of your work.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, thanks very much, Mr Phelan.
Send some of your staff to the ISS.
I now call officers from the Australian Transaction Reports and Analysis Centre, and I would just remind all those participating in today's estimates that we are moving ahead of our schedule. We are anticipating we will go to lunch at the same time of 12:15, but officers from your department, Mr Bozzolo, should be ready to attend estimates earlier than scheduled. Thank you. Ms Rose, thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Or just good morning. Welcome, and would you like to make an opening statement?
Just a short one, if I could, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to provide a short update in relation to AUSTRAC's current efforts that are a matter of public record, discussion and inquiry. On the 1st of March 2022, AUSTRAC commenced civil penalty proceedings in the Federal Court against Crown Melbourne and Crown Perth for alleged serious and systemic non-compliance with Australia's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws. This action followed proactive compliance work with the casino sector, which led to a number of detailed enforcement investigations, including into Crown Melbourne and Crown Perth's compliance. As these matters are before the court, I am limited in making further comment. Following a compliance assessment that began in 2019, in June 2021, AUSTRAC commenced an enforcement investigation into the Star Sydney Proprietary Limited. In January 2022, AUSTRAC expanded that enforcement investigation to include other Star reporting entities, namely the Star Entertainment Queensland, the Star Entertainment Gold Coast and EEI Services Hong Kong Limited. In June 2021, AUSTRAC commenced an enforcement investigation of Sky City Adelaide into potential non-compliance with a range of obligations under our legislation, again arising from regulatory compliance work that began in the years prior. In June 2021, AUSTRAC commenced an enforcement investigation of National Australia Bank into potential non-compliance by NAB with a range of obligations under the AML-CTF Act. As has long been my practice, so as not to prejudice those ongoing investigations, I will be limited in further comments I can make. I particularly acknowledge this in the context of the ongoing public inquiry into the operations of the Star Casino being conducted by Mr Adam Bell, SC. I can assure the committee that AUSTRAC has engaged with Mr Bell during the course of his review, which was commissioned in October 2021, as AUSTRAC has done with other public inquiries conducted on related matters. I'm on the record for making similar remarks. However, it is important to emphasise that finally there is a growing realisation and public discourse in relation to the devastating harms related to money laundering. Strong action taken by AUSTRAC has led to an awareness by businesses of the threats organised criminals pose, not only to them, but to our communities, people's livelihoods, the safety of our children and our national security. As you have heard from my colleagues already today, the threats that we face are not abating. For their part, the onus is on industry to ensure that it complies with its AML/CTF obligations. We have, over an extended period, had a focus on the banking, remittance and the casino sectors. However, other businesses are not absent of risk, and AUSTRAC's reach and scrutiny is shifting. Our efforts during this period have been aided by strong investment in AUSTRAC's resources, with an over 50% increase in our funding and staffing over the last 6 years. This growth has enabled enhanced education and outreach efforts, an increase in the depth of AUSTRAC's compliance engagements with business, and additional enforcement teams to allow oversight of multiple investigations at once. Of course, AUSTRAC's regulatory actions against business exposed to misuse by criminals, while clearly necessary to encourage wider deterrence, are undertaken by only one half of our organisation and are complementary to our efforts and those of our law enforcement partners to stem the movement of billions of dollars in proceeds of crime generated through criminal activities. That money and those criminal organisations dealing in drugs, scamming innocent victims and impacting lives remain the focus of the other part of AUSTRAC, namely Australia's Financial Intelligence Unit. In this regard, AUSTRAC continues to contribute our expertise and intelligence to law enforcement and national security priorities to disrupt financial and serious crime. We are an important partner in many law enforcement task forces, including AFP's Operation Ironside, and achieve positive operational outcomes by partnering with industry with our public-private partnership, the Fintel Alliance. Our financial intelligence capabilities are increasingly leveraged in support of work with ASEAN members, Five Eyes partners and in the Indo-Pacific. And lastly, AUSTRAC has taken on additional work to ensure our intelligence contributes to Australia's efforts to counter the Russian threat to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, including supporting DFAT with their very important work around sanctions. Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to take
Thank you very much,
questions.
Ms Rose. We're now going to go to questions from senators, and I give the call to Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Can I just ask what work AUSTRAC is doing to identify any financial flows by Russian oligarchs through Australia since the sanctions have been imposed?
Certainly can. I might ask Dr Moss, Head of our Intelligence, to come up and, because there's quite a bit we're doing, and go through
Thank you.
what it is.
Good morning. John Moss, Deputy CEO, Intelligence at AUSTRAC.
Thank you.
AUSTRAC's partnered with DFAT as the sanctions regulator in Australia, but also with law enforcement and regulatory agencies to monitor suspicious matter reports and IFTI flows relating to Russian illicit financing and sanctions evasion. We're working very closely internationally to detect the oligarch networks and asset wealth holdings globally. To date, we've worked with the EU, G7 and Five Eyes FIUs on a list of oligarchs, a common list drawn from the sanction lists from those jurisdictions. It's a complex question because questions of beneficial ownership in offshore countries and detecting crypto-analysis of detecting cryptocurrency flows in our Russia and the disputed regions is complex. There are operational activities underway that involve assets that have links to sanctioned entities, and they are led by the Federal Police and ATO. We're also working as part of the Russian elites Proxies and Oligarchs Task Force, which was previously known as the Transatlantic Task Force, to glue together jurisdictional pictures. It's fair to say we have not seen a lot of crypto movement, and to be fair, it's difficult to move the sums of money that Russia would move through cryptocurrencies, and we have not seen a large number of suspect matter reports from banks relating to sanctioned entities.
Did you say
Most of the international
you have
funds-
not? Sorry, did you
We
say
have
you
not.
seen?
We have not.
Okay.
There's a vast difference between what we observe in Australia compared to the United Kingdom, for example, where there are considerable real estate and wealth holdings from that group.
All right. Thanks. What was the name of the task force that you mentioned? Sorry.
Sorry, what was the question
What,
again?
what was the name of the task force that you mentioned?
The overarching task force is the Russian elites, Russian elites, proxy and oligarchs task force. Home Affairs represents Australia on that task force with ourselves and AFP supporting. And there is the Russian-related illicit financing and sanctions working group.
All right. Thanks. So that's obviously an international task force.
Yes, they're both international task forces.
Thanks. Could I ask, and I'm very happy if you take this on notice, and perhaps Mr. Pizzullo, I could ask that Home Affairs take this on notice as well, just the names of any other international task forces that Australia has, I guess AUSTRAC or Home Affairs has representation on for inquiring into similar matters of people with other nationalities apart from Russia. Do we have one looking at Myanmar generals, for example? Do we have one looking at Saudi Arabians who are bombing Yemen at the moment? Like, do we have, if I could just ask that you take on notice, any other equivalent task forces in regards to people from other nationalities apart from Russia?
I'd be glad to.
Yep. Thanks. And AUSTRAC, take that on notice as well? Yep. Thanks. Would an ultimate beneficial ownership register be of assistance if one existed?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks. I noticed you didn't mention real estate. Have you identified any real estate holdings in Australia by Russian oligarchs or people who have been sanctioned?
There's ongoing operations that may include real estate.
Okay, so you're looking at that. Yep. Would mandatory reporting requirements on real estate agents be helpful?
I
think
I don't think that could be an easy yes or no answer. Yes, it would be. It could be helpful, but would they necessarily have the visibility over ownership? Possibly, and probably not if there's been significant effort put into layering or offshore accounts. But yes, of course, as an intelligence agency, the more intelligence we could get, the better.
Sure, because suspicious matter reports were raised in the answer that has just been provided to the committee. But of course, real estate agents are under no obligation to provide suspicious matter reports because Tranche 2 is now entering, I think, its 16th or 17th year after first being promised, and we remain one of only 3 countries in the world, along with Haiti and Madagascar, which has not taken any meaningful action towards implementing Tranche 2. And Mr. Pizzullo and I have spoken about this on more than one occasion in the past. And I understand that real estate agents may not be necessarily helpful in identifying holdings, but if they were required to submit suspicious matter reports in certain circumstances, I think your evidence has just been that that could be helpful to AUSTRAC in terms of your intelligence gathering functions.
Correct.
Could I possibly just interject a brief comment, and perhaps we can further explore this through you, Madam Chair, when the department proper appears. I certainly don't dispute that, and I would concur with the CEO's acknowledgement that it could help, but it's in part, though, a question of the balance of measures. Sitting, as I do, as co-chair of the Serious Financial Crimes Task Force with my colleague, the Tax Commissioner, and I don't think the Tax Commissioner would particularly mind me saying this, he's given public evidence to this effect anyway. that when you get into very sophisticated shielding, veiling, layering, so let's look at tax avoidance, which is a sort of a like discipline. It takes something often like the Panama Papers or similar, which is not government data. It's data that's obviously generated through other means, and then tax administrations around the world pore over that and find a whole lot of linkages to celebrities, rock stars, and others, shall we say, who have been avoiding their tax obligations. So the question is, where do you get the most bang for your buck in highly classified, sensitive network analysis and techniques, in the equivalent of sort of a Panama Papers type capability, or through a stream of transactions reporting, which can help build a picture. I think Ms. Rose is fair to say, but whether it's decisive or not is something that the committee might want to have regard to when they assess our evidence. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Pezzullo, for your assistance there. But if I could just be clear, though, if Tranche 2 was in place, which obviously was promised 15 or 16 years ago to cover real estate agents in terms of mandatory reporting requirements, they would be required, firstly, to report suspicious matters, and secondly, to identify, if they're aware, who the ultimate beneficial owner is, wouldn't they?
If they're under the current obligations that other entities are, yes.
Yep, thanks. And if Tranche 2 is in place, that would obviously cover lawyers and accountants as well as real estate agents, would it not?
Yes.
Yes, and would you also say that that might be helpful to AUSTRAC in fulfilling your legislative responsibilities if accountants and lawyers were also required to report suspicious transactions?
As very eloquently described by the Secretary, yes, it could help with intelligence, absolutely, but it's complex, as I know you understand, Senator, and there are a number of considerations to be made about the effort around getting that information and then how beneficial it is. But yes, it absolutely could be of intelligence use.
Thank you. So if we did have Tranche 2, it could assist AUSTRAC in gathering data about which, if any, Russian oligarchs are buying real estate in Australia, could it not?
It could, in a very simplistic answer.
I think the key collection gap we have at the moment is offshore ownership, so the Shell and Shelf companies, and in real estate, you're really talking about commercial property, so it is international companies and the beneficial ownership of those.
Understood, thank you. But sometimes lawyers and accountants have intimate knowledge about these things, do they not?
Correct.
Yep. And if they were caught under Tranche 2, as they are proposed to and were promised 16 years ago, that could also help AUSTRAC in fulfilling your functions, could it not?
Possibly could.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Senator McKim, we are at 10 minutes. Okay. I will need to move the call to other senators, but we can return to you.
Thanks, Chair.
I'll give the call to Senator Keneally.
Thank you. It's actually a very quick follow-on from the line of questioning being asked by Senator McKim. And I do recognise that this committee has just days ago, perhaps yesterday, even tabled the report into the AML-CTF framework in Australia, but the comments by Senator McKim are correct in that we have not yet advanced Tranche 2 reforms. My question is simply this: have you been asked by government to provide any advice in relation to the Tranche 2 reforms and legislation?
That's really a matter for policy. I'm happy to address it now if it helps, or during the department's appearance. The short answer is yes. In fact, perhaps I've given evidence on this before. The Minister's particularly, to pick up some of the themes just discussed, the Minister's particularly focused on the relative costs and benefits. So what benefit do you get from a flow of reports versus the costs that you impose? Are there other ways in which AUSTRAC and some of our other agencies could get behind the veil of various corporate shields, whether it's for criminal purposes, tax avoidance purposes, or for other purposes, including the oligarch issue that Senator McKim raised? So the short answer is, within that context, the answer is yes, advice has been sought. Yes.
Right, and in that process, not seeking the content, but the process, does AUSTRAC feed into that, and
Yes.
how does AUSTRAC feed into that, through the department or directly to the minister?
Through the department as our policy lead, we work very closely with our policy colleagues who are AML CTS specialists themselves in the department, and have a very good working relationship, and we've fed all of that information straight into the department.
And as a matter of principle, I can assure you, Senator, Ms Rose's views are neither censored, filtered, nor in any way
not at all.
modified.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Keneally. Ms Rose, I just wanted to just ask a general question referring to your opening statement in relation to various enforcement investigations and proceedings that are underway. It does appear that your organisation has really surged ahead in terms of enforcement and compliance. Can you perhaps give us a general context about AUSTRAC's activities in this regard, and whether there's been a more focused attention on the need for greater enforcement and compliance?
Sure. As I said in my opening statement, in the last 6 years, we've had a 50% increase in our funding and staffing, and what that's enabled us to do is, and I'll talk about the regulatory and enforcement side, Senator, because I think that's what your question is referring to. That's enabled us to increase our enforcement teams so that we can actually focus on a couple of industries at a time rather than one at a time, and undertake enforcement investigations at the same time. It's meant that what we've done in the last, I'll talk to my time there, 4.5 years, is take a risk-based approach ourselves to the areas that we know are the greatest risk to the community of money laundering. And of course, that's why we focused on the banks in the first instance, because banks, the big four banks, are the backbone of our financial framework here in Australia, and to have them improve the way they have in the last couple of years due to that engagement and enforcement action has been absolutely fantastic. I have to say I am surprised that there are other sectors that have not taken greater notice of that enforcement action and, let's say, gotten their act together. The remittance sector we've focused on and had some enforcement action, and they have really lifted. The casino sector, we're seeing that there's a lot of work to be done across the board, and we've seen that through several inquiries. And one of our next focuses, of course, will be on pubs and clubs because there are risks there. So what it's enabled us to do is that in the last 5 years, we've been able to actually take all of that enforcement action. Taking something to the federal court is a very slow and laborious process because of the burden of proof and the quality of case we want to take before the court, but we are able to do them in a much faster fashion than AUSTRAC has ever been able to do before. My Deputy of Regulation Enforcement might want to add to that.
The only other thing, Peter Soros, Deputy CEO, Regulation, Education and Policy.
Mr Soros.
The only other thing that I would add is, as part of that funding support, we've also received funding to improve our IT systems as well, which are crucial for an agency like us, both on our regulatory work and our intelligence function as well. So that system upgrade and enhancement work is also really vital when you think about the dollar value and the volume of transactions that you're dealing with. Our analytical tools are crucial, and we've also been able to receive funding to start upgrading those systems too.
Ms Rose, can I just understand why AUSTRAC is placing further focus or more focus on pubs and clubs, and whether you see some parallels with casinos in Australia?
Absolutely, Senator. We have some very large and successful pubs and clubs in Australia that have a volume of money that goes through them that's not dissimilar to some casino transactions, and they need to have the same risk management approach as a big casino, because they are absolutely at risk of being used for money laundering.
Can you explain that in more detail?
Well, if you've got, there are not a great number of casinos in this country, and they're in cities. If there are criminal enterprises, particularly that are wanting to launder money, perhaps not in the middle of a city and perhaps not in a casino, they may have been excluded from the casino. They may feel that there's too much law enforcement interest in a casino. They can go to a large pub or club and put money through a range of gambling machines. And if those controls are not there, then they can do that fairly freely.
So what sorts of controls are you encouraging pubs and clubs to implement, and how are you working actively with pubs and clubs around Australia?
We're just, he's magically here. I might hand you over to Brad Brown, who's started the project on that last year.
Thank you, Senator. Bradley Brown, National Manager for Education, Capability and Communications at AUSTRAC. So as the CEO mentioned, the pubs and club sector is quite large in terms of our regulated population. Over 3,500 pubs and clubs across Australia are enrolled with AUSTRAC. We obviously, throughout COVID, there's been significant impacts on that particular industry. So AUSTRAC took it upon ourselves sort of throughout 2021 to work with associations in particular to develop a comprehensive guide to assist pubs and clubs in terms of their return to work in a more COVID safe sense, and that was released in December of 2021, and it provides quite detailed information in relation to the obligations that are upon pubs and clubs, the risks that they are likely to face, and particularly goes into at length the controls that they can have around employee training, enhanced due diligence where it's appropriate for customers that they have entering their locations, the reporting of suspicious matters in relation to the various different circumstances of risk that we have highlighted to them. So that was provided in December. We have since that time in this year and really commencing in the last month now have a dedicated campaign in which we are visiting pubs and clubs. So in the first 3 weeks of March, we have visited over 200 or reached, we haven't visited all 200, but we have reached over 270 pubs and clubs in New South Wales through their attendance at different locations, and provided them with sort of an hour one-on-one session with AUSTRAC educators in terms of just really elaborating on that guidance that we provided. So that's where we are now. We're currently this week in Victoria, and that will continue to roll out across various different states in Australia in the coming months, with a view that we will at the end of the day reach in order of 600 or 700 pubs and clubs as a key part of focusing on the efforts they need to have in place to apply successfully with the AML/CTF obligations.
Thanks, Mr Brown. I will now give the call to Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Look, just to follow up a couple of the questions that I was asking previously, AUSTRAC's recently, in some of your relatively recent bank risk assessment reports, said that Australia's banks are exposed to money laundering through real estate, that accountants, lawyers and real estate agents help enable that money laundering, and that one of the potential consequences is that, quoting from you, widespread or concentrated real estate purchases with the proceeds of crime, driving property prices up and pricing legitimate buyers out of the market. Is that still the case?
Certainly, and I think the key is, and I think we've spoken about this before, one of the possible consequences. We're getting more evidence from law enforcement, and I think you would have heard the AFP Commissioner's evidence this morning about the success they've had in criminal confiscation and how much real estate they are starting to confiscate through the proceeds of crime. And certainly there is, we're trying to gather more concrete evidence. There's certainly anecdotal evidence that that proceeds of crime are absolutely being used to purchase high-end property.
All right. Would you accept that the absence of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing reporting requirements on lawyers, accountants and real estate agents makes it more attractive, makes Australia more attractive to people who want to launder money, including Russian oligarchs?
Senator, I don't think it's as simplistic as that, because our banks, particularly now, are very hardened against financial crime, and most, if not all, of those transactions will go through our banks. Certainly, again, as I've said previously, as Australia's Financial Intelligence Agency, the more information and intelligence we can get, the better. And if we can get suspicious matter reports from professional facilitators that's of some quality, that would absolutely improve our intelligence picture. We would hope, though, that we're getting a large majority of that through our financial institutions at the moment.
Okay, but just to be clear, are you saying that AUSTRAC doesn't believe that the absence of the AML-CTF Tranche 2 reforms places Australia at an increased risk of being a haven for money laundering by Russian oligarchs?
No, I'm not
Is
saying,
that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying.
No?
I
So it does
don't
place
believe
Australia.
that.
So it does place Australia at increased risk.
It could. I don't have any concrete evidence that that is particularly occurring, but it could be an area of weakness.
Okay. So,
Ms. Rose, you've got to look for the double. You've got to listen for the double negative.
I'm listening.
Jump in any time, Secretary.
I'm listening closely, Mr. Pizzullo, I can assure you. I guess. So just so that I'm clear on your evidence, Ms. Rose, and thank you for engaging on this topic. You're saying that AML CTF Tranche 2 reforms, if they were implemented, could reduce the risk of Australia being an attractive place to launder money for people like Russian oligarchs.
Yes, they possibly could.
Yeah, and you've previously given evidence today that that the intelligence gathered by AUSTRAC could be improved by the implementation of Tranche 2.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. What's the status of the Financial Action Task Force's mutual evaluation report? Not sure if is that one for Mr. Pizzullo? I can see everyone looking across at Mr. Pizzullo, who's... or perhaps if it's a matter for Home Affairs, I'm happy to park it. So the question, Mr. Pizzullo, was what's the status of the Financial Action Task Force's mutual evaluation report? And I think the indication...
It's the job of the department to facilitate Australia's engagement with that process. So,
are you able at the moment to give
not on my own? No, that's the disadvantage I'm at when I'm just sitting here on the left wing on my own without any support.
One of the few times you find yourself on the left wing, Mr. Pizzullo, might I wryly observe. Thank you. So, is AUSTRAC represented on FATF, on the Financial Action Task Force?
We're certainly, we don't lead the delegation. Home Affairs leads the delegation, but we certainly send officers to each of the meetings, yes.
It might be better, Senator, when the specialists are here. Ms Rose is responsible for operations and activities under her statute. We're the policy lead. We work very closely together. And in being a policy lead, we're not merely, if you will, a secretariat or an international engagement team. There are people who are deeply versed in the policy issues that Ms Rose mentioned earlier. So when that team's here, I'm happy to revert.
All right. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Senator McKim. That concludes the committee's questioning of AUSTRAC. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Ms Rose, for your time and for the time of your officers and for your evidence today. We very much appreciate your hard work in this very important space.
Thank you, Chair.
The committee will now suspend for lunch and resume in 1 hour. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The committee is now in session and we move to the Office of the Special Investigator. I call officers from the OSI. Ms Moreidis, welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you very much for your attendance today. Do you have an opening statement?
Senator, no. Chris Moreidis, OSI, no, I don't. Senator.
Well, we will now move to questions from senators, and I'm going to start by giving the call to Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Moreidis, could you give us an update in relation to the operations of the OSI and where you're up to?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Senator. Well, you recall my statement about 6 weeks ago. I can report that it hasn't been dramatic changes. Having said that, we are progressing our investigations. As I said last time, we have 10 teams working away, investigating the allegations coming out of the Brereton inquiry in particular, but other matters as well. We're working very closely with our colleagues in other agencies, obviously with the AFP, working extremely well, with the DPP and with the Attorney General's Department, because there are downstream implications for both of them once our work picks up. And you will have seen in the recent budget announcement there was some funding for both those agencies to support our work. It didn't come to us, it's AGD financing for both DPP and the department. So that's working really well. We're obviously dealing with a whole bunch of complex issues to do with the fact that the Brereton inquiry used certain powers that means that we just can't access the material directly from them. That's why we have a special, so-called special counsel team, which is arm's length from us, that goes through that material. We have a very detailed, complex arrangement whereby they look at the material, arm's length from us, and then they provide material that is, we think, clean, as it were, and quarantine that allows us to...
How does, sorry to interrupt you,
Yes.
how's that working in practice? In terms of, because, you know, I've...
It's complex.
It is complex, isn't
Yes.
it? Because, you know, there is a danger if tainted, to use that word,
Yes.
material comes through, or material comes through that it shouldn't be.
Yes,
it can become tainted and
that's been our
can't be
first risk
used.
we've had to face from even before we started. So that was why we decided to have a special counsel outside our agency. It's a distinct relationship. They're also quarantined, if I may say so, within the Australian Government Solicitor, so even they are a self-contained unit. We have a relationship with the IGADF through the special counsel, although we talk to them as well. We work, of course, in a much broader field, so we're looking at what's going on in the broader system. And we pick up new material, we pick up material from other sources, and even then we need to check that that hasn't been indirectly through various means come from Brereton, because the last thing we need is to have that affect our processes. And we're very meticulous as an organisation in making clear and recording how we initiate investigations that we are investigating, so there's no suggestion in any way, shape or form that we have been affected by any access. It'd be fair to say that we haven't seen the whole Brereton report, probably never will, to be honest. But it'd be fair to say that despite all those complex legal and other challenges, we're doing pretty well, and the investigators are very experienced people who know how to investigate crimes, and they've done things like this, not exactly like this, but they know how to get around the systems and the world and the messiness of human existence, if I put it that way. And they are extremely fortunate to have some pretty good legal advisors on tap. Our special investigator, who's probably, well, I'd regard him as one of the best criminal minds in this country. And he's available, talking to them regularly with them, with the teams, explaining issues. When there's doubts, we seek further advice. We have counsel assisting him to get further opinions from them, and we have regular dialogue with the investigators in that way. We also, as I said, with the DPP, we work very closely with them, so they've been with us, or parts of the system have been with us since the start, so that as we do our work and create systems, we ensure that the downstream processes are not affected in a bad way. So they know that when they get a brief of evidence, if and when they get a brief of evidence from us, that will be the best possible product and will assist them to do their job properly. To cut to the chase, it's difficult and it's challenging and it's time-consuming and legally complex. But that's the nature of what we're dealing with.
To be
So-
clear,
oh, sorry.
I beg your pardon, Senator Scarr. To be clear, it is led by an investigator with a brilliant criminal law mind and not, in fact, a criminal mind.
Oh, yes, of course.
And who is that Assistant Minister?
Mark Weinberg, he was a former Court of Appeal judge in Victoria, former DPP in the 1980s. Dean of the Law School when I was a law student. Sometimes feel I'm a law student with him. I haven't studied for my exam, but he's been around for a long, long time. In fact, he worked on war crimes in the 1980s to do with the Second World War, so he's had experience. Huh?
He's not a criminal mind.
He may be a criminal mind, but I don't know. He's also
I've
extremely
been trying to let
lawyer.
you get away with that, Mr. Maradas. You're not the first.
Make sure
to-
we don't defame him.
You're not the first to.
He has a great criminal law mind.
Of course not.
No. Thank you, Mr.
Of course
Rogers.
not.
You're not the first to have used that phrase in that way, and I'm sure you won't be the last. And
if
I'm
I
very
may-
wary about throwing stones in that regard. Can I ask you, and you spoke, I think it might have been your first appearance before us, about the importance of your recruitment processes,
Yes.
getting the right people with the right experience on board. Have you completed that process now?
Yes,
Are you,
we have.
You comfortable?
Yes, we have. On a given day, 53, 54 investigators. We've recruited from all over Australia, from most state and federal law enforcement agencies, except for Northern Territory and Tasmania. They didn't have the numbers to provide us, but all the other states and territories have provided experienced investigators. They're all detectives with at least anywhere between 10 to 20 years experience in homicide. They were chosen by us. We had a panel, our Deputy Director General, our Head of Investigations, who's a former Deputy Police Commissioner from Queensland. They sat and recruited the first tranche of 25 investigators who were recruited, trained by the AFP in Manly for a 3-week training program. They were sworn in as special members under the AFP Act. We had a second tranche of investigators trained soon after, and if I may say so, during the Sydney COVID lockdown, we were able to achieve that by doing the training in the Manly facility, which was one of the best, well, it's a former quarantine facility, in fact, so that worked really well. And they've been on board, and we now have the team that I think is, quality-wise, going pretty well. And the skill sets are, well, I'm pretty new to this game, and I'm learning a lot about their work and expertise, and I'm very impressed by what they do and how they do it. And I think someone mentioned to me that in the team they have 5 APMs, which is, and they've said they've never worked in an organisation which has that number. That's 10% of our investigative workforce, APM level honours. So, and they're all working really well. It's a mix of intelligence and investigators, and they're broken up into teams, and they're doing the work as best we can. We're seeking information from the Defence Department, obviously, through normal request for information processes, as well as Brereton, as well as other sources, and they're working pretty flat out.
Yeah. So then I imagine that it's, from your perspective, it's a question of making sure the organisation has got the right culture in terms of operating culture, especially given you have interactions with the DPP, other agencies. And from what you're saying, that seems to be on track, no problem?
I'm happy with the culture. I think, it's a complex arrangement because you've got investigators who are seasoned, experienced police, law enforcement officers and detectives. We have lawyers and barristers and judges who have a different way of working. We have bureaucrats and government lawyers, but we're working really well. They've all been hand-picked for the roles. They have good skill sets. They don't just do one thing, and everyone seems to be working really well together. And so all things considered. But it's a work that we need to keep pursuing and maintaining and ensuring that, as you said, the culture is right. The standards and the values are very clear. We've got a mission statement to that effect, and we work to that basis, and I'm very confident with both the Special Investigator, Mr Weinberg, and the Director of Investigations, Ross Barnett. We're all committed to that.
Yeah, and as part of that, it's also going to be important that you retain that team, especially given the complicated nature of the evidence you'll be considering, the volume of evidence, the importance in terms of establishment of a range of relationships.
Yes.
How, from your perspective, how do you achieve that?
Well, we've engaged them for obviously a short period of a couple of years, but we're getting to the stage now where we're renewing these arrangements, and I can't guarantee 100% continuity rate, but there are mitigating factors like creating systems that don't depend on individuals. But even talking to the DPP and others, they know that police officers move on from task forces and they'd be recalled if they needed to provide briefs of evidence and material or notebooks and stuff like that. Our systems also will be recording things clearly so that everyone knows. Okay. But I think what we've done is provided an operating model and a system that really will encourage people to stay on as long as they are able to, and make it in a way that no one feels that they're missing out on the normal processes in their home jurisdictions, that they're not missing out on something that back home they would have been able to do.
And the culture's part of that. The culture's part of that.
Absolutely. And the other part is they are dealing with some of the most challenging investigative work that you could imagine.
And just on that last point, my last question, have you updated your thinking, has the organisation updated its thinking in terms of the impacts of what's happening on the ground in Afghanistan in terms of the gathering of evidence and the practicalities flowing from that?
It'd be fair to say no, because the situation in Afghanistan hasn't changed to a substantial degree. I was talking to someone about this a few days ago who had experience in Afghanistan, another organisation, not Australian government, but they said they're not going back, and they'd be a bit of a talisman about what's going on there. And I said the security situation, but they actually made the point there's actually security which is not necessarily based only on the Taliban. There are other security challenges which I had to acknowledge. So security is always going to be the issue. Having said that, we're looking at other ways to get evidence where we can, but it's a challenge.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Chair.
Senator Scarr. Well, just following on from that issue, Mr Moratis, in terms of accessing the evidence that you do need in Afghanistan, what types, without obviously detailing operational matters, what types of arrangements are you making so that you can be sure that you are accessing all of the relevant evidence?
Well, I must say we can't access all the relevant evidence. I don't think that's ever going to be possible. However, what we're trying to do is search it where we can, wherever it is outside Afghanistan, if I may put it that way. As you know, there's been an exodus of individuals from Afghanistan, so we able to deal with people outside Afghanistan, perhaps, hypothetically speaking. We're also been dealing with people before that period, and therefore we're trying to maintain relationships with them when we can, not necessarily in Afghanistan. And of course, there's other sources we can pursue, but I won't go into that. But the people in country, it's difficult, very difficult, extremely difficult.
Thanks very much, Mr Moratis. There being no other questions from senators, Mr Moratis, thank you so much for your time and for your evidence today. It's very much appreciated.
I've heard at least two Attorney Generals make the same comment.
I confess humour's not my strong suit. Sorry? I confess humour's not my strong suit.
We are now going to move to the Department of Home Affairs, including Australian Border Force, with respect to cross-portfolio corporate and general matters. For those who are watching the program closely, you'll note that we're running just over 2 hours ahead of schedule. I also just want to make those witnesses who might be affected by the program later in the day aware that we will be suspending the committee hearing at 5:15 for the joint sitting of the Parliament for the address of the President of Ukraine. We anticipate that will be about half an hour. Ostensibly, we will be resuming 15 minutes after the completion of formalities in the joint sitting, which we expect will be around about 6:15. However, we are looking to commence our dinner break and bring that forward a little bit. So in rough terms, 15 minutes following the conclusion of formalities in the joint sitting would have us resuming at around about 7:15. So if you could please take that timing into account in relation to the program today. Yes. No, we won't resume until 7:15. So effectively, we will take a slightly early dinner break, which we anticipate will, in roundabout terms, commence at 6:15. But we won't be back, no, until after dinner. Mr. Bozzolo, welcome again to the table. Do you have an opening statement at all?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
In the interests of time, I will be brief. I wish to raise a number of issues in relation to the war being waged by Russia on Ukraine. In relation to the war between Russia and Ukraine, which was started when Putin launched an unprovoked, premeditated and barbarous attack on Ukraine, the Department is actively engaged in a number of areas of activity. Since 23 February 2022, 5,598 visas have been granted to Ukrainians who are understood to be in Ukraine, 1,407 of whom have since arrived in Australia. All Ukrainian temporary visa holders in Australia and those who arrive in coming months will be able to apply for a temporary humanitarian visa. This visa is valid for 3 years and will allow visa holders to work, study and access Medicare. They will also have the opportunity to apply for other longer-term visas should they wish to, although it is expected that those who have been displaced will eventually wish to return home. Following the attack by Russia on Ukraine, cyber threats have increased globally, and the risk of cyber attacks on Australian networks, either directly or inadvertently, has increased. While the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, the ACSC, has no specific intelligence relating to an imminent or specifically foreseeable cyber attack on Australia, this could change very quickly. In this context, I should like to draw to the attention of the committee the statement that was released on 21 March 2022 by President Biden, who said that there was evolving intelligence that Russia may be exploring options for potential cyber attacks. It is a challenge to calculate the extent to which the Russian state would consider destructive cyber attacks to be an acceptable and strategically valuable option in the current situation, and whether its appetite for conducting destructive cyber attacks on the United States or its allies and partners is likely to increase, noting long-standing propensities on the part of Russia to engage in aggressive cyber espionage and non-destructive intrusion. In this environment, it would be prudent for Australian companies, especially the providers of essential services and critical infrastructure, and public agencies at all levels of government to get their shields up. We all have to take active steps to enhance our cybersecurity posture and to increase monitoring for threats. These actions will help to reduce the incidence and impacts of any cyber attacks. More information can be found on 2 complementary websites, the websites of the Australian Cybersecurity Centre in the Australian Signals Directorate and the website of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre in the Department of Home Affairs, who perform complementary functions in this area. Turning to relevant legislation, the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018, as amended on 3 December of last year, 2021, sets out a number of relevant measures which the Minister and the Department are applying or will apply as appropriate across the following sectors: communications, data storage or processing, financial services and markets, water and sewerage, energy, healthcare and medical, higher education and research, food and grocery, transport, space technology and the defence industry. Of note, with those amendments, the Act now provides for, and this is a proper noun, government assistance measures, GAMs or GAMs, to be applied as a last resort if an entity is unwilling or unable to conduct their own incident response and where there is no other regulatory mechanism in place to resolve the incident. Turning to another piece of legislation, the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill 2022, which passed the Senate last night, and I'm gratified that it passed the House of Representatives this morning. That bill sets out a number of additional measures, including obligations to adopt and maintain a risk management program, the ability on the part of the Minister to declare systems of national significance, which is a smaller subset of critical infrastructure assets that are most crucial to the nation, and enhanced cybersecurity obligations that may apply to these systems. Again, the Minister and the Department will apply, as appropriate, relevant measures in the current environment. Any overview of these new authorities would be incomplete without mention being made in the statement of the Australian Signals Directorate's growing arsenal of defensive and offensive cyber tools and weapons. ASD's operational capabilities are a crucial complement to the authorities which are vested in Home Affairs. Through the earlier Cyber Enhanced Situational Awareness and Response Program, or CESA, and the new capability known as Red Spice, ASD will play a critical role in shielding significant national systems, including those in private hands, using the aforementioned authorities. Just as significantly, its growing offensive capabilities will allow Australia to strike back at adversaries lawfully and responsibly, the knowledge of which would complicate their calculations and worsen their odds should they ever contemplate cyber attacks on Australian networks. The Department values its partnership with ASD, which will only intensify with the passage of the bills mentioned earlier. Finally, the Department is also engaged in other areas of activity in relation to the Russo-Ukrainian war, some of which, in the interest of brevity, I will just simply now list. Sanctions support, counter disinformation, counter foreign interference, social cohesion outreach, foreign fighter movements, ideologically motivated violent extremism, and supply chain risk assessment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Bozzolo. We will now go to questions from senators, and I give the call to Senator Keneally.
Thank you very much. And just to confirm, we're in cross-portfolio?
That's right.
Correct.
Yes,
Thank you.
cross-portfolio, corporate and general matters.
Thank you. If I might, before I have one question, and I flag that I think other Labor senators have some questions. Thank you, Mr Bozzolo, and your colleagues for attending today. Just on your opening statement, though, before I get to my question, you mentioned the visas that have been granted to Ukrainian citizens in your opening statement, and that they were 3-year temporary visas. What is the number of the visa that's being issued?
The visa is the subclass 786, and in terms of the specific details, Ms Moy might wish to join me if you wish to ask more questions, but it's a 786.
Not at this point, Ms Moy. I just wanted to...
But it's a 786.
We may come back to that later. It's just helpful to have that. Thank you.
Let me just confirm the number so that I don't mislead. It is a 786? Yes, it's subclass 786.
Thank you. The other thing, and again, arising out of your opening statement, and perhaps if you don't have this to hand, perhaps we could get it. You talked about agencies and government needing to have their shields up, given the risks of cyber attacks in the wake of what's occurring, particularly in Europe, as well as the broader threat environment. Do you have any update on, in terms of the public sector agencies who've completed the top 4 actions and the essential 8 as recommended by the Cybersecurity Centre?
I don't have specifics to hand. It's obviously a program. We've got a deep interest in it. I don't want to shy away from that, but it's a program managed by the Australian Signals Directorate. Agency heads, secretaries and chief executives are required to report under the Protective Security Policy Framework. So I don't have any more visibility than the fact that I provide a report and I see the summary reports. But in terms of the more detailed questions around the adherence or the state of maturity of adherence, I would direct you to my colleague at ASD.
Because it's a pretty important part of having our shields up.
Quite.
And my recollection is that it was quite low, something like only 1 in 4 had done the top 4.
It varies, and I'll give you an example so that I'm not throwing any stones into someone else's glass house or speak about my own posture. When you've got very old mainframe systems, for instance, the lack of what's called virtualised software controls where you can patch on an almost instant basis just simply isn't there because of the old coding and the mainframes. So the ASD advice is very particular. It says patch at least on a, from memory, 28-day cycle. If you can't, mitigate it by putting sensors and cyber mousetraps around that older infrastructure. And we do that, for instance, in relation to our mainframes. I don't want to go into the details about our protective measures. So the idea is to conform at the highest level you can. If the technology is such that it's written in an old code or it's vested in old mainframe systems, try to achieve a functionally equivalent similar standard.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Nonetheless, those top 4 have been around for some time, and the essential 8. So, but we might park that there in the interest of time. My question goes to a response I received from Home Affairs on a question I noticed from February's estimates. And that is, it appears that in that question I noticed that the department confirmed that they've never provided a briefing to the Prime Minister or the Minister for Home Affairs on QAnon. I just wanted to follow that up.
This is a response from the department?
Yep.
Okay, there were so many questions taken in February. I'm just struggling at the moment to recall the question. I might ask my staff just to remind me.
I believe so, yes. Thank you.
Do we have a number of the question?
I think the department does.
AE 22-005. Yes, I do recall this now. Thank you, Senator.
Today, today I noticed there's a story in the Guardian Australia that the FOI, the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner has ruled that a FOI that sought the text messages between the Prime Minister and a Mr. Tim Stewart cannot be refused. The Prime Minister's office had originally refused that FOI. Today, the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner has overturned that and said that the PM's office must process the FOI request on the basis that a practical refusal reason does not exist. It really prompted me to ask, since that question has been answered, is it still the case that the department has provided no briefing to the Prime Minister or his office on QAnon?
It is the case that, as at the date of lodgement of this answer, that was the case, and I don't believe, I'll check, I don't believe that situation would have changed. This would have been lodged quite recently too, I assume.
Yes.
So
however,
that situation wouldn't have changed.
So that's my question. Has anything happened since that question, that answer was lodged?
I'll get it absolutely confirmed in case we wouldn't brief the Prime Minister directly, but it would be the case either that any briefing going beyond QAnon, any briefings that the Prime Minister personally seeks or is afforded would typically either go via the Minister's office, that's one way in, or we would supply material to PM&C, who either directly or indirectly would fold it into advice that they are providing.
So that leads to a number of questions. Has that advice ever been requested by the Department of PMC or by the Prime Minister's office?
And my answer is, in a sense, founded, well, not in a sense, it's founded on the answer that we gave you. To the extent that content generated or attributed to QAnon is picked up by the various searches that we do around disinformation, misinformation, extremist ideation, it would be encapsulated in reporting, which could well find its way to the Prime Minister, because if we provide it to PM&C, they might on-brief it. So, consistently with the answer given to the question on notice, we did find, for instance, a number of reports, in 4 reports in fact, as you can see in the answer there, between June 20 and October 20, a number of instances, I don't know what they are off the top of my head, I could find out, where QAnon had come within or met the threshold of misinformation or disinformation, particularly as regards to the COVID pandemic. So we're not, if I can use this verb carefully, we're not targeting the entity, we're targeting the behaviour. And then if it gets picked up in a search pattern or a search grid of relevant behaviour, then they or any other group would be reported in one of our reports.
I'm asking, has there been a request from
I
Prime
don't
Minister
believe,
and Cabinet
I don't believe so.
The Prime Minister's office for information about QAnon?
The answer is, sorry, I spoke a little bit too quickly. I do apologise for speaking over you. The answer is, I think, no. Is Mr Kefford here? I'll just double check.
I saw Mr Kefford earlier, yes.
You saw him?
I did.
You all got the advantage of looking in the right direction. Mr Kefford, he tracks disinformation, misinformation and other relevant matters. The Senator's question pertains to have briefings been sought beyond what we've described in the response to the question. Have briefings been sought on this organisation?
Thank you. Secretary Andrew Kefford, Deputy Secretary, Social Cohesion and Citizenship. Senator, no.
Apologies? Sorry?
Just one more minute in this.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I thought you were saying... I apologise,
sorry,
I misheard you.
You might just repeat the evidence.
Could you repeat that,
when
Mr Kefford?
appropriate.
We've not been asked for advice, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And has the Minister for Home Affairs Office requested a briefing on QAnon?
No, the work that the Secretary's described continues, but not a briefing on the QAnon. No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Keneally. I'll now give the call to Senator McKim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon. Mr Pizzullo, you mentioned the situation in Ukraine in your opening remarks. Are you able to inform the committee as to whether Home Affairs or potentially ABF has offices at the Ukraine border at the moment, giving people who are crossing from the Ukraine into other countries, most specifically Poland, information on how to apply for visas to Australia?
We have an officer in that general vicinity, whether they're at the border or in a regional, close by regional staging point. I'd rather not be too specific about, but there is a Home Affairs officer forward deployed into Poland, yes.
Okay.
I'll say in the vicinity of the border.
Yeah, just one officer?
At the moment, yeah.
Okay, so obviously...
We're keeping the workload under review, and if we need to step it up, we will.
Okay, well, obviously there's hundreds of thousands of people have crossed into the border, crossed into Poland from Ukraine over the last few weeks. Do you think one's enough? I mean, it seems on the face of it that's a fairly small deployment, a very small deployment.
On its face it might, but this is not a typical displacement operation insofar as typically those reception points are where a lot of the work is done. In this case, through family connections, through what you might term diaspora relationships. The fact that their internet is still up, we're going to have a separate discussion about why it hasn't been degraded. The fact that it's a very digitally adept society means that there are many channels and pathways by which applications can be lodged. And if you want to dig into that a bit more deeply, I would ask that either here or in the relevant program we get Ms Moy and Mr Wilden to approach.
Yep. No, that's okay. Thank you.
So I don't want you to be left with the impression that there's just one officer doing all the work and there are no other channels by which applications can be forwarded.
I appreciate that, Mr Bozzolo, and I've been assisting some of the diaspora on visa applications in recent times, and I thank your department officials for engaging. It's very much appreciated, and the Minister's office also. But yes, your evidence is that at the moment there is just one officer deployed in the vicinity of the border between the Ukraine and Poland.
Sorry, I misspoke. I said Mr Wilden. It most probably would be Mr Willard, because at the moment we're issuing non-humanitarian visas at the moment.
That's right.
Which could be converted subsequently.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. We spoke in overview last time about the process of engagement between the department and the Minister's office in regards to releasing people from detention, and I'm specifically asking about people who I believe you would describe as transitory persons, and specifically the sub-cohort of people in the Park Hotel. When we spoke about this last time, I think it might have been Ms Jones, but I was told that there were briefs up with the Minister's office. I just wonder whether you could confirm, I know there's still a small number of people in Park Hotel, and whether there are any briefs up with the Minister's office in regards to the Minister considering intervening and releasing those people into the community.
Senator, without seeking to be difficult, and I'll just direct this question to the Chair, I've answered questions that directly related to my opening statement. In order to ensure the officers who handle those matters are here, I would just seek guidance from the Chair as to whether non-cross-portfolio matters that haven't otherwise been raised in my statement should be dealt with at this point in the program, Madam Chair, or in this case, detention arrangements subject to status resolution would be best dealt with under outcome 2. So I just seek your guidance, Madam Chair.
Could I just offer...
Mr Bozzolo, just in relation to Senator McKinn's earlier questions, that I regarded those as fitting within cross-portfolio because they were general matters. But in relation to more specific arrangements, I think it would be preferable if you don't, that obviously they are left until the appropriate outcome.
Okay, well...
It makes it much easier to manage the personnel.
I do
make sure the right
that.
people are in the room. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is Ms Jones here? Is Ms Jones here?
That I don't know, but we're not in outcome...
No, but it's not for you to decide when questions are answered with respect to Mr
Senator
Bozzolo. It's a matter for the committee.
What I would like to propose is that questions follow in accordance with the program. So if you are able to put those particular questions on hold until we come to the right part of the program, it just makes it so much easier for the department to comprehensively manage the issues that you raise. So thank you very much for your cooperation in that regard.
Sure. Well, I'll just, on a point of order, if I need to, Chair, make the observation that it would be a dangerous precedent for the committee to set through a ruling by you that only matters that were covered in Mr Bozzolo's opening statement could be dealt with under cross-portfolio, which I understand was part of Mr Bozzolo's argument. So I'd just like to place on the record, I'm not asking you to make a ruling on that now, but I'm placing on the record I think that would be a very dangerous precedent.
Well, that was not what I said. What I said was what I have made clear is that in your earlier questions, you were asking questions within cross-portfolio, corporate and general matters. I mean, the questions you raised about the Ukraine situation and Home Affairs officers in and around the border I regard general matters. So no, it's actually not directly relevant what is in or out of Mr Bozzolo's statement.
Good.
So while it's not a point of order, I hope that gives you some appropriate guidance, Senator McKim.
Yes, it does. Well, then could I ask you for guidance? Are you suggesting that questions in regards to how the department liaises with the Minister are not relevant in are not to be permitted in cross-portfolio? Is that your ruling? Because we've discussed these matters in cross-portfolio in the past.
I don't make a particular ruling. It's just about making sure that in following the program that the department is best able to address your questions. Right. I mean, if it's a question of a general matter, that crosses the board or concerns all aspects of the portfolio, Senator McKim, then there's no issue asking that question
All right,
now.
thank you.
But as you can, I mean, the department wants to be able to answer your questions as best as it is able, and that's why following the program gives you the best chance of getting the best possible response.
All right, thanks. The way I'm intending to proceed, I'm going to ask the questions. If Mr Bozzolo doesn't have the information here, then we can come back to it when we...
Well, no, that's not the... Sorry, Senator McKim,
Well, you can't
that's
rule
not...
the question out of order before it's been asked.
No, I'm not ruling the question out of order at all. I'm just saying that that's not the appropriate threshold. The threshold is whether the question is within the particular outcome or the particular, as I say, in this section, which is cross-portfolio corporate and general matters. And so, as a matter of courtesy, we're just trying to make sure that the department is best placed to address your questions.
All right, thanks. So, Mr Bozzolo, in terms of the way the department engages with the Minister's office in relation to people who are transitory persons and are in detention, is it the case that there is a two-step process? The first is what might be regarded as a general brief, and the second stage is what I believe is described as a ministerial intervention submission. Is that accurate?
Sorry, Madam Chair, this is a question that is ultimately the beginning of a line of questioning relating to people at the Park Hotel. Those are relevant matters for estimates, of course, but they belong in outcome 3.
Well, thank you, Minister.
Outcome 2, I beg your pardon.
Look, what I would perhaps suggest, the thrust of Senator McKim's question related to the manner in which the department engages with the minister. So there's no, Senator McKim, there's no, as the minister has rightly pointed out, there's no attempt to not deal with the particulars of this particular issue. But could I perhaps, and this is a courtesy to the department, if you could, Mr Bozzolo, perhaps address that part of the question which relates to the way that the minister engages with your department, but in relation to any specifics about this matter, could I perhaps ask Senator McKim that we address those issues in the appropriate section of the program?
Sure. There's a very general question about how...
No, I do agree with that, and
Thank you.
to the extent that it relates to the minister's engagement with the department, Mr Bozzolo, if you could address that, please.
Well, in terms of, as a general matter, how the minister is briefed in written terms, it is typically by way of submission for decisions. It's very, very unusual to seek a decision from her otherwise, unless it's an emergency, in which case written records are subsequently created. In relation, so that's just a general comment about ministerial support through briefings. There are other artefacts of briefings, such as noting briefs and the rest of it, but I think the germane point here relates to decision making. So it's all done by way of submission, which are recorded documents. They're discoverable through merits and other review processes. With respect to ministerial interventions, which is starting to go down the path from the general to the particular, it is the case that in a number of visa classes which relate to a discipline or an area of work that we call status resolution, which is the particular forte or expertise that Ms Jones and her staff have, I would really want them beside me to take you through the steps by way of the particulars of the machinery of building advice is created. You're right, because we've given evidence that beyond just general submissions for decision, which any minister gets, there is a particular form that conforms with the way the Act is written. So the minister can have regard to certain things, she can make decisions, that then acquits obligations that relate to her responsibilities under the Migration Act. Then action comes back to the department, advice is rendered, and so on and so forth. I would really appreciate having Ms Moy and Ms Jones by my side in the appropriate outcome area.
All right, so I won't ask any detailed questions
Thanks,
about
Senator McKim.
any of that, but I do have just a follow-up, and I'm just going to ask it, and various people can have a view on whether it'll be responded to. So, Mr Bozzolo, you mentioned in your answer a submission for decisions.
Yes.
Is it fair to say, I'm just trying to understand the process
By
here.
which I do apologise, sorry, I should have said, and that is in contrast to submissions for noting.
Understood.
Yep.
when the department describes something as a ministerial intervention submission, which is language that has been used previously, is a ministerial intervention submission a subset of a broader category of submissions for decision?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So there's two types of submissions.
Yep.
You either advise the minister that she needs to know something,
yes,
profound enough for her to note,
yes,
or that she has an opportunity, subject to the advice you're giving, to make a decision. Or indeed, in some cases, might be obligated to turn her mind to a matter to have to make a decision.
All right, thank you. You've given evidence previously in overview in relation to the New Zealand deal. So I'm shorthanding the agreement between the Australian and New Zealand government that's been announced since we last spoke, and that is that New Zealand will, or Australia has, in my view, extremely belatedly accepted New Zealand's very kind offer to resettle 150 refugees per year from the group of people that were at some stage sent to Manus Island or Nauru. Is there any general update you're able to give the committee in terms of progress around implementation of that agreement?
Well, in terms of following the pattern just established, in terms of general matters, we have provided advice through the time that you've just described to ministers plural, about opportunities to take that deal forward, and we were given direction as to executing an agreement, and the particulars would be best dealt with under the offshore management portion of Outcome 2.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bizzullo. Senator McKim, I have you have gone a bit over time, which is my fault, not yours. We are going to share the call around now to other senators. I know you've got more questions, so I will come back to you. But I now give the call to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. As we've asked in the last couple of estimates about the Parliamentary Liaison Network, I'd like to just go back to the issue of service standards. In additional estimates, Ms Moy stated that in the previous financial year there were 13,471 cases raised with the PLN. Do you have the current number?
I don't, but Ms Moy, who oversees the network, might well.
Thank you.
Or she at least oversees the element of it that deals with her visa processing responsibilities. Ms Moy.
Thanks, Senator. Cheryl-Anne Moy, Deputy Secretary, Immigration and Settlement Services Group. Sorry, it won't be a second. It's a big book. Thank you, Senator. So year to date to 31 January, the number of cases come through the Parliamentary Liaison Network is 14,284.
Again, at the last estimates, Ms Moore, you said that in the current financial year to December, the increase that you'd seen in the PLN was 35%. Has that increased any further, or have you seen it drop off?
No, so the total increase at this point on total cases is now 92.6%, bearing in mind that since then we've also had further cases in regard to Afghanistan, reopening borders and Ukraine.
And so how does that compare to previous years? Again, noting we have had quite a lot of increased activity in the last period. But there have been other periods in the last few years where there have been tick up as well. Do you have the percentage increase for the last 3 years?
I can work it out for you, but what you're looking at is I can give you the numbers. So we've gone from, say, in 2017-18, we've had 15,656 for the year. To 2019-20 was 11,849. And then looking at this year's as 14,284 to the end of January, that is obviously with another 5 months to go, that's a considerable increase compared to all of those years noted previously.
It is a significant increase, and which brings me to your response to question on notice AE 22038, which is regarding your FTE effectively. That your resource is at 7 FTEs.
So that's the permanent numbers, and then we subsidise, or we cross-subsidise that with staff from other areas when needed to surge. Because 7 is the general number that A, we're funded for, and B, handles the general level of complaints, given that many have moved to email versus phone.
Yeah, I'll come to that point in a minute, actually. So that would be, so with the 7 as your baseline or your standard allocation, that caseload is extreme at 1,924 per full-time position. Obviously, the PLN is something that parliamentarians have relied on quite significantly to assist constituents and to assist the department in many ways in terms of dealing with some of that initial engagement with people looking for assistance. Do you think that 7 is a good way to go? Is that a decent number as an ongoing baseline? So if we're looking this year at, well, with only 7 months included, over 14,000, and in preceding years 11 and 15,000 respectively. Do you think 7's a decent enough number, or do you think that allocation is insufficient?
So there's a couple of factors there, Senator. There's the issue of transitioning individuals, so clients, to more of a self-serve arrangement, which people have through visa systems, through Vivo, through the web, information that's available on our website, which gets a large number of hits as well. So as we move people more to that line, we need less people physically at the front. And we have people then who keep that information up to date as part of their normal role, which doesn't necessarily sit within that PLN FTE.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is we've got a situation where it's quite a large number of cases. You've got your baseline 7 FTEs. Is that a sufficient resource, or does that require some additional resource or an additional understanding of what other services need to be provided or support needs to be provided to get through those cases?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we actually supplement that number regularly. So at any point in time, I might have an extra 10 people in there because of the Ukraine issues, because of Afghanistan issues. So the 7 is the baseline FTE, which should handle the normal incoming inquiries, and then we supplement that number when we have issues.
So where do those other supplementary personnel come from?
So staff will come from other areas, so from surge within the department. So we have a surge arrangement where we can move people from areas that are not so busy at a time, or from other areas within my group. Just to say that we don't then take them away, from example, from visa processing necessarily. They might be more policy people, that sort of thing. But the PLN is also an area where I can't just put anybody. They need to be people who understand the visa network.
Okay. So the other question that you took on notice, or one of the other questions you took on notice, was AE 22039, where you were talking about the PLN having a service standard of responding to urgent inquiries within 48 hours. And you also stated that, and I'll quote here, electorate office staff are encouraged to flag cases for urgent action in their email subject line. There seems to be some concern about what constitutes an urgent inquiry. Can you tell us, in your mind, what that...
An example might be, so there's various forms and a range of inquiries and a spectrum of queries that come through. So first of all, The job of the PLN is to assist the electorate office, identify where the person can find the information or assist them with the information. So it's not, for example, a shortcut into getting your visa processed faster, as an example. However, in an urgent case where someone might contact you and say, I've got an urgent travel in the next 24, 48 hours, and you contact us, then we will put that to the top of the list and look at that separately. So that would be classed as an urgent.
Okay. Again, another question on notice, just to follow up, AE 22040. You said that the 48-hour service standard continues to be generally met. What exactly do you mean generally met? Do you feel like, is it 80%, 20%?
So it would be closer to the 80-85. So when we say generally met, we're talking about the fact that there will always be cases outside of that arrangement where we aren't able to assist resolution within the 48 hours, where it might take a little bit longer.
And would that be because of the complexity or because of the available resource?
It would generally be in relation to the complexity of the case.
Okay.
So, Senator, if I might, part of the problem here, and I experience these myself, because sometimes members of Parliament then approach me as the ultimate head of the Parliamentary Liaison Network. And sometimes you've just got a situation which, where on its surface it looks like a customer issue, not much digging, but it can't be shared with other intermediaries. There are security, character, health concerns, which, funnily enough, are hardly ever disclosed to your electorate staff, to the Member of Parliament. But we know, because of our intelligence holdings and others, it's quite interesting how cases are put to intermediaries that are favourable, typically to the visa applicant's case. Now, sometimes depending on what we can disclose and whether we're in a position to, we can sometimes temper the enthusiasm that some of the electorate staff who are doing their job for their constituents as they see fit, but we can temper that enthusiasm, and sometimes those more complicated cases just blow the numbers out. Because you might actually be dealing with a live one that, if we were to really tell you what was going on, would get your hair standing on end, and it could add weeks or months to processing. So the numbers have got a utility, but not a particularly profoundly deep utility.
Yeah, I just think it gives us a guide as opposed to just a random number.
It's a guide.
Yep.
Senator Grogan, we are at the conclusion of your block. Do you have one more question?
One very last one.
Okay, thank you.
What's the average amount of time it takes for a non-urgent case? Obviously, this goes to service standards, and appreciate that there are variabilities within that. But understanding the service standards, understanding what the averages kind of look like, does assist in understanding how that servicing will work. So, yeah, if you could just tell us what the average amount of time it takes for a non-urgent case to be processed, Ms Moy.
Senator, I don't necessarily have the average handle time for each of those because they're because a large portion are managed by email. Let me come back to you. I'll see if I can get that figure before close of session today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Grogan. Mr Bozzolo, just a couple of questions in relation to the reopening of the border. Just keen for you to provide a bit of an update to the committee in relation to some of the challenges where things are at, and just how both the department and Border Force have been working with the airlines and airports to ensure a streamlined reopening.
Well, most of that work is, in fact, largely transitioned to the Border Force, so I might just provide some general remarks as a general matter, so I'm consistent with your earlier ruling, but I would ask
Yes, I'm just asking very generally, of course, Mr Bozzolo.
But in terms of the practical day-to-day implementation, we've really transitioned through the course of January and February to the Border Force, so the Commissioner, who I've given to understand you've been briefed, will be appearing remotely because of his current location. So he'll be able to speak to it in more detail. But in short, following a number of government decisions that were taken late last year and early this year, we've been progressively opening to larger groups. And in fact now, to summarise it, the border is fully open to vaccinated persons, and by very strict exception, I should say, unvaccinated persons who are afforded particular procedures and controls prior to their entry. There's been an extensive program of engagement with airlines that started in the latter part of last year ahead of some of the major changes that occurred in November that we've spoken about before, and then more recently in the lead up to the more recently in relation to the February changes, intensified engagement. Some of that's been associated with the rollout of the digital passenger declaration that I've spoken to this committee about. That happened roughly at about the same time. We can speak about that in more detail when perhaps other officers are available. That's assisted because we've been able to transition a lot of the questioning that we're required to undertake under the Biosecurity Act onto a digital platform, both web-based as well as on mobile devices. The ABF, and Mr Outram can speak to this in more detail, airport by airport has been engaging both with the airports as well as the airlines that land at those airports to ensure that the airlines are aware of their responsibilities, which tend to be at the ticketing but more particularly check-in stage. They've got particular responsibilities that they've been briefed about that relate to their responsibilities not to uplift persons in certain situations, so unvaccinated persons to take an example. So there's been a very extensive management and outreach process there. What I might do, Senator, if Madam Chair, if it suits, is to have both Ms Saunders, who's our Chief Operating Officer and as part of her group responsibilities as COO, Chief Operating Officer, is also, in fact, she's materialised. I wasn't actually intending for that to occur, but no, but that's okay. So she covers border measures as part of her brief. And to give you a fuller answer, it might be appropriate for her colleague in the ABF to appear in simulcast, as it were, so that what the department does, which is policy, regulatory, engagement with health, whole of government, states and territories, and DPD rollout, that's all on Ms Saunders' side, and then field operations at airports. Tactical engagement with airlines is with ABF, so we understand where the dividing lines are, but it might assist if the two witnesses appear together.
I can return to that in more detail, that question. Thanks very much, Mr
Could I just check
Bozzolo.
with Ms Saunders to see if she's got something very briefly, given that she's taken the effort to come up? Do you have anything very briefly to add?
Secretary, I think you've given a very good overview of where we're at. I guess the only other point to make is obviously we're now positioning ourselves for the decision to uplift the emergency declaration, which obviously has impacts in regards to outwards travel in addition to the renewal of the cruise ship industry. So preparations are underway in a whole government sense and with states and territories to make sure we're well positioned for that. Come late April, 18th of April.
18 April, yep.
Can I follow up with one very quick question?
Sure, Senator Keneally.
It might save a whole lot of questions later. Do you have a date for the digital passenger declaration to be operational?
It is currently operational. For it to be fully operational...
We had this discussion last time.
Yes, for it to be fully...
between operational and fully operational. And
so there's initial operating capability. It works functionally in terms of its customer-facing role. In terms of some of the back-end systems checking against watch lists and other information systems, there's a progressive set of staged rollouts. Our Head of Technology will be best placed to speak to that, Mr Milford. He's got the tranches in his head. I just don't. Unless Ms Saunders.
I think we had and I'm struggling to remember off the top of my head an actual date was provided.
I think
last time.
full by June, but there are a number of intermediary.
It was by June. It was by the end of June.
And then there are a number of stepping stones that relate to the what we call the back end checks.
Has that changed?
I don't believe so, but Mr Milford can speak to that.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chair. Sorry. In fact, it might be one of his deputies. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Bozzolo. Look, I'll now hand over to Senator McKim. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Bozzolo, are you familiar in general terms with the New Zealand agreement?
I'm familiar with it in quite specific terms.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's foreseen in the agreement in terms of the next steps, and specifically, is it a process that will operate by application?
I'm just asking the question about whether this sits in cross-portfolio corporate and general matters in terms of the detail of the agreement.
It relates to an international agreement, Chair.
And its best fit certainly would be outcome to program 2.4, where the relevant officers would be here, a program known as IMA Offshore Management.
But you've just said you're very familiar with the specifics of the agreement. I've asked you recently. I'd submit, Chair, that Mr. Pizzullo is quite capable of answering these questions. I'm not trying to
No,
ambush
look,
him while his officers aren't there to support him. He's just given evidence. He's very familiar with the agreement. I'm simply asking, does it operate by application or not?
Senator McKim, the committee has resolved to conduct the estimates in accordance with the program. So I obviously welcome any questions in relation to general matters in this section. We can move through the program, and we are moving the program more quickly to reach outcome 2, but the details of that agreement sit in outcome 2, and I don't think it's fair to give the impression that Mr. Pizzullo was not being fully cooperative. He's obviously very willing to address these issues, but they are rightly need to be addressed in outcome 2.
So you're ruling that question out of order, Chair?
No, it's not a matter of ruling it out of order. The committee's made a decision to conduct estimates in accordance with the program.
Yeah, but your interpretation of that decision is to effectively tell me I can't ask a question.
Not at all. I'm very much looking forward to you asking those questions, but it just needs to be asked in outcome 2.
Is it your ruling that I can't ask that question here?
I'm not making a ruling per se. I'm just asking you to respect the committee's decision to conduct estimates in accordance with the program. If there's a general question, I would welcome that. And but in terms of the specifics, Senator McKim, I would really just ask if you could not push the envelope on that one.
So, sorry, Chair, just for my edification, what's the difference between a general question and one that goes to specifics?
Well, I guess a really good example is what we canvassed before when you asked in relation to certain arrangements between ministerial communications with the department. So Mr. Pizzullo answered that as a general issue, but didn't go to the specifics of any particular issue, which he can deal with in one of the appropriate outcomes. So there's no attempt by anyone not to properly address your questions. I would just ask that they be addressed in the appropriate part of the program.
All right. Has implementation of the New Zealand agreement begun, Mr. Pizzullo?
Well, the short answer is yes, but I'd prefer to deal. If I can,
I'd prefer to deal with it under the program. It's not your decision when we deal with it. So you've just.
I believe.
No, it's actually not.
Applies to,
No, it's not, Mr.
applies to the
Pizzullo.
conduct
It's not
of the
yours
committee.
either, Minister.
Well, I understand that.
Senator McKim, if I could just ask you to
The
speak.
program doesn't apply to you, and it applies to everyone else. It's
Yeah,
bizarre.
That's right.
So, Senator McKim, if I could let's just keep good relations between our witnesses and the committee. This is a decision of the committee. So this is not any attempt by anyone for you not to ask very, very specific questions, but if I could just ask you to put those on hold until we reach the appropriate part of the program.
Well, Chair, my question was simply, has implementation begun? That's surely a general question.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Pizzullo was
That's
quite
right.
happy to answer that question.
And then he went on to say he'd prefer to deal with it later
Mr.
on,
Pizzullo,
and I made the point that it's not for him
I
to
think
make
that
that decision.
the general question that Senator McKim has asked is fine. So if you could address that, that would be appreciated.
All right. Well, look, at the risk
Sorry,
of...
Mr. Pizzullo, could you just address the general?
No, Mr. Pizzullo's answered the question,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Do you have any other questions in this section
I
of the
do.
program? Terrific.
And in the spirit of
Thank you,
your
Senator.
very recent comments, I'd just ask whether I can explore the Financial Action Task Force questions that I was asking when AUSTRAC were here now, or whether that would be best put later. And I'm not sure whether Mr.
Sorry,
Pizzullo
Senator
would like...
McKim, I was a little bit distracted. I was just talking with Senator Keneally.
Oh, well, look, I'll ask the question. Mr. Pizzullo, are you aware of whether Australia is at any risk of being placed on a grey list by the Financial Action Task Force?
I am across that issue, and it's quite a particular and specific matter that probably is best dealt with under outcome 1.
Well, look, the chair's allowed the question.
I didn't.
I'll put the question.
No, I didn't. No, please.
But I just don't want to get into the situation where Mr. Pizzullo is in effect directing the committee as to when he's going to answer questions. It is not for him.
If I could just ask you just to hold for a moment. Firstly, I didn't approve that question, but Senator Keneally has raised a point of order. Senator Keneally.
Look, it's a point of order that reflects upon the rules of estimates, which are that senators can put questions and witnesses can choose how to answer them. And I have to say, with the greatest of respect to Senator McKim, and I am interested in some of the questions he's asking, and in fact I would hope to ask the similar questions on similar areas. The committee has resolved a particular way to proceed. We have organised our questions in that way to best assist in the short time frame that we have, the department and senators. And I suppose my request to Senator McKim is that if, it's perfectly fine for you to put questions within your time, but it would just assist all of us, I think, if we could proceed in the program as it's set out. I think we'll all get better answers as a result.
I'll just respond briefly, Chair, and then I'll park it for now. I'm
Look,
attempting to do that.
I just want to respond on the point of order. While it doesn't go directly to any breach of the standing orders, what Senator Keneally is raising in a proper point, being that the committee has resolved to conduct these estimates hearings in accordance with the program. And also, as Senator Keneally has also pointed out, Senator McKim, she has indicated she wants to ask some similar questions in relation to these topics. And it probably reflects poorly on other senators if you're asking these questions and they're not, because so we just need to be fair across the board. So we're very, very keen to move to outcome 1 and then outcome 2, but if you could just confine your questions to cross-portfolio, corporate and general matters now, that would be most appreciated.
Well, just a point of order, Chair, in relation to the request that you've just made. I just simply ask you to reflect on the questions that Senator Grogan, quite reasonably in my view, was just asking, and the way they were responded to by the department in some detail, I might add, in some circumstances, and the way that you have asked me to behave, and the way that the department has responded to my questions in a very different way to the way the department responded to Senator Grogan's entirely reasonable questions. Thank you. I have no further questions in overview.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Just in response to that, the reason Senator Grogan's questions were there was no issue is because Senator McKim, the reason Senator Grogan asked her questions as she did was because they were firmly within cross-portfolio, corporate and general matters. So we look forward to your further questions in outcome 1 and outcome 2. Does anyone else have any questions in this section of the program?
Yes, Senator Grogan
Senator
does.
Grogan.
And they are related to the PBS. I wonder if you've got the right people.
Well, given that it's a corporate matter and the portfolio budget statement is a matter that for our Chief Operating Officer and our Chief Financial Officer, both of whom are here. So
excellent. On page 59...
And a very classical line of questioning under corporate, if I might say so.
New Zealand arrangement, I know. By significant precedent over numerous estimates committees, that has been dealt with.
Senator Grogan, you have the call.
If I could take you to page 59. Page 59 explains that department expenses are increasing by $186 million due to increases in supplier expenses.
Let's make sure that the CFO is attending.
Doesn't seem to be moving.
Sometimes reluctant to highlight her significant capability.
I think everyone's got their books.
Everybody got their PBS?
My line of questioning earlier today.
Ms Cargill, welcome.
Including the Minister.
Stephanie Cargill, First Assistant Secretary Finance with my PBS.
Thank you. So I'd just like you to explain the substantial increase that we have there of $186 million, which is stated as being an increase in supplier expenses.
Yes, page 59.
Yep.
So it actually breaks it down further. So it's supplier expenses increasing by 186.8, which is made up of depreciation, amortisation expenses, finance costs and other expenses, and a decrease in employee benefits. So it is a net increase in our departmental expenses, as you've suggested, and the further information is in the budgeted financial statements in terms of the categories. But the department does have a net increase in funding between 21-22 and 22-23. And that's, I think, as you were discussing with AFP this morning, is a symptom of many movements. So we have new funding in 22-23, and I'll give you the high-level summary of the movement because there's a lot of detail obviously underpinning the movement. We have new money of $305.5 million, which is related to budget measures and estimates variations in 22-23. We have a downward estimates variation adjustments in 21-22, which effectively means an increase in 22-23, which gives us...
I guess what I'm looking for, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but in the is a bit more detail around this, because, I mean, I can read this, and it tells me there's various categories of things that are increasing. It doesn't give me the detail. I mean, when you're talking about depreciation, amortisation, have you got to a point of depreciation in a very large asset, which means it's no longer reflected? Are you in a situation where your expenses have escalated due to X, Y or Z? I'm really looking for that level of detail because it's quite a chunky change.
No, it is. And what it is effectively is taking account of the net budget movement, which is why I was going to the net budget movement, and then relaying it back to the major categories of expense in the financial statements. But if you actually go to the detail of the statements, which are at page 64 of the PBS, it'll give you the categories and the movements there in detail. So you can see the movement, for example, top of page 64, total expenses, broken down employee benefits, suppliers, finance costs, and it talks through those particular movements.
Yeah, so one of the key substantial, just in glancing at this, one of the key substantial decreases is other.
As in the movement from the 14.8
own source revenue.
Own source revenue in particular?
Well, I'm just, you've taken me to this page, I'm just glancing down it, looking for substantial differences as opposed to a few bob here and there, as it were, in these terms.
Yep.
And it says other. I guess what I'm trying to get to here is it seems like a lot of money and I can't clearly see what it is reflecting. You've taken me to this page and the largest differential is in other, which doesn't mean a great deal to me without you embellishing for me.
That's right, and you'd actually have to go to the notes accompanying the financial statements to get a further breakdown of other, which aren't actually presented in the portfolio budget statement. But we can obviously provide.
So are you prepared? Can you give me a sense of what this 186 million is comprised of? Is there, or is it just, you know, like everyone else, your cost of living's gone up?
No, so own source revenue is separate to the revenue that were provided by government. So that's the revenue separate to appropriation revenue that we receive. And it's for items that we actually deliver to customers. For example, we have an interpreter service, the TIS translator interpreter service, and we charge for that service. So we get revenue for that service. So there is the translator interpreter service. There are other processes that we charge for, such as background checking, etc., that we actually get revenue for, and this just reflects an update to that estimate for 22-23. If we actually could go to the financial statements from last year, and I could give you a bigger detail, a breakdown of revenue from contracts with customers, but that's an example of what's making that up.
Right, so things like more interpreters are
more
costing you
services
more,
provided
more
by
services
our
provided.
TIS interpreters. In this case, it's a reduction in the net revenue that we're proposing. In addition, we obtain revenue where we have arrangements, for example, with international airports, and we recover some of the establishment costs of international airports, and that's revenue from contracts with customers.
Okay, so yeah, you're talking about increases in revenue, and I'm talking about
a decrease. Well, I'm just giving you the general examples of the movement.
Yes, no, and I appreciate that. That makes a little bit more sense. I will go away and pore over the finer detail.
Or I can provide more detail and notice.
The other piece in there that I'd be keen to understand is the $161.1 million decrease in employee benefits. Can you explain what that is? That a staffing cut?
No, so our staffing is actually increasing in 22-23.
Well, that's what I thought, which is why a reduction of 161 million in staffing benefits doesn't necessarily tally with what looks like an increase in your staffing numbers, unless there's a pay cut or maybe a benefit?
Yeah, so it's just the split off of our total expenditure budget. You see the total expenditure is increasing from 3.367 to 3.414 bill, and it's just the way that we have allocated that money between employee benefits and suppliers. It is reflecting some supply increases that we're having this year, definitely impacted, for example, by COVID, etc., and other implications of supplier expenses going up. But we're
Well, I'm
actually-
just again, because I know I'm going to be called on time any second now. It says very, very clearly on page 59, 161.1 million decrease in employee benefits. That's a direct quote from page 59 of the portfolio budget statement. Can you explain to me what that $161.1 million decrease is?
So,
and it says employee benefits, not services or contractors. It says quite clearly in here employee benefits.
Yep, so that's the differential between those two line items on page 64. So it's just summarising the detail in the table, but it doesn't...
Yeah, so can you just tell us what that is? What is that $161 million cut to employee benefits?
Well, it's just, as I was trying to suggest, it's the way that we have allocated our total expenses between suppliers and employees. But it's actually indicative at this point. When we allocate our 22-23 budget, those numbers will be updated.
Well, what does that mean? That you'll come back for more money to make up for the 161 benefit?
No. We will do our internal budget allocation for 22-23 within the department, and all the areas will build their internal budgets, and they will determine whether they need supplier expenditure or FTE, and through that process we will revisit the split between employee and suppliers. So
if I can assist as the Chief Executive of the department, if I time travel back a year ago to 21-22, there was an assumption made in all of our forecasts about the employment of people. Now, through skills shortages, onboarding, delays in giving security clearances and the like, the amount that we budgeted for, effectively for wages, because that's the lion's share of a benefit. If you go to page 64, Senator, if you'd be so kind, if you go to the column 21-22 estimated actual, we had made an assumption in last year's budget that we were going to spend something like 1.6, close enough to, billion in employee benefits. We are well under our average staffing level for all sorts of different reasons. COVID, skill shortages, some of the technical trades and professional areas that we need, we just simply can't recruit. The humans just don't exist in the cities where we need them. So Ms Cargill's team then go back out to our groups and say, having regard to the actual labour market, so you might have an allocation of 10 people in your team, but you've only got 8, and you're doing the work with 8. Can you do with 9? So that team's notional budgeting for wages will just come down that notch, because I'll say, look, we can't recruit anyway, we'll do the work with 9, here, Ms Cargill, have some money back. When she then aggregates all of those, you call them forecasts, don't you, in relation to labour, Ms Cargill will have made an assumption in the budgeting process, not that we're going to cut people, but a more realistic attainment of our employment targets will mean that we'll do the same work with less money. So a team of 10 will revise it to a team of 9. And areas say, but we can spend more on contracts or more on service providers, otherwise under suppliers. When we actually dial out the money, we've got discretion, I've got PGPA authority to reallocate that as long as I'm within my appropriation. So actually, I want public servants. Do whatever it takes, cut through the employment red tape, get the skills you need, and what are we, ASL? We're down 400? Or what
500.
Are we? 500. I want 500 humans, I don't want contractors. And so you'll see a rebalancing of that number that Ms Cargill was drawing to your attention. If you go to 22-23, where there's that balance as between 1.4 billion, I should say, and 1.27. Can the Senator see those two numbers?
Yep.
I would, as Secretary of the Department, want that top number to be higher. I want more humans, full-time, valued employees who've got the skills, who've got the security clearance, they're in the door, and then a decrease in my suppliers. So that number, through what we call our internal budgeting process, will rebalance.
So effectively, we have set our target for ASL for next year, as reflected in the PBS, at 14,010. But we are yet to do our internal budget and update our financial statements accordingly. So these are indicative estimates.
So, Secretary of the Department, I can assure you, Senator, I want more humans, full-time, on the strength of my departmental books, and fewer contractors and service providers.
So on that point, then, if we go to the difference between the 2021-22...
And nothing against consultants, but in this day and age, I need passionate, committed people who are full-time, who've got the skills, and I need them in the door.
But there's quite a jump between the estimated from 2021-22, to the 2022-23 budget, where you've got quite a jump on your suppliers compared to your employee benefit line.
Yes, so the line areas, so Ms Cargill can only go with the forecast that we've got something like 42 divisions or something.
That's right.
So how many divisions does the Secretary of Home Affairs have? About 42. So we've got 42 division heads who are trusted, they're senior colleagues, they're saying, given in my world, whether it's cyber or visa processing, here's what I think I can recruit. They've obviously, in light of the experience of the last year or so with the tight labour market, have come in with more pessimistic forecasts about how many people they can get in the door. To offset the work that still needs to be done, they've bumped up suppliers. So this is the aggregated view that Ms Cargill gets from that, if you like, bottom-up, organic way of building the budget.
Yeah,
When I come top-down with the money that I'm given, that balance will change, I can assure you.
Right. And then just to labour a point, because your suppliers do in the budget, they do go up quite significantly from 2021-22.
Yes.
They then go down, as do the employee benefits. So that drops in 2023-24.
In the forwards?
Yeah.
That's a function, and we've had this discussion many times over the years, in a number of areas, such as, for instance, offshore processing and a number of other areas. The government of the day has decided to either take a 6-monthly adjustment, so at budget and MyEFO, sometimes it's a yearly adjustment. Earlier you would have heard, or you may not have, heard discussion under AFP about future funding for our high-risk terrorist offender program. Yeah. The government's decided to give us, in their wisdom, a 1-year allocation. They've asked for feedback on how it goes for 1 year, but they know that persons who are currently incarcerated, that volume will increase, so they know that we'll need to get more money. And if Labor is elected and forms government, I'll come to Labor saying that hole has to be filled. So it's not a structural...
to kind of...
it's not a structural decline.
Yeah.
The budget is both cyclical and structural.
So we average year on year an increase per year from the previous budget of $300 million.
But then when you have situations, and I will wrap up here, I know I'm over my time, where you have situations like the program you were just talking about that was discussed earlier today.
Yes.
There's a notion in everyone's head that there's a chunk of money that's going to be required to continue that program or a similar program, depending on what the feedback is on the 1-year scenario.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not accounted for in the budget.
Sorry. Sorry, Secretary.
Is someone reluctant to attend? So if you build it into your base, the government of the day accepts that it's a permanent enduring feature of the work that you do, year on year on year. It gets built into what's called the base. If it's programmatic and the government wants options and an optionality about changing the program, maybe putting more resources in, doing it differently, you'll get either a terminating or lapsing or 1 year pilot funding or 1 year funding. And we can only then go with, because we can't project
what that is,
otherwise.
you can't put that into any form of contingency funding, even though you know that a service of some form will need to be...
Correct. So that program is perfectly on point, because we know that there are 50, I think, something like, Mr Kefford will know. Let's say we know there are 50 convicts, as they're described legally, in jail whose sentences will expire through the course of 23, 24, 25, 26 and indeed and beyond. The government of the day, knowing that, and they've been very clear, say to us, see how you go with 1 year managing those offenders those convicts who were offenders, whose sentences have expired, with all of the wraparound services, the rehabilitation, to take an example, housing, etc., then come back to us, typically in either MyEFO or the next year's budget, and then we'll look at it again. There are many government programs like that, many.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and the
I'm-
Federal Police Commissioner spoke about a number as well in his budget as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Grogan. There are no other questions from senators in relation to cross-portfolio corporate and general matters. So I'm proposing to go to afternoon tea a little earlier so that we will then, after afternoon tea, move to outcome 1. So on that basis, we will suspend and return in 15 minutes.
All good.
And we are moving to outcome 1 with the Department of Home Affairs. And I seek the call from senators asking questions from the department in relation to outcome 1. Senator Keneally.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have some questions in relation to disinformation, propaganda and counterterrorism. Secretary, we heard from ASIO Director General this morning that QAnon and other conspiracy theories provide a distorted environment, particularly online, that can lead people down a rabbit hole to more and more radical information. Now, at a PJCIS hearing in 2021 into extremism, the Department of Home Affairs advised that in the 12 months to 31 March 2021, that 1,559 pieces of terrorist and violent extremist content were referred to platforms by the department to have the content removed. Of those, 95% were religiously motivated violent extremist materials, and 3% were defined as being ideologically motivated, and the remaining 2% were not defined. I have a series of questions that flow from that. One, the first one, I referenced earlier news reports today regarding the Australian Information Commissioner's determination that the Prime Minister's office must respond to a FOI about messages between him and Mr. Tim Stewart. That was that story arose because Twitter actually removed Mr. Stewart and 2 other social media accounts associated with him from their platform as a result of that those accounts were spreading conspiracy theory material. Did Home Affairs have any involvement with Twitter in relation to any of those 3 accounts related to Mr. Stewart?
I'll ask Mr. Kefford to come forward. The short answer is I think not, unless it was related to COVID mis and disinformation, but I'll just confirm that with Mr. Kefford, who's got an overall brief both for terrorist-related information activities, but also foreign interference and ideological extremism as well. Mr. Kefford, our involvement with Twitter, if at all, in relation to QAnon, or at least...
Well, in relation to Mr. Stewart.
Sorry, persons associated, Mr. Stewart
He had
associated with QAnon.
3 accounts that were permanently suspended, as they called it.
Yep.
Senator, I'm not aware of us having made a particular representation to Twitter about that. I'm happy to take on notice to confirm, but I'm not aware of us raising those accounts.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, we're talking about 3 people or 1 person with different accounts?
My understanding is it's one person who had 3 different accounts associated or controlled in some way by him.
Okay.
Has the Department of Home Affairs engaged with any social media platforms in relation to QAnon in requesting that content be taken down?
Again, Senator, I'd have to confirm the details on notice. We've described previously the broad engagement we've had, including in relation to the election and COVID, as the Secretary's described, but I'd have to confirm for you whether we'd raised any specific QAnon concerns.
Thank you. The figures I cited a moment ago, which I assume you heard, Mr. Kefford, regarding the advice that was provided to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security regarding the 1,559 pieces of terrorist and violent extremist content that had been requested to be taken down. Those figures are now a year old. Is it possible for Home Affairs to provide an update on the content requests that they have made and also to break it down between religiously motivated and ideologically motivated violence?
Thank you, Senator Richard Johnson. First Assistant Secretary, Social Cohesion. Yes, it is. I can give you figures from 1 January 2020 through to March this year.
1 January 2020.
Through to March
Great.
this year. So we've made a total of 5,930 referrals, and this is CVE, CT related referrals, Senator, not COVID related. Of those, 5,683 are RMVE, 149 IMVE, and 98 other. So it could be sort of single issue grievances.
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I also wanted to ask some questions in relation to Telegram. In response to a question I noticed dated 1 February 2022, Home Affairs told the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety it had no history of engagement with Telegram. It's a platform I'm sure you're aware of, hosts a lot of conspiracy theories and extremist content, and is a major battleground in the disinformation war that is accompanying Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And Australians can use Telegram to easily access feeds from Russian state media outlets. We've seen EU sanctions that have seen Telegram remove Russian propaganda in Europe. Has Home Affairs, since 1 February 2022, had any engagement with Telegram? Have you had any, put any requests to them to remove state Russian propaganda from their platform?
So it's useful to separate engagement in terms of liaison,
Sure.
policy related, and operational engagement. I can speak to operational engagements, which is principally referrals. So we have referred 116 CVE, CT related items to Telegram. Of those, 32 RMVE, 84 IMVE. They have removed a total of 7. The balance being 5 in the RMVE space and 2 in the IMVE space.
Okay, and if, I know your role is in relation to counter-terrorism. I'm trying to understand where sort of the contours of your responsibilities in terms of counter-terrorism, which quite frankly can bleed into the disinformation space that relates to propaganda that's being spread on Telegram from Russian sources. So given that we've seen examples in the EU where there have been requests, as I understand it, successful to Telegram to remove that propaganda, is that something you would pursue? Does that sit in another part of government? Have you pursued that with Telegram?
In terms of the operational side, I'd have to take it on notice, Senator, but we most likely have also referred material that was COVID disinformation to Telegram, because we've been referring more broadly. One of the characteristics of Telegram is it's a hybrid sort of service offering. It has private chats, which can be significantly large. They claim up to 200,000 people could be involved in a private chat. And then it has some things that are sort of more public, like channels, and some chats that can be made public. So the referrals that we'd be operating in is in that more public side of Telegram's sphere.
Well, yes, and I must say that's the only side of Telegram I see either. It's the more public-facing part of it.
Just one more minute.
Yeah, I do have some other questions in this space, so I might leave that there and come back rather than try to pursue a complicated area in 60 seconds.
Thanks, Senator Keneally. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Pizzullo, I always read your opening statement extraordinarily deeply, and if you refer to something, I always immediately call it up so I can gain a deeper understanding. And you referred to, in your opening statement, to the statement which was released on 21 March 2022 by President Biden in relation to cybersecurity. And I just wanted to quote, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, quote one sentence from it as a lead into some questions I've got in relation to the second tranche of the critical infrastructure legislation passed, as you mentioned just this morning. And I quote from the President Biden statement, "The Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has been actively working with organisations across critical infrastructure to rapidly share information and mitigation guidance to help protect their systems and networks." End quote. And just another quote before I give you a chance to reflect on this and how our regime enables us to achieve what President Biden says we should be looking to achieve. I quote, "Most of America's critical infrastructure is owned and operated by the private sector, and critical infrastructure owners and operators must accelerate efforts to lock their digital doors." End quote. So my first question to you in relation to the critical infrastructure legislation is, how does this legislation facilitate a process by which the private sector owners of critical infrastructure can, to quote President Biden, accelerate their efforts to lock their digital doors? Close quote.
If I can just make a couple of preambular points and then go more directly to the question. It was remiss of me not to earlier mention the gratitude following up a statement made by Senator Keneally earlier that the department in turn has for the work of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on that legislation. It was extraordinarily intensive, and hopefully, Senator Keneally, I know you're a member of that committee, the department acquitted itself favourably in your mind and that of your colleagues in terms of being responsive to the questions that you very properly put to us and the concerns that you had. And it was a very long drawn out but properly drawn out process of parliamentary scrutiny of legislation. So on behalf of the department, if I might, through both this committee but also through the one member of that committee that's here, thank the diligent parliamentarians who work through very complicated issues. Secondly, I'll start with the threat information that the President was drawing upon. I'm going to be very cautious in how much more information I provide. Safe to say that through our very close relationship with both the relevant US agencies, and I'm not in a position to particularise the nature of the threat information, but you can imagine it has some it would have technical characteristics, and we have very deep relationships with all the key US partners. This is to assure this committee that Australia is aware of that intelligence, the intelligence that the President relied upon. The US made it very plain early in this conflict that its closest and most trusted allies were to be granted that access, and of course as long-standing Five Eyes partners we get that information in a timely fashion, and I take this opportunity to thank American colleagues, particularly my very good friend and colleague who indeed was here last week to discuss a range of matters that I can't go into in a lot of detail, including at very highly classified levels. Anne Neuberger, the President's Cyber Advisor, the Deputy National Security Advisor. She was in fact here. We went through in a classified context, and I won't particularise that, not only the nature of the evolving intelligence that the President referred to, but certainly what the US is looking to do unilaterally to protect its own systems, but also how it's looking to assist allies and partners to protect their systems, and indeed to be the beneficiary of the protection that others can afford. Cyber's an asymmetric realm where relatively smaller powers can actually apply asymmetrically great benefit because it's not the number of aircraft carriers you have or the number of missiles you have, it's actually
number of soldiers in your army.
Or the size of your battalions or divisions indeed, but it's actually the amount of cyber power that you can generate, which is as much a function of the technical expertise of your workforce, their creativity, their ingenuity to crack into certain technical problems. And in that regard, it just fills me with awe, and I say this not glibly, the level of capability well beyond its weight in size that we have in the Australian Signals Directorate, our very close partners. As I've explained to this committee before, including in relation to questions that Senator Keneally has asked me, there's a very clear division of responsibility where the ASD, which indeed does not want to intrude into domestic regulation or domestic policy. They very much lead on operations, technical excellence, and that's been further augmented by the Red Spice announcement that the government made the other night. Home Affairs was very closely consulted on the development of Red Spice.
And that's referred to in your opening statement.
Quite,
as well.
because the defensive elements of Red Spice are going to be, if you like, the protective shield that the government will be able to put around a number of very critical sectors of our economy. And we work very closely with my good friend and colleague, Director General Noble. I take this opportunity, they're celebrating their 75th anniversary this evening, so happy 75th to the ASD and its previous manifestations that go back to the Second World War. Then in relation to the regulatory and other tools that are applied, the way we divide up the work to achieve in Australia what President Biden was speaking to in relation to his administration, we have a different range of tools, and indeed as of this morning and with royal assent in the next few days, quite a different set of tools that are set out in legislation. The government made it very clear, as has been explained several times through the journey of legislating, that the government's preference was to put all of these authorities into statute so that there was a very clear understanding on the part of the Parliament as to what the boundaries of these powers were, their oversight, their review mechanisms, the checks and balances. So Australia in that regard, and I say this without any disparagement to others, has chosen a statutory path. Other jurisdictions, the US being one, and Ms Neuberger, for instance, has spoken about this from the White House podium, have, for reasons to do with lack of statutory authorities, but with the executive authority of the President, have used things like executive orders, have used persuasion and engagement with the chief executives of some of the largest companies in the world to achieve similar effects. We've chosen to move from that posture to a statutorily defined model. Our British colleagues are somewhere in that range as well. They're perhaps more closer to the American pole. We're all trying to achieve the same functional end, which is namely preparation and prevention is better than incident response and cleaning up. It's a bit like a natural disaster. The more you do in terms of resilience, hopefully you can at least mitigate, if not the incidence of the disaster or the incident, or at least mitigate its effects. So it's no different from any other risk management activity. I'll very briefly, because I don't want to run out of time, just batch the two types of measures in terms of the legislation last year in December and then the legislation that just passed this morning. Last year was about the most, and the committee in its report said, deal with the most sensitive matters first. Clearly the most sensitive and the most intrusive measure would be a government assistance measure, where in the absence of all other response options, everything's been exhausted by the private company. Typically this infrastructure is held in private hands through a process of selling off of government assets and privatisation and the rest of it. But more particularly, Senator, not only is it in private hands, they're quite disaggregated and proliferated. A lot of essential services, quite properly through the operation of our market system, have dispersed and diffused control, ownership and technical management, hence that statutory wrapping that we talked about. The most sensitive thing a government could do is come onto a network. And so for that reason, the Parliament saw fit to scrutinise that element first last year in relation to the government assistance measures. In extremis, and there are very clear stipulations about the thresholds and the powers that the Home Affairs Minister would have to so designate such an event as requiring a government assistance measure. It'd be temporally limited and subject to consultation with other ministers. That's at the very high end. That was legislated last year. Also legislated last year were mandatory reporting obligations on certain designated assets that sit within those 11 sectors, 12 hours in some cases, 72 hours in other cases. I won't go through the particulars, it would take up too much time. And there are a number of other sundry obligations. The measures that went through the House this morning and the Senate yesterday were what I would describe as the more preventative. So last year was more about the incident and emergency response component. This morning and yesterday with the Senate, it's really about the preventative measures. If you're so designated by the Minister, do you have a risk management plan? Now clearly a lot of these companies, which are very large companies, have got deep mature systems. They've already got RMPs, risk management plans. It's really about standardising. It's really about standardising those arrangements. Then within that within that category of 11 sectors and critical infrastructure assets, if the Minister so determines, based on advice, that some systems are so sensitive that they warrant additional protections and obligations, they will be designated as systems of national significance. So I won't anticipate her decisions, but it might be particular parts of the telecommunications network. It might be the particular parts of the network that controls electricity generation and distribution. It might be particular parts of the operating technology that operate dams. So if a company runs dams, for instance, or water services, it wouldn't necessarily be their retail or customer-facing activities. They're not necessarily national systems, but it might be the operation of the dam to ensure that the water is not poisoned or perhaps released in a malicious fashion. So the second bill, which will be given royal assent shortly, is really about those preventative measures. How is it different from the American approach? Theirs is more done by executive order and engagement with companies almost sector by sector, company by company. Sometimes they do have a statutory basis, so pipelines, for instance, happen to be regulated by the Transport Security Administration, TSA, within the people who do your airport screening at American airports. They happen to have an authority over pipelines. So the President directed that particular authorities in relation to pipelines be done under that legislation. So two different approaches legislatively, but you get to the same functional outcome.
Can I... I thank you for the answer to
suspect
my
you'd
first
find
question.
I could go on for
but it's been
long
very
time.
useful. With the indulgence of the chair, I just have a second question quickly, and it is I'm just
because we are over time, Senator Scarr.
I understand. I'm interested in terms of the practicalities you've experienced of liaising, especially with private sector companies, and the nature of the approach, the philosophy behind that approach, and the experience thus far of the department in terms of that engagement.
In order to provide an abbreviated response, I'll echo some evidence that both Director General Noble and I gave to the other committee some time ago. Ms Noble made the point, again without disparagement, but just reflecting human dynamics. Typically, heads of IT and CISOs, because they know their networks deeply, tend to say, no, we've largely got this under control. But when very specific and worrying threat intelligence emerges, which only can come from government sources, what tends to happen is that there's a mobilisation around that problem. And to be candid, and this is just organisational dynamics 101, the higher up the authority chain you go, to the Deputy CEO, the CEO and the board, minds get very focused.
Sure.
And they might well say, I deeply respect and revere what my CIO or CISO is telling me, but I want some of that as well, which is to say I want that additional protection that the government can provide. So it's really about building those relationships, which are not in any way going to denigrate the professional expertise of the private sector teams. It just accepts the reality that we have access to more sensitive information. And again, I'll paraphrase Ms Noble, sometimes we can see things they can't see. They might see the attack coming in across their wire. We might be able to see the attacker. So once everyone understands that everyone's got a role to play, there's mutual respect. No one's telling someone who runs their network how to do their job, but we might be saying, we've got a superpower over here, like a Marvel superpower that you could really use. We want to gift this to you. Once you get through some of the, initial distance and you build the partnership, and I'll finish on this note because I know the chair would want me to. We want to move from a point where direct regulatory consequences are not only a last resort, but almost to an extent a failure of the relationship. In other words, we want the regulatory safety net to be very much something that catches problems, but for most of this work to be done through partnership.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Scarr. Yes, I certainly thank you, Mr Bozola. We appreciate if you can keep your answers a little more truncated. That would be terrific. Now, I'm conscious that I do
So
need
you don't
to
want me to
return.
add any more, Madam Chair? I got it.
You answered my 10 questions in the
Yes.
answer to my first.
Okay.
And then he answered 10
I
that you hadn't thought
I won't
of.
make any adverse comments on the on you, Mr Secretary. Look, I'm conscious we've got to go back to Senator Keneally, but Senator Van just has one related question that he wants to ask. Senator Van.
Very much related to that last bit.
I'm trying to make it yes or no.
Well, you may choose even to not answer it. everyone's aware that some of our utilities in the energy space and other utilities are foreign owned. Does that pose a greater risk to those networks?
Not necessarily, and it really is a function of whether the foreign ownership in turn, through several degrees of separation or otherwise, is connected to state direction. So Australia is an open capital market largely. Yes. We welcome the supply of capital into our market. In some cases, that capital is sourced from either through a state enterprise or through the direction of a foreign state. Sometimes that capital can be problematic. That's the minority of cases.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Van. Senator Keneally.
Thank you so much. If I could go back to my questions regarding disinformation, and particularly Telegram and Russia's role in spreading disinformation. I read an article in Politico, and I apologise I don't have it here, but really it made the point that Telegram's ready-made ecosystem is facilitating Russia's disinformation pivot from COVID conspiracy theories to the war in Ukraine. And we have seen the uptake of Telegram here in Australia, in particular, I can just find my, in particular, we have seen certain individuals who I won't name because I don't think they deserve the notoriety, but certain individuals who will be known to our security agencies spreading this Russian propaganda, certain Australian individuals spreading this Russian propaganda on Telegram. We have also seen, as the ASIO Director General and I discussed today, certain individuals encouraging Australians to go to Ukraine to join the Russian forces. So again, my question is this something Home Affairs, either through your role, Dr. Johnson, or some other role, is monitoring? Have you provided any advice to government about this shift from COVID disinformation to Russian propaganda? Have you had any requests to platforms to take this information down?
Just a couple of opening remarks. Just in terms of the shift, and I think I'm fairly confident I'm familiar with the article from Politico because it struck me as being quite an interesting analysis. I think if it's the analysis that I'm thinking of, Senator, I think it's slightly exaggerated because even though there was a high proportion by volume and in relative terms of COVID disinformation, they never let up on undermining democratic norms, particularly off the back of the attempt to interfere with the election in 2016 in the United States. So that was always in the background, as was the Russian state's efforts to use disinformation, misinformation, and frankly propaganda techniques across a whole range of areas. When COVID came along, it felt like it was a wave on top of all of that. And so...
I suppose my question is, aren't we having another wave?
Yes, and so and I was going to come to that second point, we're having another wave, but and this is where I disagree with the analysis in that article, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, where...
I'm just wondering, Senator Keneally, is it possible to table
I don't think
that?
it doesn't really.
It's not germane.
It's not germane.
It's not germane because the point I was going to make is operative in any event. That pivot has been done largely now out of desperation and from a failed information strategy. And here I give credit, and I was alluding to some of this earlier in my earlier evidence. We're in a privileged position here in Australia to be seeing some of the most sensitive information I've ever seen declassified in my 35 years, where the US is leading an effort whereby Russian disinformation is being outed and counterspun before it happens, including through the exposure by the President, by Secretary Blinken, by the US administration of highly sensitive foreknowledge of certain plans. And that has convinced the world that we're dealing here with, a wizard behind the curtain who doesn't, frankly, have much credibility. The problem that now is emerging is that both within Russia, and I'll put that to one side, and then in a remaining residual rump of areas that were largely, in 2016, 2017, quite attracted to the fakery and the disinformation of the Russian propaganda machine. It's now collapsing. But to your point, I think to your point, there are people who are bolted on and rusted on to that worldview, and they are now pooling in these smaller pools that are not buying the large message. Most people are seeing Putin for what he is, and a lot of his propaganda has been exposed before it even occurs. But what that does is then pushes the disinformation and propaganda problem to the extremes. So fewer people who more deeply believe something.
That may be true, and I agree with your assessment of the strategy being deployed by the Americans. I think it's quite clever and recognises the changed environment in which we're operating. However, let's be blunt here. In February, the member for Hughes, Craig Kelly, signed into Parliament House a man who is prominent amongst this, the self-described freedom convoy, and this man calls himself a Russian patriot. He is using Telegram to spread Russian propaganda, including the most abhorrent, violent, extremist content on the conflict in Ukraine. You know, the fact of the matter is, while it might be the case, as you say, that in some areas this is collapsing, I find it extraordinary that a member of Parliament has signed such a person into the building in recent weeks. And I'm wondering, I'm asking, has Home Affairs provided advice to government on the interaction between the COVID conspiracy, extremist narratives, and Russian propaganda in terms of how it's operating in Australia?
In short, yes, we do provide advice on how disinformation and misinformation works, and we've noted those interactions between certain types of conspiracy theories, typically around COVID, morphing into other things. It doesn't take away from the general point I was making that the Russian general narrative has collapsed, but there is and that's what extremism is, right? It's at the margins. It's a question of whether extremism then infects more people than fewer. We're familiar with the case of, I won't speak to the entry into Parliament House, that's a different question related to the privilege of a member, but in terms of the gentleman in question, Mr Kefford?
Yeah, certainly we're aware of that individual and some of the material. And to your question earlier, Senator, part of the focused work on the Russian mis and disinformation is being led from DFAT. The work that we're doing from Home Affairs is beyond the advice to which the Secretary's referred, is we have been both monitoring that, but also through our community engagement functions, engaging directly with the Ukrainian and Russian communities through our community liaison officers, including in relation to the material that the Russian embassy itself has been publishing on Facebook, which is obviously not at the extreme end, but nevertheless fits within the category of propaganda. And what we're seeing there is that there isn't a great deal of uptake. And repeating, and indeed most of the community sentiment that we are encountering through our ongoing community engagement is very much supportive of both Ukraine and Ukrainian people, but also the principles for which the West has, or the rest of the world has united in this particular conflict. The broader work that's going on then relates to particular responsibilities, whether it's with the security agencies, the police, wherever it might be, in terms of directing particular instance of the use of social media to propagate those narratives, or indeed encourage people to violence.
Chair, I might leave that there. I do think we have some other questions in relation to outcome one, and possibly from other Labor senators, but I want to thank Mr Kefford and Mr Pezzullo.
Thanks very much, Senator Keneally. Senator Grogan, do you have some questions?
Sure, thank you.
Senator Grogan.
In the budget speech on Tuesday, the Treasurer announced a technology investment boost for small business, which is offering tax deductions on expenses or assets that support digital adoption, including cybersecurity. Did Home Affairs provide advice to the Treasury on this measure? particularly from a cybersecurity policy perspective?
Possibly, and I'll get Mr Ablong to join me, possibly in relation to the work that we do with Treasury under the category of the digital economy, but whether the specific tax benefit, I think it's the $120 for $100 worth of investment, whether the revenue measure itself was the subject of consultation or whether it...
No, I'm really talking about the policy aspect.
Yes,
so the digital adoption
yes. So
part,
the short
and then, of
answer
course, cybersecurity being more specific
short answer
element.
is, Senator, well prior to the budget itself, in fact going back to the announcement by the government of its digital economy strategy more generally, we've been very closely engaged with Treasury. In fact, I think even with, if not secondment of officers, certainly very close working relationships. So the way we've divided up the work, we lead on cybersecurity, self-evidently. The Treasury, along with a number of other departments, lead on, if you like, the digitisation of the economy. And where the Treasury relies on, particularly Mr Ablong's cybersecurity team and Ms Nable's technicians or technical folks in ASD, there are various working parties and interdepartmental committees that ensure that those links are maintained. But Mr Ablong, your engagement with Treasury on digital matters and on the tax measure as well?
Just very specifically on the policy aspects of the digital adoption and the cyber security.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Mark Ablong, Deputy Secretary, Strategy and National Resilience. Yes, we were deeply engaged with Treasury and our colleagues across government, because it's not just a Treasury measure. They're the ones who are providing the tax incentives, but ultimately our colleagues in the Department of Industry, for instance, are also engaged. So there's an interdepartmental committee that looks at these sorts of things. As part of our work on the cybersecurity strategy and the uplifting of cybersecurity standards across Australia, it was certainly something we were very focused on, and is how do we encourage and incentivise small business to take advantage of the services that are at their disposal, and certainly the tax incentives was a key part of that.
So what percentage of the program, which I think is a value of a decrease in receipts of $1 billion, what percentage of that program do you have you advised, or are you aware, is being allocated to cybersecurity specifically?
Well, it's a tax concession, isn't it?
It is a tax concession.
It'll be a function of what the companies decide.
Correct. So it
but surely you've done some projections in terms of, and again, I'm talking from a policy perspective as opposed to being particularly concerned about the dollar value. But from a policy perspective, when you're looking at what the intent as declared in here, which is to get small business to be more cyber aware, more cyber ready, build their resilience, but also to get more digitally engaged. What's the balance of that program between the sort of digital engagement piece, which is laid out in those papers, but also the cyber security, which is obviously aligned but different?
Senator, yes, they are aligned, but our intent is that they be more than just aligned. If you are going to engage in the digital economy in a safe and secure way and not put yourself at risk, then you need the appropriate cybersecurity to do that. So our hope in working through the policy was that as companies start to think about online presences, about having online stores, about offering their services through the digital economy, that the cybersecurity is, if you like, baked in by design, rather than, I'm going to do a bit of digital engagement, and if I have any money left over, then I might do cybersecurity.
So again, I'll go back to the original question. The policy advice, the policy intent here, when you were providing your advice, how have you provided that advice to mesh the two together, bearing in mind your overarching intent to have increased digital engagement, but hand in hand with cybersecurity?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Senator, it's a combination of both providing the incentives for small businesses to do what they need to do in terms of raising their cybersecurity standards, but also an education process. At the sort of the macro level, we're thinking that it's probably around about 25% of small businesses will take advantage of the digital economy measures in the first instance. That tends to be the case for a number of programs run across small to medium enterprises. I mean, there are some small businesses which, quite frankly, a digital economy frame doesn't really work. They're very local. They know who their customers are. It's transacted in a very simple way. They don't need a digital economy experience. So that was the sort of the general, kind of judgment that we make. But we're really in the circumstance that we would like, to uplift all boats in terms of cybersecurity. So we would be thinking that the policy is a success if we could get everybody to uplift their cybersecurity standards who operates in the digital economy.
Sure, but is there a policy lever in there that ensures that, is my question. I mean, it's great what you're saying. That is your intent. That's what you would like to see. That was what you would ideally have. Really just what are the measures in there to ensure that? So can small business A go and engage in some, I think cloud software was one of the things listed.
Yes.
Purchase and engage in a cloud software contract and go, yay, that's excellent. Here's my tax offset. What are the rules? Like, are there rules around this?
Yes, there will be.
Have to be a cyber aspect to it.
The Treasury is putting out those rules in terms of the way in which the tax incentive scheme will work. We have a series of liaison officers who work with small businesses about the cyber dimension of that. So we'll be putting a big effort in the next little while to reach out to small businesses and point them in the direction of that. So an educative sort of
piece to the...
Exactly right, yeah.
So I think, Senator, that's the better approach because businesses will know their own circumstances. So rather than engaging in a degree of, if you like, government direction, it's not quite direction, it's not quite the word I'm looking for, but just to contrast it with the sorts of companies that I referred to earlier, critical infrastructure and essential services providers, they will be obligated in some instances, or in lieu of being obligated, would be required to do very specific things in cybersecurity. So, for instance, the measures in the bill that passed this morning, for instance, would require them to do a vulnerability test, for instance, right? Or to conduct a stock take of their external gateway perimeters in very precise terms. You wouldn't want to impose those sorts of obligations on the florist or the mowing company because it's at a low level within the economy, but more particularly to Mr Ablong's point, some of those companies will be naturally digital. They'll have an app and they'll have a way to engage with their customers through devices. Others will not want to go quite that far. The point that we're making through our liaison officers, through our small business outreach, through our engagement with the helping to design a tax measure with ATO is to say, as you deploy in a way that suits your company, digital technology, a cloud-based solution, don't bolt on cyber as an afterthought.
Have it integrated.
It's got to be integrated.
So, drawing on from that, is there anything to prevent a business from basically just getting a deduction for renewing a licence or a subscription they already have for a particular cloud service or app or whatever? Well,
it'll be a function of the administration of the tax measure, I presume. But
Senator Grogan,
it might be better directed to our colleagues in tax.
I think Mr Pizzullo has just anticipated my contribution, and that's to say these really are matters that are not best directed at Department of Home Affairs. They're probably best directed at those in Treasury and those in the Australian Taxation Office.
Appreciate that point, absolutely. However, I think, as I tried to stress quite heavily at the beginning, what I'm interested in is the policy frame, the policy advice provided by Home Affairs to help develop this program.
That's fine. Your question just went to the setting of...
Well, surely it's a policy
setting
question.
of the rules, and those rules are not set by Home Affairs. They are set by Treasury and administered by the ATO.
And hopefully based on advice from bodies such as Treasury,
We've
such
already
as
established
Home
that,
Affairs.
Senator Grogan, yes.
Yeah. Because I think that's an important point in terms of trying to achieve the goal that you're setting out for, is how do you get the add-on that is embedded, how do you build the program and not just go, oh, yippee, here's a tax deduction for something that I've been doing for years that may or may not fit within the program.
So Senator, to reinforce the point, our policy advice would be make it additive, make it intrinsic. They're the two sort of policy goals. But in terms of sound tax administration, as you know, some benefits are carried back quite deliberately in their design, others aren't. There really matters for the tax policy area in Treasury and the ATO.
So there was a survey by the ACSE of small, medium business, and about half of them said they spent less than $500 per year on cybersecurity, yet they self-assess themselves as having very poor understanding. In terms of how this program is going to work and your other aims within the same vein, do you have any plans to incentivise or encourage small business? Now, you've referred broadly to using your liaison officers for an education piece, but do you have any other plans in place to incentivise or encourage?
Senator, across the government there are a number of plans. I can refer you, for instance, to the Department of Industry, Science and Technology, which has got its Cybersecurity Business Connect and Protect program that provides both grants to small businesses to better understand what their cybersecurity challenges are. So, to really, figure out whether you're vulnerable. They've built a cybersecurity assessment tool which small to medium enterprises can use to validate whether they've got a problem, and it's links in very closely with the work that the Australian Cybersecurity Centre does with their tools. And if you're an individual, you can download their tools to help you figure out where your vulnerabilities are and what you might do about it. So a lot of the educative program is about providing people with a little bit more information about the specifics. It's all very well for us to say cybersecurity is a challenge, but unless you know where your particular vulnerabilities are and how you are potentially vulnerable, it's really difficult to figure out where you should put the investment.
Can I add, Senator, and perhaps it's a matter that the next Parliament will be challenged to turn its mind to. I think ultimately, though, scale is going to be a key factor here. Those larger companies that we spoke of earlier, it's part of their core business to have continuity. They've got a lot of specialists who are very, very capable in running networks. They can't afford to be offline. If you're running a power system, a dam, a telco, if digital or IT is not at the centre of your business, I think increasingly, and I refer you to public comments made by Andy Penn, the outgoing chair of Telstra, who's, I must acknowledge, not only in that role, but has been a terrific chair of the Minister's Cyber Advisory Committee. He makes the point consistently that ultimately, for the medium and smaller end of town commerce, the BCA makes similar points, but I'll draw on Mr Penn's advice, that you can do a lot of these government grants, you can do education. In the end, the interconnectivity of whether it's cloud-based services, how you do your payroll, how you do your invoicing, how you know your customer, is going to be so much a function of purchase services that cyber over time will itself become a purchase service. So
indeed, and
so
I guess
this gets
to the point that I'm trying to get to is that is the intent. What is the incentivised piece other than just a tax break?
Understood.
And
sorry.
How does that then ensure that it's not just purchasing some app or getting online?
It's a very good question, Senator, and the government, obviously there's been a big focus on critical infrastructure and a whole lot of other issues that have got a profundity around the operation of the national economy. In parallel, under the cybersecurity strategy of 2020, the government authorised us to engage in some quite extensive public consultation around market incentives, regulatory parameters. Some of these, the tax measure that you're speaking of is consistent with that work. We've published the results of the, I'm going to have to caution what I'm about to say. So the government authorised us to engage in a public consultation process covering the field of insurance, market-based incentives, what are called bundled services, and that work was incredibly well assisted by the work of the advisory committee that Mr Penn chairs. We're sort of at the end of this term of Parliament almost. So in the next term of Parliament, I think that's the next frontier of either incentives. The insurance industry is looking at this question because part of it relates to premiums and whether it's ransomware payments. So there's going to be a whole lot of market incentives that I think naturally will start to address the premise of your question. The smaller you are, in terms of the scale of your business, you're not going to have a dedicated CIO. You're not going to have a dedicated Chief Information Security Officer. I think naturally, and I can't exactly describe the pathway that we'll get there, but there's going to be a series of policy reforms that are going to be necessary in this way. Whether it's in 2, 3 or 4 years, if you're running a medium-sized business or a small business, when you purchase not just your computer, not just your telephone system, not just your ISP and internet service, you'll purchase a service and cybersecurity will be built in. And it might well be that patching and threat monitoring and malware defences happen during the middle of the night when you're not even... because small business people are typically not going to have the bandwidth to do all of their accounts, service their customers and say, gosh, I've got to patch my computer as well. So increasingly that'll become a commodity.
Yeah. I suppose the other thing is, with this tax deduction, is there any policy piece in here about directing or rewarding people using Australian companies, or is this potentially just going to tick up?
I'm not sure that's a feature of the tax
It's
measure.
not a feature of the tax, no.
I'm not sure. It might be better directed to Treasury.
Senator Grogan, on that note, we have gone over your allocated time. If I can share the call around. Senator Keneally, are you looking to ask any further questions?
I'm happy at this point for Senator Grogan to continue on.
You're not. Senator Grogan, my apologies. Please continue.
Thank you. I might go to the Safer Communities grants.
Mr Abalong also does our law enforcement public safety program, so he can...
Very try, Senator.
Very, very adaptable.
So the Safer Community program, can you confirm that there was an allocation of 50 million for the 6th round in 2021-2022 MAEFO?
That's correct, Senator.
That's correct. And is there any more money in that now? What's the total quantum for the funding of that round?
The budget released a couple of days ago added an additional $50 million in.
So that's 100 million in round 6?
Correct. Well, there was already money in the program, so at this stage I think it's about $119 million in total.
119, yeah, okay. And have the applications closed for that program?
Senator, the original round 6 application process produced way more applications than we had money to fund. So the additional funding that's come into the program has allowed us to fund more of the applications that were already in existence. So that is, we don't expect to call an additional round.
Right, so the additional 50 million in the budget this week was to fund more of the programs that had already been
That's correct, Senator.
Put into the program?
Yes.
Okay. How many applications were made in the round? Do you have that figure?
I do have that figure, if you'll bear with me for just a second. Senator, I might take that one on notice. I read the figure earlier today, but it's not in this pack. So I'll try and get it to you before the end of today's session.
If you could, that would be really helpful.
Yep.
How many programs have been approved?
From the round 6?
Mm-hmm.
Around 50 at this point in time.
Okay. And that's like the first round, as it were, the first section of that round 6, based on the fact that you've now got an extra 50 million to spend?
So, Senator, the way it worked was when the initial round was presented, the applications came in, lots of applications. We did the usual process we have to go to merit list all of the applications. Mm-hmm. We drew the line where the dollar figure
where the
was
money
to
ran
begin
out?
with, where the money ran out, and approved those. And we're now going through the second drawing of the line.
So have that first tranche of round 6 projects been announced?
They have not been announced yet, I believe, but I will check that and come back to you, Senator.
Okay. And so you'd say probably, so the whole lot of round 6 is still to be announced broadly, we believe. And you're not entirely sure when that will be announced. Have the recipients been advised?
That there is additional money, or that...
That they got it, or that there's been additional money that they might still get it?
Senator, before I answer that question, I did find the answer, which is 420 eligible applications were received. And I can also tell you that they were seeking around $389 million worth of funding. So, because you can see there was a substantial interest in the program.
What's the average, or what's the span of the amount of money each project?
It varies. It really depends on the nature of the application. Some would be seeking figures in the tens of millions of dollars. Some would be seeking figures in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
To answer your second question, successful applicants were notified by the Business Grant Hub on the 9th of March. So that was in that first tranche, so 75 successful applications.
So 75 applications for a broad total of about 50 mil?
Approximately, yes, that's correct. Slightly under, because you end up in that situation.
Round it up, round it down.
Exactly.
Yep. So 75 announced publicly or advised to the recipients?
They were advised to the recipients. I don't have any information here that says it's been publicised yet, but I will check that, Senator.
And what's the time frame, do you think, on having another look at those 420 applications for the additional funding?
So advice has been presented to the Assistant Minister and we await his decisions.
Okay. And we just ask you a caretaker question here. Do those grants need to be announced before caretaker? If they do not get announced before caretaker, can they still be announced and publicly announced during a caretaker period?
The caretaker conventions are really a matter for the Prime Minister's department. I've got a responsibility to assist the Assistant Minister, but he's got to make decisions under those conventions as to their applicability. I wouldn't want to speculate, other than to say that the conventions relate to the taking of decisions, or the.
So he needs to have signed the bit of paper before
the taking of decisions. So typically, in my experience, if a minister has made a decision by way of putting his signature, for instance, or her signature onto a document, the timing of the announcement is a separate matter. But it's the taking of the decision that ordinarily would be captured by the convention. But
thank you. I note that the recent report of the ANAO found a number of issues with the awarding of grants under the Safer Communities program, and particularly during round 3 funding under which occurred in the lead up to the 2019 election under Minister Dutton. And I particularly note from that report some quotes. Applications were not assessed fully in accordance with the guidelines. Funding decisions were not appropriately informed by departmental briefings, and for the majority of decisions, the basis for the decision was not clearly recorded. For 54% of approved applications, involving 60% of approved funding, the basis for the funding decision was either not clearly recorded or did not address the eligibility requirements and the merit criteria published in the grant opportunity guidelines. It's a bit damning, and obviously concern about this $119 odd million that you are currently working through. Who's the minister responsible for approving these projects?
It's the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs, Minister Wood.
And can you run us through how the selection has been done for the initial 75, obviously, and I assume that you'll have done a kind of merit order of those projects, so it will be the same for both the money that's gone out now and the money afterwards, or was there any difference in the assessment of those two tranches?
Senator, the process is a relatively standard one. The grant guidelines are agreed between the Assistant Minister and the Minister for Finance. They're put out into the space where applicants might find them on the business hubs and various other things. They put their applications in. The grants hub, which is the Department of Industry, will go through a process of evaluating them to determine whether they're eligible bids, and will work to merit list those bids to say, out of a score of 100, this has got a 99, this other bid's got a 75.
Sorry, complete your answer.
The information is then provided to Home Affairs, and we do a scrub of those bids, not on their merit, but as to whether they're meeting the intents of the grant program. So are they within the scope of what it was set up for, early intervention or infrastructure development, those sorts of things.
Senator Grogan, sorry, apologies, but we've just gone well in excess of 20 minutes, so well over 2 blocks of time. We are going to need to share the call around. Sorry, Mr. Oblong, did you complete your answer?
I've got probably 30
Apologies,
seconds
I'm
more.
sorry. I was just looking for a break, but
Sure.
apologies. Just if you complete your answer, then we will need to share the call around.
Certainly, Chair.
And then just if I could just have one further question after that, otherwise I'm going to have to come back and start again.
That's
Yeah.
fine. We
Thank
can
you.
come back to you, but we're well over the 2 blocks.
We then
Mr. Oblong,
provide-
if you just complete that question,
Sure.
the answer, please.
We then provide that information to the Minister in a brief with rather large spreadsheets of all of the bids, where they ranked, what the benefits were. The Minister is then required under the grants program to select the bids that should be funded. He's the decision maker for the grants. So typically he'll sort of go down the list. We'll advise him where the dollar cutoff is, so you can fund the first 50 or you can fund the first 15. He records his decisions as to whether he agrees with our recommendation or not. And if he disagrees with our recommendation, then he's required to provide that in writing to the Minister for Finance.
Thanks, Mr. Oblong. I'll now give the call to Senator Van, and Senator Grogan, happy to return to you, to continue your questioning. Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Secretary, I've got some questions on transport security, particularly airport security. If you
Just ask Mr. Hansford to join us.
I will wait patiently for him to do so.
Mr. Hansford.
Mr. Hansford, good to see you again. What is the government doing to strengthen Australia's aviation security arrangements?
Well, thanks, Senator. Hamish Hansford, Group Manager in the Department and the Head of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre. So the very first thing that we've done in the Department, and the Secretary has covered this, is from the 1st of September of last year, we brought together all of the regulatory functions in the Department relating to critical infrastructure, which includes aviation and maritime security, as well as our background checking function, which does personnel background checking for the aviation and maritime sector, as well as national events. We've taken a very active role in protecting aviation security, particularly in the inflection point since the reopening of airports, international travel in greater numbers and the larger numbers of domestic tourists. We've had a very big focus in the lead up to the reopening of the international border in November last year. The approach we took was engaging very much with airports ahead of the reopening and indeed the larger numbers of screeners who were coming back to the sector or who were joining the sector. A lot of individuals were laid off during COVID because of the numbers of passengers at airports and took jobs in other industries, and we supported industry to try and bring those workers back, and our role in that was to set a framework for certification for screeners, as well as to build a strong culture of compliance and understanding of the requirements for screening of passengers, for example, at Australian airports. Since November, we have really had a strong focus on compliance. doing testing of screeners and a whole range of compliance activity, including education and awareness, and indeed celebrating success where it is merited. For example, the detection of a firearm at Sydney Airport in the last month. So a lot of detected by the screeners at the international terminal. So a lot of compliance work, education work, and indeed at the framework and certification around screeners. We've also established a senior aviation security meeting, which is the coup equivalents of the major airports and screeners in Australia, airlines. And we're having a strategic discussion about how we measure performance, how we start to build a strong culture of airport security across Australia. Indeed, we're learning a lot from our counterparts at the Transportation Security Authority in the United States, who have a representative in Australia, and we're sharing a lot of results that we're seeing from our compliance side, but we're also sharing a lot of best practice with our international partners, not only the US but others across the world. And indeed, within my centre, we've got individuals who play a representative role on ICAO, and particularly around cybersecurity. We've taken a full range of roles there.
Acronym?
The International Civil Aviation Organisation, my apologies.
No problem, I just wanted to get it on Hansard.
The international governance of airports and aviation security, and so we're playing a leadership role in trying to talk about cybersecurity within airports. So we have a range of different activities that we're both regulating the aviation industry, but more importantly, working with them to try and make sure our security settings are appropriate.
So you're supporting them to transition to upgraded security. Would that be an accurate way to reflect it, or are there other activities that you're doing to support them?
I think it's a full range of activities, ranging from education and awareness, using our convening power, setting the standards and certification requirements, conducting compliance activity, and looking at international standards. And we even, for example, have officers deployed into the region, into Jakarta, Bangkok and Manila, looking at last ports of call to Australia and building capacity with those three particular countries on the last ports of call to Australia. So a range of activities. Indeed, and we are working with the Department of Infrastructure on regional funding, for example. There was that
was my next question.
Okay, we did change the settings for screening to capture a wider range of airports, including regional airports in Australia, and the Department of Home Affairs administered a $50 million fund to put the capital and support industry in regional airports with the capital requirements. And since then, we've been working with the Department of Infrastructure to look at operating costs. We've done both modelling and worked with infrastructure to look at how the existing programs that they run can support regional airports in fulfilling their functions. Even in the 2022-23 budget, and which covers funding for this year and next year, the Department of Infrastructure has reallocated an existing program which helps further support regional airports with their screening as well.
Can you explain can you explain the new technologies that are being used and how this benefits the public? Because at the end of the day, it's keeping them safe as well as helping them get to where they need to get to.
Certainly. So a couple of parts to that. The first one is for regional airports. There are some airports who are now conducting screening and they weren't before. So that is a change, and then the funding is also helping roll out that equipment. At the larger airports, the upgrading of screening technology is having a substantial change to the way in which particularly screeners can detect explosives and other threats like firearms that are being tried to bring through screening points, and screening and new technology really does help with that. The screening at a few airports have started to roll out that technology ubiquitously and are having objectively, from our point of view, greater levels of detection of prohibited items, and a number of airports have the plans underway for rolling out of the new X-ray technology, and which actually helps also with passenger facilitation. So, for example, you can, in some cases with the new technology, you can have laptops staying in carry-on bags during screening. The technology is much more advanced, and for those of you who have been leaving Canberra Airport, they've got new body scanners there, and that results in higher levels of technological sophistication, which helps the people who are trying to look for prohibited items.
Thank you very much for that. I was just coming up to Canberra the other day. It was the first time walking through the beep beep thing, and it said, "Oh, you've been detected for explosives." They swabbed me and nothing was found, obviously, but it's good to see that technology in operation. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. Now, just for a bit of housekeeping, Minister McKenzie will be in, I understand, fairly shortly, and she will be taking questions in relation to Emergency Management 1.6. We're just trying to juggle various ministers' commitments, but we will continue with Outcome 1 in relation to the other programs. Senator Grogan, are you seeking the call?
Thank you.
Yeah. Senator Grogan.
We might just go back to where we were and I'll continue. Thank you. I was concerned following the ANAO report that referenced the lead up to the 2019 election and the decisions made under round 3 of the Stronger Communities grant, the Safer Communities grants, and just wanted to ask some questions about how you feel that's going this time round. Have you seen a situation where the ministers rejected the proposals requested by, put forward by the department that are in line with the merit selection as per the guidelines for the program, or has the minister substituted their own decisions?
Senator Mark Ablong, Deputy Secretary, Strategy and National Resilience. Before I answer that question, just to answer the question I said I'd take on notice, there have been no announcements yet, so the applicants, the 75 I mentioned, have been advised. There's usually a process that the Grants Hub goes through to negotiate the contract.
Yeah.
That takes about 21 days, but there have been no announcements as yet. The process is going relatively well. In terms of the ANAO recommendations for the second set of $50 million added, so the ones that we're going through now, we've adopted the full ANAO recommendations as to the way in which the department needs to be providing information to the minister in terms of more specificity, a little bit more detail about eligibility requirements and the like. To date, we have one project that has been funded against the department's recommendations from those that were provided to the minister.
So that's just the second 50 million
So it was
spend?
the first 50 million.
The first 50 million.
So as I mentioned just before we moved off this topic, we've provided him further advice about the second 50 million, so he can go further down the list. But we are awaiting his advice on that.
So you only have, right. So in the first tranche, the minister has made a change to one project,
That's
funded
correct.
one project outside of your recommended priority list order?
That's correct.
And has the minister provided a rationale for that as is required?
He has provided a rationale for that as required, and as is required under the guidelines, he needs to table that with the Minister for Finance by 30th of April of every year. And so that would normally be reported in the 2023 report period.
And I suppose you wouldn't be in a position to advise us on what that rationale was at this time?
Senator, I'll take that on notice. I'll just check what the process needs to be in terms of our ability to do that before the reporting period.
So in part of your answer, I just want to clarify, you said that in the second tranche you'd fully adopted the recommendations from ANAO. What were the differences in the process you followed in the first tranche if they were not in line with the ANAO recommendations, given obviously the timing of the round and the timing of the ANAO
So
report.
given the timing of the ANO report, which had come out after the round had already concluded the receipt of applications, of the 5 recommendations, I believe, let me just check, yes, the 5 recommendations of the ANAO, recommendation 3, which was actually on the Department of Industry rather than us, was that they needed to identify in the grant opportunity guidelines how applications that received the same score needed to be ranked. In other words, as part of providing applicants with information about the round, put in a bit more detail about how you might be ranked. So because we didn't call for additional applications, we haven't implemented that recommendation for this round. It'll certainly be part of a subsequent round should there be so. In terms of the other 4 recommendations, which were for the Department of Home Affairs, recommendation 1 asked us to clearly identify in the guidelines the entity that's responsible for making funding decisions. That would be the Assistant Minister in this case. And I must stress that it might not necessarily be the Assistant Minister. Sometimes it's the Minister for Home Affairs. That's a judgment made in each round depending upon the impact that that round is supposed to have. And so, again, because the application process has changed, that's a matter we'll implement in the next round, should there be one. Recommendation 2 required that the assessment of grant applications identify any ineligible expenditure, so the amount recommended for funding reflects only the proposed expenditure that has been assessed as eligible. So in providing our latest advice to the Minister, we withdrew all of those applications that were ineligible.
Great.
Rather than proceed. Recommendation 4, when advising ministers on the award of a grant funding, the Department of Home Affairs provide information in its briefing that outlines the particular merits of eligible applications against the eligibility requirements, assessment criteria and the other factors relevant to the decision maker. Cool. So effectively give a bit more detail about the application, which we've done in this latest advice.
Okay, so if I can just, I've just got a couple more questions. Has the Minister changed the funding quantum for any of the projects?
Has the Minister changed the funding quantum?
So someone asks for one amount and it gets revised up or down?
Oh, I see. Not so far.
Okay. And no sort of splitting, all right, well, we'll do these 10, but let's give them a lesser amount so we can fund a few more?
Not in this round 6, no. There was one application which was at the top of the list, so that was in the first element where the applicant had asked for more money, but because we kind of had to draw the line, it was agreed that we would present to the Minister a lesser amount. You could fund them for less so that they could be in the program, and that was agreed. But
that was a department recommendation?
That was a department recommendation. Now that we've got more money, we've said you could actually fund them for the whole amount if you want to do that.
Right, and of course you don't know the answer to that question yet.
Indeed.
Cool. And have any other officers consulted on these decisions, say the Prime Minister's office, for example?
Senator, our advice goes to the Assistant Minister.
And what they do with it is their business?
Indeed.
Yeah. Fair enough. I also going to quote again from that report, the projects located solely in coalition-held marginal electorate and, to a lesser extent, coalition-held fairly safe electorates represented a higher proportion of approved applications in both numerical and dollar terms than they represented as a proportion of the application population. The funding awarded to projects located in safe electorates and fairly safe electorates held by the ALP was lower in comparison to the proportion of application population they represented. Can you tell us what share of the projects funded in this round, the first tranche that has been signed off, have been in coalition-held marginal or fairly safe electorates?
Senator, we actually don't record which electorate the applications come in. We view the applications solely on their merits, so we have never done an assessment of which electorate they're in and who might hold that electorate. For the purposes of the advice that we provide the Minister, that's kind of irrelevant. It's not one of the decision criteria that is listed in the grant guidelines, so we don't include that information, nor do we tally it. So I literally can't answer I can't answer that question. We don't know.
I know a number of departments do provide that column for the assistance of the Minister.
Senator, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Grogan, sorry, last question. We just got some management issues.
I think we're waiting for a change of
Yes,
guard,
we are going to need to change.
I think that's why I'm kind of indulging in.
I'm proposing that the committee suspend for 5 minutes, so...
You don't have to, I've got some more questions.
No, we need to facilitate the ministers changing committees, so we are going to move to emergency management. So the committee will suspend and resume in 5 minutes. Session, I welcome to the table Minister Mackenzie. We have agreed informally to accommodate the availability of ministers that we will focus on Program 1.6, Emergency Management, and I give the call to Senator Watt.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone. Mr Buffoni, I know you've had a really busy few weeks, so thanks to you and your team for all that you've been doing. It's a tragic situation, which we were just talking about in another committee. The main thing I just want to focus in on with EMA is the National Emergency Declaration and your role in that, or your agency's role in that, the timing of things, that kind of thing. So what we were told by PM&C this morning was that, and I was sort of asking a series of questions around the timing of briefings to the Prime Minister, focusing on that. But one of the things they said was that there were meetings of, I can't remember the name, the Australian Crisis Coordination Committee or some name like that. So a meeting, a committee of officials, there's no ministers on that committee? No. So a committee of officials, which no doubt was meeting throughout the floods, but there were 3 dates commencing the 28th of February where, in fact, I think they said that you, as the DG of EMA, posed the question whether a national emergency should be declared. Is that accurate?
Thanks, Senator, and Senators. Joe Buffoni, Director General of Emergency Management Australia. Senator, before I actually answer that question, I think I'd like to set the context of the NED and how it operates, and also how the system was actually conditioned and how officials were conditioned, because it is new legislation that has just been in place since the Royal Commission. So the first thing around the NED and how it, and the acronym of the NED, National Emergency Declaration Act, its intended purpose is around levels of national significance, and that national significance is a really important part around how it was conditioned. And the other thing is it could apply to one jurisdiction or it could apply to many, and we sort of were trying to work through what the major, what sort of events would actually trigger it. And I'll touch on that in a moment. But one of the key things was around cascading, concurrent and compounding events, and this has been used, which means that it's not one single event, but events that would happen similar to what's happened in the floods just recently, or also similar to what happened in Black Summer. And the other thing is that in the first instance, it could be that the state or territory may request that it be declared, or alternatively, the Prime Minister has to be satisfied that it is meet that nationally significant and national harm. And I'm just highlighting on that, and the reason I'm highlighting that, Senator, is because that set the benchmark of what this was considered against. So in line with what needed to happen, the first thing is that an emergency has occurred, is occurring or is likely to occur. The second is that the emergency has caused or is causing or is likely to cause nationally significant harm, and that is really the critical threshold around what we're dealing with. And that's either in Australia or Australian offshore area. And the third is any of the following that may apply. So the governments of the affected states and territories have requested the making of a declaration, and that must be in writing. Because the emergency is not practical for the affected states and territories to request the making of a declaration, or the emergency is affecting or is likely to affect Commonwealth interests, or the making of a declaration is appropriate, having a regard to the nature of the emergency and the nature and severity of the national significant harm. And I just keep going back to that nationally significant harm. And then last, for reasons relating to emergency management, it's desirable that the declaration be made for the purposes of one or more national emergency laws, and then there's a whole sort of definition. But when we go to national harm, and it talks about significant national impact because of its scale or consequences. And so the scale and consequences is another defining factor. So harm or health, including mental health of an individual or group of individuals, harm to health of animals or plants, damage to property including infrastructure, harm to the environment and disruption of essential services. So that sort of sets the context. The other thing is, Senator, as part of that, and as you may be aware, there was a Senate committee that actually had a look at the NED, and in presentations to that, it was again trying to set what that threshold of national harm is. And I'll give you some of the examples that were put to that committee. Space weather was one, and might seem a bit strange, but space weather is a significant, there is a potential there. It could impact on communications and power. And the other would be potentially of a one-off incident, which would be something like an East Coast tsunami, pretty much along the East Coast from, Victoria up to parts of Queensland, would be a single event that would probably trigger a NED. Then the other one is this consecutive, concurrent and compounding concept, which means that as one event happens and then another one happens with a degree of concurrency and then another one happens and then another one happens, well then that collective impact, scale and consequences triggers that potential national harm. So that's what we were sort of looking at, and those were the conditions. The other thing is, Senator, we actually ran an exercise with the states and territories, with the Australia, New Zealand and Emergency Management Committee, and that was at the request of the states and territories. And the scenario that we posed there was an impact, direct impact on the Gold Coast, and then flooding similar to what we've seen in the Bega Valley. So that was the scenario that was posed. And the discussion that went on there was that it was a little bit uncertain whether a national emergency declaration would be called for that event. However, the space weather event is one that it would have definitely been called.
Okay, I don't know how much time I've got, Mr. Buffoni, so I might have to just pull you up there. Can we just get back to this particular event? So is it the case, as I was told at PM&C estimates today, that the Crisis Coordination Committee considered whether, in its opinion, a national emergency should be declared at three meetings, being the 28th of February, the 2nd of March and the 8th of March?
So, Senator, on the 27th of 27th, it was the 27th, not the 28th, and that's an absolute. I did raise it as a point of discussion to see whether we were near the thresholds of that nationally significant, and the discussion there was that it wasn't near those thresholds.
And that was from memory the day before Lismore and much of northern New South Wales flooded.
Correct. So then on the 2nd and the 8th, it was raised, but it was raised again not in the same way that it was raised on the 27th. The 27th was very very specific about the thresholds, and that it was raised in a discussion to see are we sort of looking at those thresholds. So the way that officials were looking at it at that point in time is that it hadn't hit that nationally significant threshold. However, saying that, as the event started to continue, and as you know, Senator, it was a very complex weather system, and I want to acknowledge the impact that it's had on all of those communities from Gympie down to Shoalhaven, and in particular my condolences to those that were lost, but also the emergency service that have been responded and the people that have been directly affected, and Lismore again. So as it started to progress, and as this thing continued, the other thing that had to be taken into account is the weather system when it was impacting on the Hawkesbury Nepean. A lot of uncertainty around what that looked like, so it was starting. So up until that point, there had been no sense that it was going, that a national emergency declaration was required.
Mm-hmm. So one of the other things that PM&C said this morning was that in the end, because this power is one that's given under legislation to the Prime Minister,
correct,
in the end, it is what they called a subjective and personal decision for the Prime Minister about whether he is satisfied that the conditions have been met, and then he requests the Governor-General to make a declaration. Is that an accurate, do you think that's an accurate reflection?
Well, I can't speak about the subjective element of it. What I know is that the PM must be satisfied that it meets the requirements that I've just outlined.
Yeah, so it is ultimately a decision for the Prime Minister.
For the Prime Minister.
Yep.
So the Prime Minister must be satisfied before he makes the recommendations.
Yep.
He also must consult with the states and territories unless it is not practicable for him to do so.
Mm-hmm. It was, and I'll come back to that. But just in terms of the sequence of events, it was unclear from my questions to PM&C when anyone first raised with the Prime Minister the potential need for declaring a national emergency. Are you able to shed any light on that?
So my understanding, Senator, was on the 9th. I'm pretty confident it was the 9th that it was signalled that the PM was considering the declaration, because on the 9th I actually brought together officials in a very detailed manner to understand the impact and consequences of these events, and actually brought together the situation and data that was available to provide advice on the conditions that the PM would consider in relation to making that declaration.
Okay, so the 9th, my understanding was it was the 9th of March when the Prime Minister announced his intention to declare a national emergency, and that was the day he was in Lismore.
I believe so, correct.
It was the declaration was then made on the 11th, being the Friday, by the Governor-General.
Correct.
But the way you just answered that, it sounds like you became aware on the 9th that the Prime Minister was considering this, and you gathered officials to help formalise it, provide advice, etc., etc.
Correct.
But the bit that's still unclear to me is, when did the Prime Minister first start considering this? When was he first briefed about it? When was it raised with him? Because he doesn't wake up one day and remember that he's got this power and then start talking to you about it. Someone talks to him.
So Senator, the PM and the Minister get briefed regularly on the emerging situation, as do many other, both government and even yourself, Senator, have been.
And I should acknowledge, I appreciate the briefings we've received through this.
So acknowledging that we brief continually. There was a piece in the middle which was, as Lismore emerged, and trying to actually define that, and we know that was the epicentre and the catastrophic impacts, and sort of trying to define that as, the catastrophe in amongst, a whole range of other events that were very, very serious as well. So there was some deliberation in that dialogue there, but at that point, the threshold still wasn't reached against that national sort of level. And that's why I spent a bit of time at the front end, Senator, just to sort of put that into context, because the bar, to meet that threshold is very, very high. So the Prime Minister, was being briefed on a regular basis around
and about what was going on.
Yeah, about
did those briefings refer to the potential that at some point a national emergency declaration could be made?
Well, not specifically, Senator. I don't recall any not from my briefing specifically around referring to a national emergency declaration, because in all of the other dialogue that we've been having, not only in official meetings, but also, we're continually sort of trying to understand what this means and what levers we can use to support the states in their response. So that's been considered. So until the 9th was the date that I formally provided advice specific to the NED.
But that was at the request of, you were requested to do that by either the Prime Minister, his office, his department, or someone?
No, it was triggered through that from his office that he was, considering because of this compounding, the compounding effects of these collective disasters, as I said, from Gympie, and I was in Gympie and also in Lismore, those compounding effects, considering those, and that's the point that I formally provided advice.
So the Prime Minister's office contacted you on the 9th to indicate...
I had a discussion with the Prime Minister's office on the 9th.
Okay.
Senator Watt, I don't want to... I know you've got more questions. Conscious we have to suspend at 5:15. Senator Scarr has just got a couple of questions. Could I go to him and then come back to you?
Sure.
Thank you. Senator Scarr, if you could just keep it reasonably tight, please.
I will, Chair, but this is an important issue, and I come from the state of Queensland, as does Senator Watt. I just want to ask you, I thank you for walking us through the definition in the Act, and this is an Act I took great interest in when it was passed. And I note that, as you've said, the Governor-General may make a declaration, a national emergency declaration, if the Prime Minister is satisfied that A, an emergency has recently occurred, is occurring or is likely to occur, B, the emergency has caused, is causing or is likely to cause nationally significant harm in Australia, and that's the point you've been making about national harm. But paragraph C says this: any of the following subparagraphs apply. So there must be one of these subparagraphs that apply for a national emergency to be declared, right? Roman 1, the governments of each state and territory in which the emergency has caused, is causing or is likely to cause nationally significant harm have requested in writing the making of the declaration. And then relevantly, Roman 2 says, because of the emergency, it is not practicable for a request to be made under subparagraph 1. So it envisages there's circumstances, things might move so quickly that you just can't wait for the states to ask for the declaration of a national emergency. Was there a request from the Queensland Government for a national emergency to be declared?
There was no request from any government for a national emergency to be declared.
From any government?
In the first instance, that the request in writing, and I can't speak on what happened with the beyond the consultation. I'm talking about prior to the 9th. I can only go prior to the 9th because there was no request for either New South Wales or Queensland to declare that I'm aware of.
So I find it hard to fathom, after the devastating flood events in Queensland, and Senator Watt has been diligent in terms of touring around looking at the impact of the floods, and I've seen it in the Greater Brisbane, Ipswich area, devastating floods. The state government of Queensland did not exercise its right under paragraph 1 to, and I quote, the governments of each state and territory in which the emergency has caused, is causing or is likely to cause nationally significant harm have requested in writing the making of the declaration. The Queensland Government did not make a request for a national emergency declaration, notwithstanding the central importance of that under this federal legislation. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And nor did the New South Wales Government?
Neither.
I have no further questions.
Thanks very much, Senator Scarr.
Yet a national emergency despite the fact that neither state government requested one was made for New South Wales and one was not and still has not been made for Queensland.
nor have they requested one to be made.
Oh, mate,
Sorry,
mate,
sorry, Senator
stop
Scarr.
digging.
It's clear.
Stop digging. New South Wales didn't ask for one
Senator
either.
Scarr, excuse
you
me,
for-
order.
It's extraordinary.
Order, Senator Scarr and Senator Watt. The role of senators is to ask questions of witnesses. Senator Watt, you have the call.
Well, I appreciate Senator Scarr exposing the fact that New South Wales government also did not request a declaration.
What was the Queensland government doing, Murray?
Senator Scarr, it's Senator Watt has the call.
The
Sleep at the wheel.
well, Senator Scarr, if the Queensland government was asleep at the wheel by not putting in a request, that suggests the New South Wales government was as well. So can I respectfully suggest to you that you're not helping your cause? Minister, we've heard from Mr Buffone about the sequence of events. In terms of your dealings with the Prime Minister or his office, or your office's dealings with the Prime Minister or his office, when did you or your office first speak with the Prime Minister or his office about potentially issuing a national emergency declaration?
Well, I think as the Director General's outlined, this is completely within the purvey of the Prime Minister. It's his decision. He receives advice from a variety of places. I'm not one of them. It's not in my remit to recommend to him the calling of a national emergency declaration.
You're the emergency
I was
management
informed
minister.
by that's the legislation, Senator. So that's how it's laid out and where the decision-making rests and what things are taken into consideration in making that decision by the Prime Minister of the day. So I was informed by the Prime Minister on the 9th that he would be declaring an emergency.
So you're the emergency management minister and you weren't involved at all in the Prime Minister's decision to declare a national emergency declaration?
The legislation's quite clear about what the trigger is, who has to consider that data. It's the Prime Minister. It's the Prime Minister's call. Did you move a motion when this legislation came before the Senate to actually make sure the emergency minister of the day was the recommending party to the Prime Minister around this?
No, I didn't. But
maybe you
I guess
should
I
have, if that's what
probably
you want to happen.
I guess I probably expected that the Prime Minister would consult or talk with his or her emergency management minister about declaring a national emergency declaration. It's in the name. But you were told that the Prime Minister, was it his office
It's the Prime
or?
Minister's decision.
So was it the Prime Minister or his office who told you that?
The Prime Minister.
Right, so he rang you and said, "G'day Bridget, I'm going to declare a national emergency declaration."
Well, Senator, I'm not going to go to the details of the conversation we had, but I was informed directly by the Prime Minister of his decision to make that call.
Okay, so I'm just finding it really difficult to... I've now asked questions in PM&C, I've asked questions here, and no one can tell me how it was that the Prime Minister came to this decision to issue a national emergency declaration. PM&C were telling me they never provided any formal briefings to the Prime Minister about it. It doesn't sound, Mr Buffone, that your agency provided advice to the Prime Minister or his office?
On the 9th I did.
But at their request?
Well, as part of normal engagement with the office, I mean, you know, Senator, we provide ongoing advice. And it's, you know, sort of a two-way dialogue around what the outlook's looking like, what are the impacts, those sorts of things. And then as soon as there was an indication that the Prime Minister was, you know, signalling that an emergency declaration be called, then that's when we provided the advice.
Was the Prime Minister or his office aware that the Crisis Coordination Committee was considering, among other things, whether a national emergency declaration should be made?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, because it was a discussion around officials as to whether it was getting close to the threshold. That threshold issue is the critical factor, and the very high bar of that threshold that was set by all of that work beforehand, including advice from, you know, the Australian Government Solicitor and the Attorney General's Department.
Is there someone from PM&C on that Crisis Coordination Committee?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, okay. So there was someone from the Prime Minister's department who participated in those meetings where a national emergency declaration was considered.
Correct.
Okay. And somewhere along the line, the Prime Minister wakes up one day and decides to declare a national emergency. Like, what happened in between that got to him doing that? He didn't speak to the Minister.
Well, sorry, Senator.
About that.
The flippant way that you're describing the events of that period really, I think, trivialises
No, you
what
said
we
that you
were on.
didn't-
We were briefing Labor Party.
Minister, Senator Watt, if you could allow the Minister just to answer her question, please.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. We were briefing all affected MPs, irrespective of which state or which side of politics they were in, so they could perform that leadership role in their community, constantly getting updates from my Director General, constantly speaking with the Prime Minister and updating him on the state of affairs as it unfolded. As Joe's saying, the compounding impact and effect on these communities. And then you have the catastrophic event in Lismore. So to suggest that, you know, people are just casually waking up one day and rolling the dice, will I, won't I?
I'm only suggesting that because no one can tell me...
Well, I'm sorry, well, your tone did suggest
Well, no one can tell me how it was that what happened that led to the Prime Minister declaring this. I guess I sort of assumed that someone was providing him with briefings or providing him with advice saying, hey, we think this is a really serious situation and we've reached the threshold that a national emergency declaration should be made.
Well, there were meetings of officials going on for several days. We don't always, as ministers and prime ministers, as you would appreciate, sit in the room, and our officials make their own determinations. Okay, well, this is serious enough to have a conversation here or there. So the officials were obviously speaking about this, and over the course of these days, impacts were being understood better and appreciated as the waters receded.
Okay, I've only got a couple more minutes.
Well, actually, Senator Watt, we are suspending at 5:15, so it's 2 minutes before we suspend.
As I said, I only have a couple more minutes.
Thank you.
One of the other things that's been in debate is this point about consultation with the premiers. And, you know, there's been... The Minister has made this point...
Yesterday or
the Minister has made this point, the Prime Minister has made this point that they needed to consult the premiers. But it is the case, isn't it, Mr Buffone, that under the legislation, the Prime Minister does not have to consult with the government of a state or territory about declaring a national emergency if the government requested, the state government requested it. That didn't happen in this case. Or the Prime Minister is satisfied that it's not practicable to do so. So it is the case that the Prime Minister does and did have the ability to declare a national emergency without consulting the states.
Senator, that is the way the legislation is read. The way that I understand it through these iterative process of trying to understand how this would be applied is that practicality factor is the critical decision-making point. And that the intention of that is where a state or the situation was so critical, communications were down, you could not actually engage, and therefore it would not make sense to try to consult. And
so
in actual fact, my advice to the PMO was that the Prime Minister needed to consult before the declaration be recommended.
That was advice you gave on the 9th, was it?
That was on the 9th.
And Minister, I'm sure you remember the interview on the Today Show on the 11th of March. You were asked, the question from Karl Stefanovic, the question was, what is the trigger for the federal government to call something a natural disaster? That was the question. You said, advice from Emergency Management Australia. They give us advice that we've now reached the threshold for this to be termed a national disaster. Did that happen? That advice was provided that...
There was lots... as I said in my earlier answer, I would get a very early morning briefing from Mr Buffone every single day. So there was advice flowing every single day.
But did EMA...
Senator Watt, consistently,
Chair, I'm going to be
about
about 1 minute to finish.
Senator Watt.
And that same information, was going to the Prime Minister and his office.
Senator Watt, once you've concluded your answer, Minister, we are now going to suspend. It's just after 5:15. I understand that you have more questions.
No,
Senator
it's
Watt,
not
but,
worth. We've got another portfolio. That we're
but
supposed
we're
to
suspending because we are going to a joint
wait
sitting.
1 minute to conclude some questions. It's
No,
just
we've made a
ridiculous.
decision to suspend at 5:15. We will return 1 hour and 15 minutes after the conclusion of formalities in the joint sitting, which I expect will be 7:15, and that of course incorporates the dinner break. We will suspend and we will return at the conclusion of dinner. Thank you. Back. Significant occasion. President of Ukraine. So thank you very much for your forbearance. Are we in outcome one? Welcome to Labor senators. Senator.
I would like to continue. Safer Communities program, schools, but only schools were allowed to employing or hiring security guards. Is that correct? Oh, sorry.
Find the right page. Apologies. That information with me right now, but I'll see if I can find it in the next little while.
Okay, well, all right. Right, because all find out, that would be very helpful.
Certainly, Senator.
Right, that it's on your website.
That may be true, Senator.
Oh, maybe we could just pull it up.
Write a copy
Yes.
to the witness to be able to make sure that they can follow along with what you're saying, but we're open to that.
I would say that it's on the department's website. I'm not sure. It
Senator
probably sounds a
Grogan,
bit
if I could
curious.
just interrupt here for a moment. Notice if you are aware of some information on on the department's website about which Mr. Abalong is not aware, the reference.
The Home Affairs Department.
So you'll
Print out of the reference that you want to use, and it will be fine for Mr. Abalong to continue to respond. But it's not reasonable to. He is, however, capable.
Senator, you may wish to arrange for the relevant page to be printed out.
Senator Grogan, it's not really a requirement of this, but I just thought, is there another officer?
Mr. Abalong, do you have anyone else here who may be able to assist you with that?
Somebody was able to Google it. Round 6 of were able to apply to use the infrastructure funding for employing or hiring security guards. Can you tell me how many grants were issued to schools? 6.
Senator, that they include state or territory agency, but that information to you.
Okay, and there's no one else available at
Not to that level of specificity.
that I can provide you with that you're not going to be able to get them to me tonight?
That's probably true. If you provide them to us today, we can certainly answer
But we
them
would
on Monday.
expect you to come Monday with the relevant people to be able to answer questions about that.
But he can't give a guarantee. Satisfy the committee.
I'm not saying he isn't.
But you don't know on notice.
This is an estimates process
I
where
know
we
that.
get to ask questions.
Yes,
You have a
and
program
he's answering
within the
them, he's taken them on
department
notice.
that is to be listed on your website on Monday to answer the questions.
Senator Grogan, sorry, Minister. Sorry, if I could just, if a question has been taken on notice and during the estimates hearings, it will do so. That happens. Do you have any other questions, Senator Grogan?
Chair, I just also wanted to ask clarifying question. Secretary that is responsible for the program.
Do you know as a matter of fact?
The First Assistant Secretary.
In the next few minutes.
Sure, you could take it on notice and get.
I mean, we've got a series of questions, and yet the department doesn't seem to know which assistant secretary or first assistant secretary is responsible for. Well,
Please do not witness before this committee.
there is no reflection on any witness.
Yes,
Clearly does not know.
Excuse on a witness if they do not have the information. And give the department the appropriate amount of committee as soon as possible.
He didn't give me an answer.
And provide it in the way that he always does.
For a $30 million project, it's astonishing that the department doesn't know who's responsible
Senator
for it.
Giaconi, can I ask to once a witness has taken a question?
Mr. Oblong, did you?
The usual incumbent.
First Assistant Secretary here tonight.
But the matter's been taken on notice, the information on notice seriously, that information will be provided to
would like him to appear.
Mr. Mazzullo, do you have are there any other officers who have a communities program here who are able to answer questions?
In terms of the questions I I heard such a granular level of detail that I. Is it electronic surveillance and law enforcement? Yep. National crime, electronic surveillance. If you're getting down to the granular level, I'm terribly sorry, Senator,
Yes.
I'm going to apologise
Security
directly. Of security. I'd be shocked. No, not shocked. Knew that because you'll have a desk. Well, they're not tucked up in bed, I hope, at the moment, but they certainly would not. So you get to a level of specificity where that a secretary of any department, and I've been appearing in these, and the secretary decides who within his or her to answer. Now, if the first assistant secretary, they are very they embrace many programs, many policy areas. If they happen to know it, I'm very happy for them to come forward. And they know how much money's that through Mr. Ablong. I'd be surprised granular detail. These are very big programs, and this is one of many. Now, I know it's of particular moment. I know it's of particular interest because there's been an audit report. The nature of your interest, not having been simply a fact, I would be surprised if the officer had. But you made mention of reversion on Monday.
I will now move to other senators. Senator Scarr.
Tremendous, far-sighted and extraordinarily important. Can you some reflections on the importance of these programs and any work the department's done, the success of these programs?
Very happy to. Each of been successfully completed. In other words, a grant has been provided to somebody. They've undertaken to evaluate the success of the program in accordance with the guidelines, and which communities feel that they are safe, conduct their daily lives with.
Yeah. And that material can be at a number of levels. Members with respect to their safety, but material difference to young people's lives. Young people reason perhaps have started in our criminal justice system. I'll try and use rising intonation at the end to give you a question. And this divert then from that criminal justice to their lives. Isn't that correct, Mr.
Senator, yes, that's entirely correct. Funding clubs can provide a sense of purpose. Still trying to find their way in the world. They can behaviours that are less than real difference, not just to the life of the individual but the community, in terms of self-worth, the positive trajectory.
Community-based organisation, some support and investing time and into these organisations. It can also and give them the encouragement and support they need to carry on by the
important, and certainly the evaluation that we have with those who've received grants and activities in their communities, real difference to the way in which that community feels, taking its own future.
Thank you for everything you've done, your team's done in this area. I think it's making a substantive difference.
Thank you, Senator.
Look, just before about the part of the new national plan to combat cybercrime, could you provide the committee with an update on this important
planks of the overall countering ransomware? The National Cybercrime Strand and built out the 2020 strategy, made it very, very clear. Many of the victims were within it's not quite inconceivable, but it's very located in the same city or the same region or indeed the same state or territory jurisdiction as their victim. Typically a scam perpetrating criminal group will be offshore. So to deal with this problem of international jurisdiction, Kershaw spoke about crime fighting capabilities, a national plan in the same way that we've done with counter-terrorism that blends the strengths and, I won't say weaknesses, the different police forces. So state, just the nature of community policing, the federal police capabilities to engage pooling our efforts together is to have a national cybercrime and capabilities of our state and territory police, the ASD, and state and territory colleagues is that this is a very, for them, nascent area of law enforcement. They're going to have high level security designed to both focus go after, but also to lift the capability of government responsibility, but of those
just as the Joint Policing Cybercrime Centre efforts. What might be seen in one state may well be replicated, or they might be facing the same sorts of problems individually as an individual crime. To use a colloquial expression, can be a bit of a whack-a-mole. And you'll be at it forever. The National Plan to Combat Cybercrime established, and that fund, we have allocated to date 21 to at the Australian Transnational Serious and Organised Crime capabilities of states, that and capabilities that the states weren't able to access themselves. Crime software and various tools. State that has a little less money for their police not being able to. And I think that will present a much, not just to also on the flip side, both have their matters resolved to their satisfaction and to the degree that it is possible or their identity.
Thank you very much, Mr Rabelong. I'll now return to Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Portfolio budget statement. There seems to be a reduction in the falling off from 2022. Where we've got for the 21 down in the budget by 2025 to 240. That's explain to us what's dropping off there.
I think I can do this in an even-handed and bipartisan. For red and blue, levels of fixed base funding, rolling measures, on and off measures. Minister, a bit, if you don't mind, but I'll come back. Thank you. Look, I saw this and finance ministers and treasurers, and they're charged with serious responsibilities in terms of managing the public purse, have to have locked-in base funding for they give to people like me, so we can do our planning to build our building. Offshore detention centres, typically twice a year. Terrorist offenders. Okay, we know there's a pipe. Continuing detention, enhanced as to what's working, and then we'll reconsider at either vehicle of the department forward. My CFO and others are in front of us, and this is under both like this for decades. They're called terminating measures, lapsing measures.
I'm aware, yeah.
or half a year out through budget or MyEFO, you put a business case, and government typically comes to say, you've got the only department that doesn't operate on that paved, some would say with gold, that department, so they can plan. The rest of us, mere mortals, have to make do. Minister?
Not too bad.
No, okay. It was pretty faint, but... real hole. What I'm saying is it would be cut, because as we go through twice a year budget cycles, I want, but I'm going to give you enough to do your function, and that's negotiated through the budget process.
To understand is there are 4 programs that sit underneath the pothole scenario that you've just described. Take us through what those measures are that are lapsing. Which
Listed and departmental, or underneath.
So the 4 programs being the National Security to 30, the further details sit. Justice funding.
Yep.
So that terminating or
in some cases the whole what's been administered is term limited, so that I think the Senator comprehends. So say for victims of terrorism, it's made that you'll need 0 in 1 year and you might need several hundred. Activities day by day. Ms Cargill, if we go to page 28, did you...
Program 1.2.
Senator?
So the administered expenses to start?
So this a little bit, and it's very difficult to understand. Details probably not appropriately placed. So the National Security and Criminal Justice funding. 23 down years down to 25, 26. That are subject to either further financing or were time limited for an understanding of what those elements are.
Between departmental and administered, because that's made 86 down to the 154. Is that the line you're looking at?
Yeah, so I'm really looking at sort of departmental expenses. Yeah.
Down to 100 departmental.
Yeah, and because I guess I'm looking at 21, 22 down to 20.
I have the information year by year.
Okay, thank you.
That's and that is predominantly due to the budget estimates measure, which was reducing not for publication, which makes up the remainder 21,
So
22.
can we just pause there for the Senator's benefit? So appropriation that Ms Cargill was speaking about, it was 153. Application, without getting into some of the classified elements, is a connectivity system. We purchased it, and senior officials, it's purchased. Be reanimated. Then you've got other measures that lapse subject to information.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Secretary, I totally understand
But
that.
what I'm saying is that...
Just really trying to understand what they,
So
you know...
If I go to 22 to 20, from the difference between 33.5 million, and that is the CC and systems of national significance, 21-22 budget. The measure electronic surveillance reform, 21-22 of issuing body reform. So that is the MyEFO terminating measure of cross-border access, and the MyEFO Secure Australian Future Connectivity, and the remote rates. And that total variation is $11.8 million.
Fantastic. Tourism piece, which is 28 mil down to 11 over that same.
So it's on departmental total.
Yes, departmental. So we actually had an increase in relation to a movement in the high-risk terrorist offender measure.
And the reduction in external revenue because goes up. The next item down the terms, there's a slight, as the Senator said, there's a slight
movement in the Section 74 external revenue is Criminal Intelligence System project. The department was delivering that on ACIC or ACIC.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's that movement.
So again, Senator, another example. In that case, the machines are built.
Yeah, so therefore move on.
Move on.
And then the decrease in between 22-23 expenditure is offender regime measure terminating.
I was going to say, because you've already spoken about this morning and given us the details.
So it's not a real hold. So that 9 is a hold. Back, I want to give you an absolute assurance. We have authority to come back for more. A scheme having regard to our learnings over the next 12 months.
Very small variances.
Yep. Which is the third aspect.
Program 1. And 22-23 is a in the approach. Yes, that's correct. From 21-22 to 22 is a small increase of about $3 million. Actually, have an explanation. Yes, I do. Sorry. Increase is that's actually a function of funding for the emergency transferred to program 1.6. It was previously actually an accounting adjustment.
It's been moved across. Yeah,
that's right. Yep. That's right. In program 1.2, so you'll see a net that's explanation for that year, and the decrease of 7 in 22-23 and 23-24 an emergency management function, which is going the other way. And then there is the termination budget measure, disaster support, national stores, is making up the remainder of that variance.
Yep. Great.
Okay.
And is the cyber security element, which is page 29.
The focus on departmental
Yes,
appropriations?
please. Yes,
Yep.
please.
Thank you.
Over on 1 point.
There's almost negligible external revenue.
So there is an actual increase between 21-22 and 22-23. Strategy, an increase of $9.2 million. And 2 packages the department is delivering under the Women's Safety Program, one for $2.7 million and one for not continuing.
Right, so those
That's
time.
correct.
So that.
And
And,
then
then,
there
of
is-
course, the following 2 years are pretty.
The cessation of the 21-22 budget measure, the national strategy to prevent sexual abuse.
Great. Thank you. That was.
Wagering, man, Senator, but if you
Yeah.
because new priorities will come on, new business cases will be approved.
Just to be really clear with you, I'm not a gotcha moment here. I'm actually genuinely just trying to unpack those programs. So
Thank you very much, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator.
Someone. Sorry?
Just, Senator Van's got a couple of questions. We can come back to you if you wish.
I am definitely not a wagering.
Mr. Van, you have the call.
That as a
I'm
vice.
wagering in the sometimes.
A couple more transport security
Yes,
questions.
yes, of course. On transport security, he's the group manager, so he's my direct.
Thank you, Mr. Hansford. If that's the right way to
It is the right way.
explain the acronym. Or, how does Home Affairs work with, to assist with uplifting their security and mitigating the risk of exposure to so-called inside?
So we manage within my group, looking at back ports or in the aviation sector. Of ports or airports. It's about 220,000 currently have an aviation security identification. 220,000.
Wow. Okay.
And as at 28 February, and 82 aviation security identification cards. So that gives Fidelity outside at a maritime port. It gives them a good understanding of background checks, or a criminal history check that is undertaken at a port or an airport. And the government last in terms of the scope in which the criminal histories can be captured. I think relevantly a range of serious offences have been added to try and make sure that those who have a sufficient degree of immigration check if that's relevant, and is subject to which would then either result in an adverse security intelligence organisation. So we are working in my centre, but on a day-to-day basis we work with issues, and so there are a number, as you mentioned, private sector issue aviation and maritime identification cards. The government to a single issuing body, so the government does want to insource the of aviation and maritime security identification cards, and I should there's national events as well. We manage a number of national events, particularly sports, and with the passage of the legislation today, also available for critical infrastructure assets to avail themselves of an AusCheck check for critical workers under that. I think it's fair to say it's an expanding, equally being insourced in the government. The way that we're consulting industry, particularly the private providers, to do that, we are consulting very heavily with industry. We've got the systems in place to ingest all of the information that the single issue private bodies who issue ASICs and MSIC have, and then be able to move that into a single issuing body. In the budget, we've got to come back to the government to provide a final model once the consultation has been finalised.
Indeed, that's one of the measures that Ms Cargill spoke. 2-year project allocation. There'll be some staff who will work on. There's some remediation technology, but we will do that work over 2 years at Mr Hansford's. I've done without presuming or preempting what a future minister might wish to do, but workers in positions of trust in critical infrastructure. Then to Senator Grogan's line of questioning earlier, rather than assuming that's going to be the model, to expand the reach of ASICs, MSICs, perhaps, subject to decision, create a critical infrastructure, security identification, the trusted workers who will operate in the most sensitive parts of dams, power stations, telco network centres. So rather than Mr Hansford then create a tech system and a new computer system, he will be asked to sort of scale that. Or 24, 25, I can't quite remember when the measure lapses, we'd go back and say, this is what a sustainable security identification card system looks like about that business case. So there's sort of a connection between the two lines of questions.
I thought I'd touch on these. I thought it might be helpful for that reason. Harmonised and updated eligibility criteria impact the security of our airports and seaports.
In a number of ways, Senator, broadens the range of serious offences which enable people to work at an airport. Even in the first period, a number of individuals have self-identified that they've met the criteria and have self-reported occasions where people have then lost their ASIC and MSIC. Is working at airports and ports, but it is particularly focused on serious offences, and it is not relevant to the aviation and the and so I think that it is putting in place a level of security, and it really does flow back into both ports and airports, and also recommended a greater level of control around who And so I think that's the end result of both the but also to the single issuing body.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. So we obviously are a bit ahead of schedule. We might even finish at 9 if you were to answer a little bit more, Mr. Pazzulle. But we do love your lengthy answer. In relation to outcome 2. And I will call senators to ask questions in relation to outcome 2.
Thank you, Chair. Questions with respect to offshore processing? I believe they're in the department's budget statements, page 41.
Ms Sullivan might join, or then that's... What page? Sorry, Senator.
41.
This is going to be Senator Grogan about twice the funding injections, but we'll see how we go. Mr. The precise, so we're looking at offshore management program 2.4. Why don't we have Mrs. Cargill join us at the other end? She'll have the, as we call them in the trade.
Just wanted the department through the forward estimates.
Well, I might respond to Senator Grogan's question. Essentially, it's the same question about, in this case, the number of offs that get you to that. I think you're looking out to 25, 26, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Next year we'll be sitting here, those numbers will be higher. Reviewing the population as well as twice a year, and we are funded at budget typically. That process.
Thank you, Secretary. So the movement is predominantly which is the majority of the program. The administrative expense 21-22 to 22-23 estimated $177.8 million. Is the Australian Government ceasing regional processing arrangements with the government in Nauru from 1 July 2020. Actual reduction in that estimate, and then is actually reflecting the enduring capability settings in Nauru. So there's obviously in those budgets, and what that is financial year of contingent state of enduring capability. 23 actually reflects half a year of enduring can reduce the population.
We should on Nauru comes down to a vanishing point, zero. Various measures, be it the US program or otherwise, which Mr. Ablom can speak to with the government of Nauru to have a contingent and so on and so forth that could be quickly revived or reanimated were boats to start in future, and would be transferred as IMA. So you get to a point where the expenses will never, because there'll have to be a contingent fee paid to afoot, even if there's in the facility. So when Ms Cargill refers to an enduring contingent capability that is being
arrangement.
It's the to the enduring capability from a policy point of view, including its duration.
Senator Mark LeBlanc, Deputy Secretary. The arrangement for an enduring regional processing just as long as Operation Sovereign Borders and that people who seek to come to Australia illegally and so it is subject to review every 3 years with the Government of Nauru. Negotiations during the course of those 3 years. We'll make a judgment about the circumstances we find ourselves in.
There's still a very high figure.
When we talk about the enduring regional that contingency requires us to have capability on the island that can of transitory people. So at 24 hours notice. And those facilities need to be at a standard where they can of the arrivals, they need to be able to deal with the health conditions. As I said, there's matters that are required. If we with children, an ability to very quickly turn on services for of health and various other aspects. Our desire is to use the New Zealand deal.
But do you have an estimate for each, like for numbers on each?
No, so the irrespective of whether there's anybody there or not.
I understand. Here is how many numbers do you expect for people to?
Arrangement is that the number can. So it's got to be able to prove. We don't have a projection of next
so you
year.
Can't
Nauru's 100. Is it 100?
100.
Right. So of the 110, Senator, if capability, which is a contingent capability, are you asking 110 will reduce to zero?
Yes. Yeah, so this year. After that, the one after that.
Do you have a number for the 110?
So the current population on Nauru, both on those who are accepted into the US resettlement deal, those who might New Zealand deal, and those auspices of the UNHCR find we don't have are working very hard with all partners, the US, New Zealand, reduce the number, but I couldn't give you we expect that the numbers accept you.
Are you able to keep the enduring capability operating?
We are in a process of contracting health and garrison services because we're going through an open tender process. In a contingent state, we will evaluate those tenders and with a.
I mean, the Secretary talked about a baseline. I mean, $1,000.
It's that the costs of what we're the new enduring capability. So at the moment, in 2020, 2021, which is the last full year, level of ballpark.
Senator Ciccone, I do need to share the call around, but I will go to Senator Van.
Thank you. With the Ukraine visas and see them again. It's an auspicious night. Just sat through the President of Ukraine Friends of Ukraine. This is a topic that has been of to me, and I just met with the new ambassador. It shows you my passion.
It matters.
Of the abhorrent war that the Russians are inflicting on Ukraine.
Might ask Ms Moy to lead off the visa grants, and then the settlement is another part of Ms Moy's.
Thank you, Senator. So you announced that the department and the government would give priority to the process of Ukrainian had a number of applications that we can go into numbers in a minute, of applications mainly for visitor visas from Ukraine are known as displaced. Yes. There's plans for many of them to return. So the Prime Minister made an announcement on the 27th of February confirming the and also to ensure that could arrive. There was a lot of representations obviously from people as the Secretary mentioned earlier, we have an individual staff member. So there's one person in Poland team, yep, and also works and liaises with UNHCR on the ground. Providing us with information and a large part of that, of course, is by providing to then travel on to Australia, helping them with that situation without the correct documentations, find the right documentations, and number of children who they perhaps did not expect that they had to have passports for. Come to Australia. So between 23rd of Feb and the 28th of March, 1,474 non-humanitarian visas. 1,329 of those visa holders have since arrived. And as at 28th of March, we've got about 6 on hand, and they'd become most of the complex ones. Most of the people that are on hand, Ukraine without another visa, and we're working through those because altogether 1,784 Australia between the 24th of February.
Thank you very much. Question, but I think it's helpful for the committee. How is the community to support the arrival of Ukrainian
Australian.
Ukraine-Australian.
There's also been a grant to assisting that organisation with assisting the community. That's excellent. We've also done a fair bit of work in terms of the sorts of assistance people require. There's also, as you would be aware, to those who arrive in Australia who wish to stay, is allowing them, those people who are on that visa, to years, and that will allow people to make decisions about want to stay and return to Ukraine desire, or look at a permanent pathway.
Am I correct that there is, I'd have found me, there are settlement services offered,
so
like displaced
correct.
people,
So the
refugees?
settlement service provides, and all of those arrangements.
Job when all the Afghan refugees, those are still arriving, and gave a lot of support to me them for that. I'll come back to the Afghan. I'll leave it to my very good friend, Senator.
Fine. Now with the New Zealand deal, are we expecting, or will they still remain steady?
Well, we're not funding any. So the Senator's asking about expense. New Zealand program with the UN role.
That's correct. Senator, the New Zealand government to add 150 places or who are temporarily here in Australia for they are being supported to process the applications. We are supporting by providing them with both access that we have on the individuals, but there's no cost to us.
So the only fluctuation will be over time. The other side of the ledger, as persons going to the New Zealand program, transitory persons here, they come off. So our expenses go down, but New Zealand is funding it.
For about 9 years?
Well, not that officials were meeting in sort of, you know, with late night meetings. From, was it Prime Minister Key, if I remember? Or the initial idea, which canvassed in the context of legislation, when the coalition government came to certain conditions would have to be met in Australia, and we've got ways government consistently through Mr Turnbull's offer could be detrimental to the success of the evidence that we'd collected in sentiment for all sorts of reasons, would prefer perhaps to not go into the US program and would await the not acceptable to either the Turnbull government the effort was put onto the US program. Rocky initiation at one point. Very successfully now dealt with. Is it 1,000 cases yet? We're close to. Obviously, we're reliant always on ministerial direction. That now. Complete. The incentive to pull away and conclude the arrangement. So I wouldn't want to leave you with the impression over that chronology I've just outlined. Teams at loggerheads like a trade agreement.
Anything in the New Zealand deal that would prevent those residency or citizenship or returning?
The New Zealand government's made it very clear that's a matter for Australian sovereign decision. Authorities that are in law. From New Zealand's point of view, it's entirely up to us.
Yeah, with the Morrison government in terms of this department engaged with Senator Lambie in any of the aspects of
I've read it pertains to purported discussions that Senator in relation to voting on spoken about the so-called Medicare bill. The department doesn't get in trading or negotiating or being associated. Parliament do in terms of their engagement with the government. Senator Lambie at her request period, including, most critically, and I know this, so a more permissive, and I've given evidence about this, approach to Medivac, for instance, OSB, because objectively true or otherwise, parlay that into a message. The way is open, and Senator Lambie was very keen for understanding that, whether we were basing it on speculative judgments. We're able to, well, I think we're able to show her, based on the records that I've seen of those meetings. I'm not purporting to speak for the leave the senator in no doubt that quite subtle changes in legislation, subtle and small changes from people who are desperate to come. The smugglers often, in fact, pocket that. And we're able to demonstrate to the Senate consisted of, but we're able to demonstrate people smuggling system works.
But apart from the briefings,
we don't get involved in negotiating votes in relation to the parliamentary
I also note Minister Dutton in the portfolio, and he's second open for people smugglers to sell a back. Has that back door effectively been closed now?
As far as the Australian government's concerned, it as a matter of policy. The question for the government will there's no other way to do it. The government, going back to the Turnbull government, possibly the Abbott government, that it would be arriving here on a 444 visa once they were entitled. So how we deal with that in the next parliament, we do have some time. It's not a problem that we're going to have to worry about tomorrow.
Is that how that back door is closed?
It has to be closed on the basis
how?
that, legislatively or otherwise, to travel on a New Zealand passport, even if they'd arrived as a politics when Mr Rudd first announced in July 2013 and would never, quote, settle in Australia. Flew here on a 444, never citizenship, but basically lived here for the rest of your
still open.
Unless the and the Coalition's policy that persons who arrived after July 2013 will never, quote, and I understand, never, not conditioned, will never be the absolute tool. I don't have an. We will otherwise put people on alert. Government's policy and what I understand to be the opposition.
Senator Chacon.
With New Zealand, have you done any assessments, I guess?
Some time ago. Yes, if it was entered into yes, if it's entered into in a way that is possible, although with the passage of time, I think it's going to be hard for smugglers to turn it into something to potentially work with. But it does create a risk that it adds to a general narrative of softening, yes. So, this Parliament, however you both agree on, I'd be very grateful.
Well, maybe we'll have to talk to the government a bit more sitting days in the Senate then.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to prosecute the settlement of Afghan Hello, Mr. Wilden. Again, visa processes. We've had a number of events, one after the other. I mean, we had the coup in May 21, then now we have the situation in Ukraine. Excuse me, Chair, I can't find a question to put. Just from the bottom of my heart, officers of your teams, I just think it's an update in relation to the recent announcement of humanitarian places. What is the increase and over what period?
Certainly. So, David Wilton, First Assistant Secretary, Refugee, Humanitarian and Settlement Division, for 16,500 places over the forward estimates at 4,125 per year, so equal. That is above 50 places in the program that was announced. Via previous announcements of the government of 10,000 refugee places, of which 5,000 are being delivered this year, and the
10,000 was for Afghan.
The 10,000 places was announced, of which 5,000 in 5,000 family places announced at that time as well. Humanitarian space, yes, 31,500 in total.
I certainly have personal experience of this. The Afghan nationals who've been forced or are leaving Afghanistan apply under other visa categories as well. And if you're aware of this, but scheme is that are you aware of that?
You are right. Afghans come through a range of programs. They're not restricted to refugee visas, obviously. It is a large number. Other programs is open as well. So once they come to the country, places, they will receive 500 places, in addition to the in essence, that is, we look after them through the Assisted Passage Program with IOM, the International Organisation for Migration. They prepare them to come to OSCO, organise, given access to their with accommodation, schooling, get them registered for Medicare, do all of those things. For those who come through the humanitarian, generally been sponsored, so the sponsor. And then once they come here, they can access the humanitarian services.
Afghan diaspora who in terms of supporting the addition of the 10,000.
Critical. I mean, we can provide services obviously to our systems, but in terms of training culture, understanding those cultural differences and how you can adjust to your new environment is helpful, because obviously many of migrant English language programs, so they can improve their language. Those sort of things, it's really important service, and we've got a very strong and very active 9 to 10 months. They have been instrumental in engaging the advisory committee that the Minister established. Liaise regularly with that community to also seek their feedback on what's working well, what's not, and how services. But the Coordinator General might like to.
Migrant services. Just to add to that, in my EFO last year, the government provided $8 million for specific support them in their being rolled out at the moment. We've got capability associated with that funding as well.
So that's an initiative that enables us to leverage off the spirit, the contribution to help people settle in Australia. Yep, okay. And coming to this country from Afghanistan, in some, there's still under great mental duress, in particular due to family members, most would have family members, friends who are still in Afghanistan, and they're concerned. What are we giving them with respect to the
7.9 million was provided over the capacity of torture and trauma services to provide services to this cohort of refugees.
And just my last question, in some that dealing with stories, what sort of support mechanisms do you have for your officers and staff members who have just done a brilliant dealing with these issues to make sure that they can, they have the to deal with applications and processes where they're confronted with so much tragedy? What are you providing to your officers?
Have processing these claims and doing these interviews. with, so people who've had usually quite experience before people start undertaking actual, understand the nature of the work that they're doing. Some of the worst stories you would hear when someone talks about. We make sure we have constantly, both in terms of the informal networks that staff have, the oversight of their supervisors. We have, if there has been something particularly traumatic, either at an individual or a group level, we can bring counsellors in to talk to staff and help them process that themselves and their own resilience. So sort of step out of interviewing as vicarious trauma, in essence, that they might suffer.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm coming to the end of my allotted time. Do you have ways in which you can measure programs and support you have, which I'm so pleased to hear?
Look, nothing that you would say structured me with us every day. And by managers of work teams, they know how to look for signs of people who might, for example, just start to become withdrawn. It may be something else, but they know those signs and they can have those conversations. And I think people who work in this space, the risks to themselves in terms of the information they hear. So again, it attracts a sort of person who has, in a starting point, resilience. These sort of work. Well,
thank you, Mr. Weldon. I think as everyone should be very proud. Maybe I should have asked another question. Chair, I'm happy to leave it there.
Apologies. Running up to the supper break, tea break, to Senator Grogan.
Around Afghanistan as well, if that's okay. And just to be annoying and just numbers that I wanted to clarify. So my understanding is that initially there were 3 nationals, another 16, the 3,000. Are they still there, or are they counted in previous years?
So the initial announcement after our first commitment is for 3 announced, and the 5. No,
it's
correct.
Wrapped into that. Okay. All right. Those people from Afghanistan are SHEV holders. Will they be wrapped in under these programs as well?
There is no option for TPVs. Government policy precludes that. Mm-hmm. For SHEVs, there is the SHEV pathway. On the SHEV pathway,
okay. So the process, and I'm sorry, I didn't actually grasp. So you did working with them to fill these places?
So in two streams, the refugee stream. Humanitarian stream is where we have the large volumes because that's often the sponsor people or it's with the refugee stream, we take referrals from the UNHCR. So UNHCR, we program every year. We talk through. So there will be some Afghans who will come to the. They will approach us and say, here's cases we would like you to take. We then assess those against our criteria for acceptance.
So will you be taking people who have moved to those, fled to those? They will be included in your.
Of granting a visa, if you, it is actually the focus of the program is on those who have Eastern countries, large numbers in Pakistan, large numbers, and there are Afghans all over the world. Places like Malaysia or Thailand, UNHCR alerts us and partner countries who are also generous resettlers, such as the Canada. We take those referrals.
The Home Affairs evidence in Afghanistan stated there were and 4,000. Do you have an updated figure on that?
Certainly. $6,786 visas and 5,407. 7. Yep.
Cool. Thank you. When do you think all of the 449 visa holders will receive their permanent visas from that?
At the moment, we've set up ostensibly offshore visas that would normally be processed. As we are in, we've set up a processing team here in Australia. We have got the process pretty much fine. Service providers which were and I can update you on the numbers. There was the way we're doing it. You need a bar lift. Process runs smoothly. We're doing it in several stages. 30 days out from your bar lift, you'll get a letter to say, please start. In 30 days, we will lift the bar. 14 days later, you get another preparation notice to remind you. Some circumstance where they can't, they can come back to us and let us know. They then get the bar lift notice. The bar lift is for, and then we move into assessment. In terms of the numbers at the moment, we've got 214, 625 in the first preparation advice. We're already actively in the process. The expedited given the circumstance. Because these lawyers are very experienced in doing the applications. When they come in, we usually have all that we need. If we have if they're on a positive pathway, if we have issues around identity or the claims themselves, with the trajectory that we have, noting we have to fit within the program structure, the goal this year was to maximise people already in Australia were safe. So working back from that, we started with how many people have we already granted for offshore by 30 June, and that number comes up into the mid-2000s, and then the remaining 2,500 will come from the 30 June. The rest will flow over into next year, and we believe by October we should have everything complete based on still arriving, and those numbers will go up. But to have all of them completed, unless cases that are difficult to resolve.
Focusing on the people who are not in Australia to get them moving as quickly as possible.
Correct.
And then getting them processed after that point in time.
And I think it's important to note that the conditions of the 449, they had come on a permanent visa. So there's no disadvantage in that. It just enables them to get work, to get their lives started here in Australia.
But there's a 12-month extension on that. I guess what I'm concerned about is are those people for that visa?
We would hope not, because if we finish by October, the 449, if in there is a circumstance, the Minister had made that commitment at the time. If I need to roll them over again, I will. Sign off on that, yes.
Okay, great. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Senator Grogan, thank you so much. Finish the hearing today early and to continue with outcome 2 and outcome 3 on Monday morning as per. Give us the opportunity to finish now and not 11 o'clock. So I'm sure that will be welcomed after a very big week. That Senator Van does have couple more questions or one more question, but just for everyone's benefit, time we will be adjourning for the evening. Senator Van.
Thank you. To be deemed asylum seekers by the UNHCR. I'm aware of Afghanistan, particularly one set that are in there isn't a UNHCR. The countries in the region is UNHCR operating and recognising.
Complete list, because there's quite a number of countries in the region.
Any that you know of off the top of your head in this instance, and that you can take the rest of
countries in the Middle East, so if you think to Turkey, Lebanon, etc. Through Bangkok, etc., not in Myanmar. So I'll need to get that from presence. The beauty of the internet, you can still get in contact with them.
Often been ignored, so...
Okay, interesting. I'm happy if you want to share any information with me and I can...
Good idea.
Madam Chair. Direction earlier, when we return on Monday the 4th of April, did I understand
We will be continuing with outcome 2, so we obviously are in outcome
sorry.
2 now. With one exception, Senator Grogan has just wanted to make a program to the extent that you're able to furnish that further information on Monday as you can. That would be appreciated.
And to make that easier, I have actually written down a request.
We'll work on that through the course of tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Well, I want to thank everyone. You all again Monday morning. A great way to celebrate my birthday, by the way. Yes, Inesta. So we'll look forward to seeing you 9 o'clock on Monday morning. The committee is adjourned.